These are some of my favorite trips from 2024. I hope you enjoy. Got the lakes mixed up. You have to backtrack, and I've been breaking trail, and it's not easy. I'm sweating a lot, and also the sun is starting to set, so I'm running out of daylight at the same time. The temperature tonight is forecasted to get down to minus 30 degrees Celsius, and I'm headed out in the dead of winter here to a remote campsite in the Canadian Rockies. This is an important trip for me because I'm testing out a bunch of new gear and systems in advance of a 4-day winter camping ski traverse that I'm doing next week. I'm a little nervous for that trip because I'm going with 2 guys who are very experienced winter campers. They're in great shape, so I need to make sure that I have all of my systems dialed in and I'm prepared for this 4-day trip. There's 4 kind of main areas that I want to dial in on this trip. The first one being how I'm traveling. Those guys are in shape, so I need to make sure I'm efficient as we're skiing through the backcountry. The second one is my clothing and layering system. We're at the tail end of a polar vortex going into next week, and I need to make sure that I have my clothing dialed in or I'm gonna be really cold and uncomfortable. The third thing is my cook system. Because it's gonna be so cold, we're probably gonna be using white gas stoves, which I don't use a lot. I don't really like them, but I need to practice, get more used to them so that I'm not kind of fiddling around on this trip. My sleep system is one that you guys have seen a bunch, but I'm putting the final testing into the Tensor Extreme conditions. The first one that I had was a pre-production model, and there's a bunch of issues with it that Nemo was like, yep, manufacturing defects, and they sent me a new one. This one I've tested out in minus 20, and it was pretty good. So taking out in minus 30 is gonna be a great test for it, and will let me know whether I can trust it and bring it out on the 4-day trip. And I'd rather have the Tensor Extreme conditions because it's a lot more comfortable than something like the Xtherm. I get this comment all the time, but for those of you wondering, yes, I am using 2 poles. I just have one that I attach my camera to the top of and use that as a tripod. So I am using 2 poles on this trip, and I will be using 2 poles on the 4-day trip. This trip is turning out to be a good test of how out of shape I am. I've had to open up all my vents because I'm starting to overheat, but I just got back from my honeymoon. A month in Southeast Asia with Stephipoo, drank a lot of local beer, ate a lot of great food, and definitely not in backcountry shape. So I'm gonna have to get onto packwizard.com, put together a gear list for this trip, and probably try and hit that 30-pound mark, if not a little bit less. I'm really hoping the tent that I brought with me on this trip can help me out. That it weighs just over 1 kilogram, is made with Dyneema. It's an ultralight mountaineering tent made for winter conditions, and it could help me drop quite a bit of weight from my pack if it turns out to be something that I can use on a trip like the 4-day one coming up. I'm about halfway to camp and starting to get into a little bit higher elevation, so you can see a lot more snow here. I love these kind of trees that are just covered in snow. It's so beautiful. I'm struggling a little bit on the Black Diamond Glide Light skis. They're kind of like a cross-country ski mixed with a downhill ski, but they're made more for flat terrain. They don't have that much grip and they don't have any risers on the back. So while I can still glide pretty good, just like a cross-country ski, I'm not able to go up the steeps really hard. I'm really struggling and sliding back on those. It really makes me feel good about the fact that I'm gonna be using my Alpine touring setup, which is a dedicated system for going uphill and downhill in the backcountry. It has a removable skin on the bottom of a very long, very wide ski. And those skins are super grippy, but then you can also go downhill really nice. It's a system that I use for a lot of my backcountry touring day trips, as well as the 3-day trip that Kane and I did last year. So I just realized I messed up a little bit. I'm heading to an area called Twin Lakes in Banff National Park, and I got the lakes mixed up. The campsite that I'm aiming for is on the higher lake, the first lake, and I'm traversing around the second lake trying to find that campsite. I've been there before, so I knew it was on the lake and kind of around the shore, but I just got the lakes mixed up, and the trail that I'm coming in on is different than the trail I've come in on before. So you have to backtrack, and I've been breaking trail, and it's not easy. I'm sweating a lot, so yeah. And also the sun is starting to set, so I'm running out of daylight at the same time. So I'm at the spot where I should have turned to go to the lake where the campsite is, but I just kept going, which is what was on my plan. I just didn't read the map right when I was at home and planning the trip out, so that's my bad. Here's where I was supposed to go, so it's gonna be an extra about kilometer and a half of trail breaking through pretty deep snow, and because of that, I'm a little frustrated, pissed at myself, but hopefully I can get to camp, get camp set up before it's too dark, and then have a nice meal and turn my mood around. I'm so close, but my body's starting to fall apart. Coming up, it's just all uphill, super steep, deep snow. Yeah, beat me up, and now I ran into these trees, and then gets more steep. I just almost turned around and went back to the fork of the trail and would have camped there, but I checked the map and I'm so close, so I might as well just make this final push. It's so tough though. Made it to camp. There's the picnic table that I'm gonna be clearing off for dinner. Probably set my tent up somewhere around here. The sun is setting pretty quickly now. It's about half an hour till full sunset, so I'm glad I made it here before dark. It would have been pretty dangerous, a little bit treacherous, kind of trying to traverse through the forest there in the deep snow. I was having enough troubles as it was with the fallen trees and the steepness of the terrain. So glad I made it here. I don't know what I would have done. Probably just hunker down underneath a tree or dig a little pit or something like that. But we're here now, and gonna get step one going, which is pad out my tent pad so that I can then set up on some firm ground. Pretty deep right here, but step two, I'm gonna use my snowclaw shovel, go clear off that picnic table and just kind of stomp out a little bit of pathway system. Yeah, then after about 15-20 minutes, that should be nice and solidified in order to get the tent set up. Probably gonna be doing that in the dark, and probably gonna have to wait till tomorrow morning to give you a really good tour of the tent as well as my sleep system. Got my tent set up. It's a Samaya 2.0. It's a mountaineering tent, like I said. Very tight for two people, but perfect for one person. It seems quite roomy. I got my tensor in there, my Polar Ranger, my Apex quilt in order to stay nice and toasty. It's already minus 20, and it's only gonna continually drop colder and colder because tonight the polar vortex is coming in and we're gonna hit the start of it. By noon tomorrow, it's gonna be about minus 35, minus 4 degrees Celsius up here. For that reason, I'm gonna try and get a quick start, but right now I'm already getting cold, so I'm gonna change into my warm clothes for around camp and then go cook dinner. All right, I'll change into my warm clothes. Even though it's minus 20, I'm starting to warm up, which is nice because I was getting a little bit of a chill there because of how sweaty I got. But time to get some water boiling so that I can eat dinner. So like I said, I'm gonna be using a white gas stove on this trip. I haven't used a white gas stove in probably a year, maybe more. I don't know. I avoid them like pretty aggressively because of how annoying I find them. But hopefully I remember how to use them because they're a little bit finicky. You got to get the order right for everything. So I ran into a bit of a snag. You saw I was struggling to get the stove lit, and I think it's because when I switched the stove over from canister to white gas mode, I assembled it incorrectly. There's a piece in here that's supposed to, I think, be in the opposite orientation. I tried to get it off in order to switch it, but I wasn't able to. I didn't bring any tools with me, which is stupid, very stupid, especially for where I am and the way that I got here using those skis. I should have had my repair kit. So yeah, again, frustrated with myself. I have about 1 liter of water in this Nalgene right here. So that's all I have for the next 24 hours, not 24 hours, probably about like 12 to 16 hours. Yeah, it's crazy. At least it's going to be quick to get out of here because it's all downhill and I've already broken the trail, but it would have been nice to have a hot meal, and it would have been nice to be able to have some more water. At this rate, I'm going to definitely be hydrated as I roll into my car. Yeah. At least I'm doing it on this trip and not on the 4-day trip. So I guess that's the whole point of what I'm doing here. But again, just frustrating, and yeah, lessons learned. And hopefully you guys are learning too, and don't make the same mistakes that I'm making on this trip. I'm gonna eat some Welch's fruit snacks and have a bar for dinner, pretty marginal dinner, and then gonna get in bed and listen to some podcasts and just kind of chill and have a good night's sleep, hopefully. Tomorrow morning, I'll let you guys know how the Tensor Extreme performed on this kind of final test to see whether I bring it on the 4-day trip, as well as how I like the Samaya tent, because it has a lot going for it, but it also has some limitations which hopefully aren't deal breakers, because I do really like it as a concept for a tent, especially for that 4-day trip. But time will tell, and we'll have to kind of put it through its paces on this trip. Good morning. I slept in until 8:30 a.m. And before I share with you guys my thoughts on the tent as well as the Tensor Extreme, because the Tensor Extreme got a very good test last night. The overnight lows were down to about -30 at 5 a.m. But because I slept in so late, the temperature's dropping very quickly, like I mentioned it would yesterday, and it's down to -35 now and only getting lower. So I want to pack up as quickly as possible so I can hit the road, start warming up, get back to my car before it gets too cold, because at around -45, -50, that's when the oil in my car will freeze. It's happened to me. I've had to call Stephipoo, get her to come pick me up, and I promised her I would not do that to her today. And your battery might freeze at around -50, -55 as well. So we're trying to avoid those temperatures as much as possible. The tent did well, basically as well as can be expected for an ultralight single wall mountaineering tent like this. What I really like about it, and I did some tests on this before bringing it on the trip, is how much stability it has. So you can put a lot of snow on top of this, and it's going to be very stable still. So that's a really nice feature about it. Setup of the tent is something that I want to play around with a little bit more, maybe watch how Samaya advertises doing it, because I didn't find it super intuitive. I like sleeves, but they have to be implemented in the right way. So maybe I'm just not quite using them right, but need to do a little bit more testing with that. Inside, very spacious tent for one person. A lot of pockets. You have a pocket all the way along that back end, pocket up top, and then lots of venting like I mentioned. You have a big window on the one side, and then this big door can also be used as a window. There's a mesh on the inside that you can add, and that the cool thing about that is the mesh is removable. Even with all that venting, I still got condensation, as you do when the temperature gets super low. There's a ton of ice buildup on the sides of the wall, so I'm gonna have to kind of wipe that down and shake the tent out. I did miss the space of my big pyramid tents, like the big Black Diamond Megalite or having a vestibule, because there's no place to stick my pack. I basically stuck my winter boots inside my pack and kept that outside the tent. There wasn't enough space inside there. So that's something that I'm gonna have to kind of think about whether it is a deal breaker for me when I'm going out. Samaya does sell an attachable vestibule, so that is an option, but you're adding about 500 grams to the entire package, which puts it a higher weight than the pyramid tents like the Megalite. As for the Tensor Extreme conditions, a little bit of backstory. Nemo sent me a pre-production model. I tested that out, found it to be quite cold. They thought that was a little bit weird based on their testing, so I sent it back to them. They did some more testing, cut it open, and determined that there's manufacturing defects, and that basically all of the Mylar film, which provides the insulation, was falling to the bottom of the pad and being effectively useless. So they sent me a new pad. This is a production model, and I've had it out on a few trips so far where it performed in relatively cold temperatures between -10 and -20 degrees Celsius. But this is the first time I've had it out basically in true winter conditions where I'm on a ton of snow and temperatures are getting down to -30 degrees Celsius, -35 degrees Celsius. Last night when I first got on the pad, I was a little bit worried because I was feeling a lot of cold coming up through it. Not enough to make it super uncomfortable or to like get me shivering, but enough that I was like, this is a bit more cold than I was expecting. It wasn't until after about 30 minutes or an hour where I think I warmed up the pad enough that I wasn't feeling any cold at all. And that was about minus 25 degrees Celsius, maybe minus 20, I forget, when I went to bed. But then the temperature dropped and I never started feeling cold again. Even when it got down to minus 35 degrees Celsius, I was not feeling any cold on the Tensor Extreme last night. So I think I'm gonna have to give the Tensor Extreme my stamp of approval and put it head to head with the Xtherm and see which one's better. I didn't really get into much detail on the different specs and prices for all the gear that I'm using on this trip. So if you're curious about that, go check out my Pack Wizard gear list down in the video description. As well, down there, you'll have links to all the gear that I used on this trip if you want to check it out for yourself. A lot went wrong on this trip. On reflection, more than probably any other winter trip than I've been on. Maybe I'm getting complacent, which is not a good thing. I definitely did not put as much kind of mental power into planning and double checking everything before I went out. And because of that, there's issues with the mapping, issues with my stove, which could have been big deals if I was on a 4-day trip. So I'm glad I got out on this trip before the 4-day trip next week. Going out with two guys who are very experienced winter campers, they would have had redundancies and we would have been fine, but it would have been a big pain in the butt and a little bit embarrassing. So luckily, I'm only being embarrassed in front of thousands of people on YouTube and not the two guys I'm going on the trip with. This is gonna be a trip that pushes me in all aspects. We're spending 4 days in sub-zero temperatures, traversing the Canadian Rockies, camping the entire way. Because of the intensity of this trip, I'm doing it with two other experienced winter campers, Kane and Marty. I picked Marty up from the airport this morning. That has led to a pretty late start on the day. We're hoping to get to camp before sunset because we're crossing 2 avalanche paths on the way to that campsite and we don't want to be crossing those in the dark. And we're getting the last little bits of sun here before it's completely dark. One more avalanche path to go. Having fun?
Yeah, that's a good first day.
So we made it to camp in the dark. We did make it through the avalanche paths in the light, which was good, but a lot more obstacles to come on this trip. Like I said, it's gonna be pushing me in all aspects. And to be honest, I'm looking forward to it. Got the tent set up. My thermometer broke, so it's definitely below minus 30, potentially below minus 35. So we're gonna be getting into our sleeping bags, staying warm tonight, and seeing you in the morning. Good morning. We're waking up while it's still dark out because we want to give ourselves enough time today to get through the day while making good decisions and not feeling too rushed. We're going to be dealing with a few obstacles on the day. Number one is finding where to go. Number two, we should have explored last night around the campsite and tried to find where the campsite toilet is. That would have been great because then we would have had a nice hardened path there. So we're gonna have to either post hole there or wait till we put our skis on. The second thing is coordinating getting ready this morning. While being a group, there's a lot of benefits. We're going to go over those over the course of the trip. One of the downsides is you have to make sure everyone's on the same timeline. Otherwise, if someone gets ready a little bit quicker, then they might be just standing around cold. So just coordinating that is sometimes a little bit more difficult. We're going to be getting up into the Alpine today too, a little bit more complex terrain. So we're going to be making good decisions around avalanche risk. Even though this entire trip was planned to be on low angle terrain with minimal avalanche risk, we're still going to be on our toes and try to avoid anything spooky. And if we do encounter something spooky, then we'll just turn around and come home. We got a little bit of a late start on the day, left camp at 9:30, so we're gonna have to make up some time in order to make it to our next camp before dark. The story of this morning is elevation gain. It's gonna be a bit of a slog up to Healy Pass, but once you get up to Healy Pass, we can switch our skis into ski mode, which is amazing. That's one of the best things about this ski touring setup, and then ski down to Egypt Lake, which would be really nice. I think we should have some good snow and get some good turns in there. But like I was saying yesterday, after Egypt Lake, that's where things get a little bit complicated. The route finding is going to be difficult, the trail breaking is going to be difficult, and even just making it to camp is going to be a challenge. So why do this? Why go out in minus 30, minus 35 degree temperatures in the dead of winter, in deep snow, through avalanche terrain, in the mountains? That's something that I've been thinking about, and really, especially with this trip, wanted to dive into a little bit more and share my thoughts on why trips like this are really special to me and something that I don't ever want to give up. Bit of a slog coming up this uphill, especially with heavy winter packs. How heavy do you think your pack is, Marty?
Well, at home, with the camera gear that's here and the pack, I was at 42. and I threw in an extra pair of gloves, which I'm very, very happy I did.
Yeah.
So, yeah, probably 45 pounds.
Yeah, plus everything that's on you too.
Yeah.
So it's like, it's
And
a lot
those
of weight to
skis-
be carrying
those skis
uphill.
here,
I stopped for a pee, and those guys got way ahead of me. I'm trying to catch up. I feel like that's going to be the story of this trip with my honeymoon fitness right now and a little bit of extra weight on me. So we had a nice easy trail coming up here, beautiful views, but this is where the adventure really starts because whoever's trail we were following up here, it stopped right here. So we're gonna have to break trail up to Healy Pass and then probably the rest of the day. Yep. And the snow is deep. It snows, look how, that's how far my pole is penetrating. Okay, you wanna give us a couple steps? Let's see how, yeah.
Pretty good, there's a cross.
Pretty good, but definitely some ski penetration, which is gonna make it a bit of a slog. Luckily, Kane's a beast, so he'll break us some trail. How you feeling, Marty?
I've got all sorts of feelings. So traveling on skis is a first for me, and all of this is new. So I definitely feel for the first time in a long time I'm the weakest link of an expedition, which is okay. Because this is all this traveling with this is different than what I'm used to.
Yeah.
And I'm not gonna lie, it took some energy out of me to get up here. So
yeah, I'm dying here at number 2 in line. Kane's up there still breaking trail like a machine. How's it going, Kane? Hard, yeah.
Hard work.
We'll rotate through at some point. Kane's just in by far the best shape out of the 3 of us, and like I said, it's a machine. So we made it up to the top of Healy Pass thanks to Kane's awesome trail breaking. Some phenomenal views over there. Now we're gonna transition. We're gonna take the skins off of the bottom of our skis. The skins are what are giving us that stickiness. We can go uphill, and then we're gonna ski down, lock our heels in and ski down basically towards that peak, cutting a little bit right of it. It's noon right now, so we got about 4 or 5 hours until the sun starts setting. I think we can make it to the campsite pretty good. We got about 8 kilometers left. 2 kilometers an hour. Yeah. So one of the things that I'm gonna do on this is I have my fuel bottle on the outside. I'm gonna put that into a little bit more of a secure spot because after my sleep system and my insulation, the next thing that's pretty critical is the fuel, because this is what gives us water. And we're out here long enough in a remote enough area that dehydration would be a real concern. So in case you're unfamiliar, these are skins. Basically, they glide in one direction, the direction that you're going, and then there's the little hairs, because they're only going in one direction, they catch and don't allow you to go backwards. So it's a really cool system. It makes traveling in this kind of terrain really easy. And then once you want to ski downhill, they just come right off and you got a traditional ski. So this is the binding that we're using. You have pins at the front that your boot goes into, and then it can pivot on those pins. Then the heel turns once you get into ski mode, and you lock the heel of your boot into those pins. So Kane's gonna lead us down. Marty's gonna go in the middle, and then I'm gonna follow up in the rear and caboose this little ducky train. Let's go, buddy. Got this. Woo! Yeah, skiing! Woo!
Nice. How's Marty doing?
Yeah, Marty! Woo! So we got a little bit of a ski in, starting to flatten up here, so we're gonna put on our skins and start slogging. Everyone did great. That was an awesome little ski. No incidents, no digging people out of tree wells, so that was fun. I alluded a little bit to the fact that this trip probably wouldn't be able to happen if it wasn't for being in a group. And this area that we just skied is one of the reasons why. I would not ski that area alone. There's too many dangers. You catch an edge, you end up in a tree well, you get buried by snow, you hit your head and just freeze to death. There's a lot of risk, and having other people to watch your back is really nice and I think essential for a trip like this in an area like that. There's a lot of other benefits, but maybe we'll get to those once we get to camp, because we got another 5 kilometers of slogging trail breaking to go, and it's going to be a lot of work to get to camp before dark.
Take off one skin.
We made it to this little cabin here, which is just past halfway, quite a bit past halfway. We're going to boil some water, eat some food, hopefully get our energy up in advance of the slog. That's going to be the rest of the day. Woo! We're all hydrated and fed. We're heading down into the valley down there. I'm gonna hopefully follow the river to camp, but route finding might be an issue. If route finding is an issue, then we're definitely gonna be getting to camp before dark or after dark, which is not ideal. Woohoo! Challenge right now is route finding. We're trying to follow this creek because we know the creek goes to the campsite. The trail, summer trails up in the woods there, but hopefully we can keep following the creek, because that's gonna be a lot easier. We're not gonna have to be dealing with blow down trees and things like that, but it also has some micro topography that's really tough as you get to these kind of rocky areas right through here. It's also 2:47 right now, so we only have a few hours until full darkness. We're making pretty good time. I'm breaking trail right now. That's another benefit of a group, especially 3 people, is you can rotate who's up front, who's breaking trail, because following a trail, especially on the flats, is pretty little effort, pretty easy. But if you're up front breaking trail, it's probably about 2 or 3 times more work, so it's nice to share that load. It was also a little bit cold and dreary when we left the cabin there with the wind and everything, and I found just being in a group just kept my spirits up a little bit. Whereas if I was alone going through there and having to break trail, my emotions would probably be all over the place and my mood would probably be a little bit down. What a day. We're just packing out our campsite here. I made a trail to the outhouse because I get poo anxiety in the morning and I like to be able to just get there as quickly as possible when it hits me. What a day. What a day. That was an awesome day. Definitely pushed, I think, all of us. We got into some epic alpine areas. We got some turns in going downhill, and then we had to do some route finding, which didn't turn out to be as bad as I thought it was going to, but we still had to make sure we were following the trail and sticking to it. I just caught my tips, fell over, too tired to try and get up, so I just took my pack off. I'm gonna go set my tent up right there, and I'll give you guys a little bit of a tour of my tent and sleep system, because I have some thoughts about my sleep system after last night, because it got cold and I felt cold, and it's because of one of the pieces of gear that I used. If you guys watched my gear video before this trip, you'd know that I was debating whether to bring the Samaya tent or to share a tent with one of the other 2 guys, probably with Marty in the giant front range, but decided to go with the Samaya because it's growing on me. I really like the fact that I can set it up very quickly because it's a freestanding tent, but it has enough space for one person, even with a wide sleeping pad and all the gear. I do leave my pack outside, but there is enough room in the corner that I could put it in there. Something I was worried about is frost build up on the inside and then getting rid of that in the mornings, but I'm able to just wipe it off and then shake the tent out and all the frost is gone. I'm not carrying a whole bunch of snow around with me, which I've had to do with other freestanding tents. It's a big pain in the butt. As for my sleep system, pretty standard, Polar Ranger, quilt on top, but the tents are extreme. I was very optimistic about the tents are extreme after a trip I did with it where temperatures got down to -30 overnight and even down to -35 in the morning. But last night it got down to probably about -30 and I was cold on it. I was feeling a lot of cold coming up through the ground and that inconsistency is a little bit weird. I don't know why it would have felt cold last night but not on the other night, because if this pad is warm then it's great, but if it's inconsistent, difficult to use and not warm, then just chalk it up to another failed wintered pad and we're back to the Xtherm. What do you have for dinner tonight, Kane?
Got a flat out feast, Cajun jicama, pork skillet.
What about you, Marty? What do you got?
I think I'm going spaghetti.
Spaghetti? Happy yak spaghetti?
Yeah, happy yak spaghetti. Hopefully no happy yakking.
I got Alpenair Mexican style grilled chicken bowl. I've had this one before, it's pretty good.
Nice.
For the other things that I'm eating on this trip for breakfast, I have these oatmeal that I made myself, just oatmeal, chocolate chips, dried fruit in Rusby bags. Rusby bags, definitely get on that if you haven't checked them out already. And then a lot of electrolytes from Element, and then I also have some Tailwind ones which are caffeinated and then have 200 calories in them, so I have this in the morning, just kind of give me a little boost. Some trail mix, fruit bars, but the bulk of my calories during the day are from these Pro bars. They're small. I don't get sick of eating them. They taste really good and they have a lot of calories. I think like almost 500 calories if I'm not mistaken. But I'm still going to be in a calorie deficit on this trip, which is fine. 4 days of calorie deficit, no big deal. I'm feeling good and that's the key. I'm just trying to make sure I don't bonk or that I have enough energy to get me through each of the days. I also have these apple cider packets that I mixed with some water, a little sugar deliciousness. It's a nice little treat and warms up the insides on a cold trip like this. Good night. Good morning. I had a great sleep, partly because it warmed up. It started off about -25 when we were getting breakfast sorted, but then it warmed up to about -15 and the low overnight was probably about -10. So very, very toasty. Even though I slept warm last night, I'm still a little bit unsure about the tents are extreme. I did some things in order to try and make it so that it was as warm as it could be last night, but I want to give it one more night before I share with you guys kind of what I think is going on with it and what my thoughts are and whether I recommend it moving forward. As we get breakfast going this morning, the goal is to have a little bit of an earlier start than yesterday. We took a while dilly-dallying around camp. Hopefully today we can get out a little bit quicker because we have a longer day with more trail breaking and a good uphill section that we're gonna have to head up to. And Kane is optimistic that there's gonna be a trail up to the high point for the day, but I think that is very optimistic.
You were optimistic about the trail here.
Yeah.
I'm more optimistic about that trail.
I think we're both going to be wrong and we're going to have to be breaking trail the entire time. We're also getting to day 3 and heading into night 3. I think there's a big difference between a 3-day trip and a 4-day trip. Night 1 on a trip is just generally fairly easy. You're prepared, you have all your gear. Night 2, you can kind of get by even if some things may have gone wrong. Night 3, you have to have made sure that nights 1 and 2 went well if you're going to be successful, warm, and comfortable on night 3. So far, I think we're doing pretty good. Everyone's sleep systems are performing pretty good. We're warm. The temperatures are going up. That's going to create some complications for the day as far as moisture management and everything like that. But then it also makes it a little bit easier to stay warm. Like I mentioned, one of the big aspects of a multi-day trip like this is managing moisture. You're always sweating, you're breathing out moisture, and if that gets into your major insulation pieces like your sleeping bag or even your ski boots, then you're going to get cold and you're going to be in for a very rough time, potentially dangerous time on those later days. There's a couple strategies that I use for my major pieces of gear that I want to keep from getting moisture inside them. For my sleeping bag, I use a top quilt that's made with a synthetic material. So basically this moves the dew point from within my sleeping bag to within the synthetic insulation, which handles it a lot better, as well as when I breathe out from my sleeping bag, all that moisture is going out into the air of my tent. It then kind of settles onto the surfaces around it, and I'd rather that settle on the synthetic insulation instead of my sensitive down insulation. And because of that strategy, even after 2 nights now, my sleeping bag is pretty lofted, nice and warm, nice and toasty. The other thing is for my feet. If you guys watched my trip last year on Skokie Loop with Kane, I did not bring any way to manage moisture inside my boots, and I had to stick my Nalgene filled with boiling water inside the boot in order to warm it up, because otherwise it was just too stiff and frozen. So normally what I do is I bring a vapor barrier. So I use a plastic bag that's not permeable to moisture or air, and then I stick that over my foot, I put a sock over it, and then I stick that into my boot. It prevents any moisture from my very sweaty foot from getting inside the insulation of the boot. If you're able to manage moisture effectively, you could go out for multiple days, multiple weeks, and be okay. Yeah. Another day of breaking trail. We're gonna be splitting up the work, rotating through to keep our legs fresh. All of us are starting to feel the kilometers catching up to us, especially with slogging through and breaking trail. This first part should be pretty good as we make it to a spot called Shadow Lake. Then we punch uphill, gaining about 700 meters of elevation. Probably won't be a very well-defined trail there, so it's gonna be really tough to kind of navigate while going uphill and breaking trail. It's also warmed up quite a bit, so opposite of previous days where we've been dealing with trying to stay warm, today it's gonna be trying to not get too warm and sweaty, which will then eventually cool you off once you stop moving. Like I was talking about yesterday, it's been a lot of fun on this trip being part of a team. I'm definitely learning a lot about kind of group dynamics, group communication, and just working together in order to achieve a goal, especially when you're on difficult trips like this. And there's been a lot of instances where I've been able to push myself, both physically, mentally, as well as with my skills. I've kind of talked about it before, but I'm not super experienced with liquid stoves, so I've been gaining experience with that, as well as learning a bunch of tips and tricks from the other guys. I just finished trail breaking for a kilometer and a bit. Now I'm at the back of the line. It's crazy how big of a difference there is between the energy you expend trail breaking versus following up in the rear. So it's so nice having 3 people versus doing this by yourself or even with 2 people. We're getting to an area with a lot more deadfall as well as downhill, so we're having to work our way around it. It's complicated in spots, not super easy, but we're making it happen. Here comes Marty, kind of picking his way down. There's the trail right there, like follows down, but we had to go around it. This is the kind of terrain that I'm worried about for heading up to the pass where we're getting all the elevation, but instead of having to navigate around all this blowdown going downhill, which is not too bad, we'd be doing it going uphill, which is a lot harder. Back in front, breaking trail, but it's all downhill, so it's real nice and kind of fun. Woo! 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 Yeah! Kane hit something. Oh no. Do you need help?
I want to get out of the way.
Made it to Valley Bottom. Good job, guys. We just hit a trail that's groomed by a snowmobile in order to bring people to a lodge that's right at the base of the elevation that we're going to be gaining. So it's going to be nice and cruisy. And then we'll see once we get to the lodge whether people head up to Gibson Pass or that has some tracks through it. This will help us make up some time though as we head up this trail. So we're going to be continuing down this trail until we hit the lodge, and then cutting back across that slope, and then going up to that saddle right there, to the right of that bald face. Something key when you're on winter trips like this is to always have your puffy jacket accessible, because you never know when you're gonna need to bust it out for a stop like this, or maybe even an emergency, without setting up your full camp and sleep system. This is your primary piece of insulation, and this is what you're gonna want anytime you stop, because as soon as you stop, you start getting cold. If you're interested in any of the gear that I'm using on this trip, including this puffy jacket, as well as my full ski setup, then check out the links in the description. I'll have my full Pack Wizard gear list there. Had a nice little lunch at the lodge here. They provided us with a muffin. We got some great views, so shout out to Shadow Lake Lodge. They gave us some beta too, that there's no trail up to Given Pass, so we're gonna be breaking trail and route finding. It's gonna be a nice challenge. And like I said, definitely pushing ourselves on this trip. These uphill slogs are one thing in the summertime. They're another with 35, 40 pounds in your back going through snow in the winter. We've been following an old trail from about a week ago before a snowfall. It's been pretty easy going. Every once in a while we hit an area that requires a bit more route finding. Those cut logs are always a good indicator that we're on trail. And then these super steep sections, don't know how steep it looks on camera, but this takes the energy right out of you, especially if you're breaking trail. The trail that we were following has been gone for probably about a kilometer and a half now, so we've been having to do some pretty aggressive route finding through deep snow, uphill. It's been a challenge, but it's been fun. We've gotten off trail a couple times, but using my watch, I've been able to kind of get us back on trail. So as usual, when I'm having to route find, the Garmin Enduro watch has been a lifesaver. I've said it once, I'll say it again. This is tough going. Super sloggy. But I think we're getting close to the summit of, or the top of Given Pass. Fingers crossed, it's just up there where the rollover is. Woo! That was a big push. Took a lot out of all of us. It was definitely a team effort. We wouldn't have been able to probably make it up individually. Even Kane, who's a beast, definitely was a group effort. And I mentioned that as this trip was gonna push me in all aspects. And while it is pushing me like physically, mentally, skill-wise, it's also pushing me in different ways as far as just gaining an appreciation for what you can do when you are in a team and working with other people. It just can bring you to places that you may not have been able to get on your own. So we're rolling over Given Pass right now. Have a few kilometers to go, kind of following contour down to Twin Lake, and then a little bit of elevation gain to Upper Twin Lake. That was a slog, but we're up here. Now we're trying to fight the daylight again. It's 4 o'clock right now, an hour left till sunset. We have a few kilometers left. Hopefully we make it before it gets fully dark. But once we get there, I'll kind of show you the different camp routines for all three of us, because everything's different, which has been interesting and fun to see. The sun is gone. We're navigating by moonlight now. Luckily the moon is strong and bright. We're almost there though. We made it to the campsite at Upper Twin Lakes. Pretty beat. We're gonna set up right at the edge of the lake here, a little bit further back, so we're not impacting the lake in any way. But step one is going to be packing out a tent pad. My next step after I get my tent pad all stamped out, hydrate. If I'm feeling hungry, I'll have some food because I'm usually in a calorie deficit, but I had a little snack a little bit earlier, so definitely gonna just drink all of the water that I have left right now because very soon we're gonna be making water. We're gonna set up our communal cooking area right there where we dig down, create little seats. Usually Kane and Marty kind of get their tents laid out, or Marty gets his tent laid out, and then Kane starts digging his hole and starts getting water boiling, whereas I like to set my tent up and get my sleep system going, get my sleeping bag lofting up. But everyone's been warm and comfortable, so depends on what your priorities are. Marty and Kane have trekking pole tents. They need to let the ground set a little bit more before they can set up, whereas my freestanding tent can get set up basically right away. And then once the tent's set up, like I said, then I'm gonna get my sleep system all set up, inflate my sleeping pad, and get my sleeping bag lofting up. And then we'll get on to the next steps. The other thing they did last night, which I think may have been why the Tensor Extreme slept warmer last night than the first night, although it was quite a bit warmer, is after I inflated it, I kind of just hit it around a little bit because the Mylar film inside of it is suspended, and then it's supposed to drop onto these pillars that are oriented in a way that allows there to be 4 layers of Mylar. But I wonder if in the winter, if it freezes or something like that, so I hit it all up, try and loosen that Mylar, get it to lay so that I get maximum insulation. I'll let you guys know tomorrow whether I think this is what's making it perform or not, and then whether it's worth it to deal with something like that or to just have the reliability of an Xtherm. Then I start digging my hole, but I don't necessarily start cooking my food yet. I got one more step before I do that. My step after the hole is to get changed in my warm clothes because I don't like to catch a chill, because as soon as that happens then it's hard to beat. So I like to get nice and warm, nice and toasty. Usually by this point a lot of the moisture on my body and in my clothing that I was active all day is kind of evaporated away, so it's a good time to get changed for me. Kane has a different approach, a bit of a different approach. He throws on his puffy. He doesn't really change, he just layers on over top of everything. Right, Kane?
Yeah.
Now that I'm changed in my warm clothes, now time to make dinner. I'm doing on this trip is, in order to keep my feet warm, I'm putting down a little Z-seat into the bottom of my little seating area. Just adds a little bit of extra insulation. Heading to bed after a pretty tough day. I think that was the toughest day that I've ever done in the wintertime. 17K, over 700 meters of elevation gain, breaking trail, 35, 40 pound packs. It was a slog, but feeling very proud of all of us. I think like we wouldn't be able to do that alone, and it was kind of just made it a little bit sweeter getting to experience it with the team. And then tomorrow morning, I'll give you my final thoughts on the Tensor Extreme, and we'll have a nice breakfast before closing out the day. Good morning. I slept warm last night, no cold spots on it, but it was also a really warm night, getting close to about probably -5 degrees Celsius, 20 degrees Fahrenheit. But I do think that kind of shaking the pad up a little bit, getting the Mylar film loose does make a big difference. I have a sneaking feeling that it sticks together, especially when it's cold out. But for a winter pad, that's not really what you want. You want something that just works, no fiddling, no hassle. So on trips like this, where it's 4 days of pretty committing terrain and area, I'll probably be bringing my Xtherm in the future, unless I can really just figure out what's going on with the Tensor Extreme, because I don't like the uncertainty of, is it gonna keep me warm? Is it not gonna keep me warm? I'm just skiing around looking for the outhouse because we weren't able to search for it last night because we got into camp at dark. But definitely push myself on this trip and kind of reflecting on why, trying to give you guys an explanation why I'd push myself like this. And I think the big reason why is growth and learning. On a trip like this where every day is a challenge and I'm learning new things and skills, it's just a lot of growth, and I really value that. I think it's important to be growing and learning. Oh, I found the outhouse. Ooh, just around the corner there. Ha, nice. And that's just part of human nature, I think, is that we should always be trying to push ourselves, try to learn a little bit. And maybe that looks different for everybody. For me, that looks like a 4-day winter camping trip in the Canadian Rockies. For someone else, maybe that's going for a hike. Maybe that's just going for a walk around your neighborhood. I think it's important to also keep in mind that everything's different and everyone's circumstances are different. Even for me, sometimes pushing myself is just like having a conversation with somebody because I'm an introvert. But I really value these kind of experiences and these kind of trips. I'm about to attempt 3 days of backpacking using only this Barefoot shoe. Fewer musculoskeletal issues, less intense and frequent injuries, and a better overall hiking experience are the benefits touted for Barefoot shoes. I've been using Barefoot shoes around town and for training purposes for years, but I've never used them on an extended backpacking trip like this. And frankly, I'm a little bit worried about injuries from plantar fasciitis, Achilles tendonitis, and even just pokey things poking up through the very thin sole of the shoe. So on this trip, I'm putting Barefoot shoes to the test to see whether there's something to consider for backpacking trips. Today is a bit of a warm-up. I'm only going about 7 miles, but tomorrow is gonna be the real test. I'm gonna be hiking almost 20 miles total, and I'm really curious to see how my feet feel at the end of tomorrow, as well as the next morning. So what are Barefoot shoes? Understanding that will help us tomorrow when we talk about why Barefoot shoes might be the optimal footwear for hiking and backpacking. There are essentially 3 things that make a Barefoot shoe. The first 2 have to do with the sole of the shoe. Barefoot shoes have very thin soles. The soles on this one are just a handful of millimeters thick. They also have a very flexible sole. You can bend them and twist them. There's no plates in there, and the rubber that's used to make the sole is very soft. The third thing has to do with the shape of the shoe. Barefoot shoes aim to kind of mimic the shape of a natural foot. So it's a little bit wider at the forefoot and then narrows towards the heel. That sort of shape isn't going to be the same for everybody, but generally people have a wider forefoot, and having a wider forefoot in the shoe also allows your toes to kind of splay and move with the ground, which kind of plays into the fact that it does have that thinner sole and the more flexible sole as well. There's 2 things that I can share with you guys that I've realized about Barefoot shoes already. The first one being that I feel a lot more nimble. When I'm going through kind of these rocky areas and having to hop along rocks, I just feel like I'm more connected to the ground and that I can move a little bit more safely through those areas. Number 2 is a bad thing, and that's that I feel like I have to watch where I'm stepping a lot more in order to avoid sharp rocks or just uneven ground that kind of aggravates my foot. So I'm not able to kind of look around and enjoy the views quite as much as if I'm wearing a thicker shoe that's not Barefoot. So I'm pretty sure that my trail is going to take me onto the other side of this little ridge here, and then that's where I'm going to be camping. And then tomorrow I'm going to be looping around through that canyon and around this big ridge here for the much longer day. I'm at the spot where I'm gonna camp for the night. I came from down that way in order to get water, and the trail that I need to follow tomorrow is up the canyon that way. So nice and close. People have definitely camped here before. There's a giant fire pit. I'm gonna go set my tent up right in that sunshine over there. In addition to testing out Barefoot shoes on this trip, I'm also testing out a new tent. This is the Z-Packs Offset Trio. And while Z-Packs advertises this as a 2-person tent, I like to think of it as the biggest ultralight 2-person tent on the market. I really appreciate what Z-Packs is doing with this tent because it's one of the first times in a while where they're innovating and trying new things. For example, they structured the front and back ends of the tent to be a little bit 3D and then added these struts in order to pull the ends out away from the tent so you have a ton of space inside. Normally, I don't like struts like this, and I'd never use a tent that had struts on a 1-person tent, but for a 2-person tent where you can both share the weight, carry the trekking poles, take the time together to set it up, I don't really mind struts. The tent looks pretty ridiculous with all the guy lines and everything, but it's only 8 guy lines, which isn't a ton. There's definitely a lot of tents out there with 8 guy lines, but it kind of just looks like a spider with both the struts coming off either end. I've also been testing out the Z-Packs Duplex Zip, and I really didn't like that tent. It just seemed like an all unpolished product, and that Z-Packs was just kind of trying to tack things onto a tent that was already working well for most people. But with the Offset Trio, it just seems like it's more of a polished product. Everything kind of works together well. Even just things like the magnetic doors just work better and feel better as you're using them compared to the Duplex Zip. And like I said, there is just a ton of space in this tent, lots of room for activities. I've had the Offset Trio out for a bunch of nights already. This is kind of its final test because on night 2, it's supposed to rain a whole bunch. So not only will I be getting to test out the Offset Trio in the rain, but I'll also be getting to see how Barefoot shoes do on muddy ground and on slick rock. My feet are feeling pretty good. Definitely different than when I use my big Hoka Speedgoat 5s. They have a really stiff sole, they have a really thick sole, and they generally just cushion my foot a lot. I have to be a lot less careful where I'm walking. With these shoes, I was having to kind of make sure my steps weren't going over really uneven ground or on really pokey rocks because that was really kind of aggravating my foot. But I don't really have any pain right now, and hopefully that continues throughout the night and into tomorrow morning. Normally after an easy day like this, I wouldn't really need to stretch or do any sort of kind of body care. But because I'm using Barefoot shoes, I know that I am going to be prone to plantar fasciitis, Achilles tendonitis, so I'm going to run through a little bit of a stretching routine in order to help alleviate that and prevent that down the road. I like to do my stretching routines while I have water boiling for my meals. So I have a freeze-dried meal from Peak Refuel, and this one, chicken pesto pasta, one of my favorites. And still kind of experimenting with this fancy lid that I showcased in a previous video. The big thing is tight calves, and that's because Barefoot shoes are 0 drop. So that means that there's no difference in height of the sole from the heel to the toe. And I guess that's the fourth kind of characteristic of Barefoot shoes is that 0 drop nature. But because of that, I really find I have to stretch out my calves. In order to do that, I just kind of find a rock, sometimes a root, and I just put my foot on it and then stretch out my calf just like that. And I find this makes a really big difference after big days or if I'm using a more minimalist or Barefoot shoe. I am a little bit worried about tomorrow and what that's going to do to my feet. The trail is quite a bit rockier and uneven than I thought it was going to be. I've been in this area before, but I just didn't remember the trail being so uneven, and it really gets highlighted when you're wearing Barefoot shoes. But we'll put in the miles. Like I said, tomorrow's going to be almost a 20-mile day, so it's going to put a really good test on Barefoot shoes and what it does to my body and whether my body likes Barefoot shoes and I find it more enjoyable and allows me to hike better, or if wearing Barefoot shoes just causes too many issues when I'm carrying a big pack and hiking a lot of distance, then I may not be able to incorporate it into my backpacking trips, and I'll have to save it for kind of day hikes where I don't have a ton of weight on my back and kind of around town and for training. It's getting pretty cold out pretty quick. January in the desert is definitely colder in the evenings. So I'm gonna eat my dinner and then head to bed early so I can get a quick start on the day tomorrow. Good morning. My feet are feeling pretty good, but the real test is once I put my shoes on and take the first few steps. Now I'm waking up feeling pretty good. My calves are a little tight, but otherwise I feel a lot better than I expected. I had a great night's sleep, which helps a lot. The sleeping pad that I'm using and generally the sleep system that I'm using is really comfortable. But yesterday was only a warm-up. Today I'm gonna be doing that almost 20 miles of hiking through, again, pretty rugged terrain and really putting barefoot shoes to the test. I do have some additional strategies in order to kind of loosen up my calves, so I'm gonna be implementing those once we get to camp. And then, like I said, tonight is supposed to rain a whole bunch, so it'll be a good test for mud and slippery rock tomorrow. So there's three main things that I want to test today. The first one being, how does my body feel mile to mile, and how is it potentially deteriorating over the course of the day? It's one thing to hike backpack 7 miles in barefoot shoes with about a 30-pound pack. It's another thing to do that over the course of 18 miles. The second thing I want to see is, how is my body adapting to barefoot shoes? It's something that I started noticing yesterday, and we'll definitely get into that a little bit more today. The third thing is testing how I like the barefoot shoes I chose to bring on this trip. The shoes that I'm using are a hiking shoe made by Zero Shoes. I've used them on hikes before, but never a backpacking trip, and definitely never for this long. So I'm curious to see how I continue to like them over the course of the trip, whether they're causing me any issues, and whether there's something that I could use long term if I think barefoot shoes are something that I'm going to be incorporating into my backpacking moving forward. We're on the trail again, and I want to just mention again that this is not my first time using barefoot shoes. I've been using them for training and around town for years. I can guarantee you that if you just threw on barefoot shoes for the first time after using traditional shoes and hopped on a backpacking trip, that you would get injured. All of the benefits of barefoot shoes that people talk about are for people who have gotten accustomed to using them. And at this point, I feel like I am, so this trip is that test to see whether I can get the benefits of a barefoot shoe while on a backpacking trip. You may be asking yourself, why do this? Why test barefoot shoes? And it's a great question, because I've been using traditional shoes with a thick sole, stiff sole for years with no problems. But I think what really has me wanting to try barefoot shoes is, as I'm getting older, I'm kind of looking towards the future and wanting to make sure that I can hike for as long as I possibly can while still putting in some decent miles and carrying a decently heavy pack. As I get older and I feel more sore points and it takes longer for me to recover after big trips, I'm looking to find different techniques and strategies in order to help with that longevity factor, and barefoot shoes are one of the things that I'm looking at. So if this trip kind of shows that barefoot shoes are something that I can incorporate into my backpacking and hiking more often in order to help me hike for decades to come, then that is something that would be awesome, and that's kind of what I'm hoping for out of this trip. We've made it a few miles into the day and I'm feeling surprisingly good. My feet feel awesome. My body feels solid. And yesterday I talked about how I was having to be very conscious about how I was stepping, where I was putting my feet, and having to really pay attention to the ground. I found that it's becoming a little bit more automatic. So I'm able to just kind of walk and place my feet so that they're not stepping on sharp rocks and super uneven ground, which is what aggravates my foot with barefoot shoes. So that's been cool to see. The one kind of downside that I've been noticing as we follow this kind of creek that you can see here is, every time I have to cross it, I have to be really careful where I step, because I don't have a like 2-inch thick sole to kind of bring me above the water. So I'm getting my feet a lot more wet than I'm used to. The trail has been pretty cruisy so far, which is probably why my feet feel pretty good. But as we gain elevation up through here, I know it's going to get rockier, a lot more uneven, and then that's going to start putting a little bit more of a wear and tear on my feet. So I made it to a spot where I'm gonna have to make a decision that I wasn't expecting. But before we get into that, let's talk about getting up to the saddle here, because coming uphill, there's a lot more sharp rocks, loose rocks, uneven terrain, and I was really having to watch my feet, even though I am getting more accustomed to kind of doing that subconsciously. But what that led to was kind of keeping my head down and not being as aware of all the prickly things and cacti that were around me. And there's a lot more coming up this trail. It's a lot more densely packed. And I was able to dodge a couple cacti, but I also got caught by some cat claws here and there. But the decision I'm gonna have to make now has to do with a split in the trail. The trail that I had planned goes down this way, continues up this valley here, but I ran into an interesting rock formation where there's a cairn that goes up that way, and I looked on the map and there is a trail that connects to where I need to go up that way, and then rocks going across the trail blocking this way. And what I'm wondering is if this burn area that we're in right now has anything to do with that, and whether it caused a lot of damage to the trail, a lot of blowdown, and because of that, they've essentially rerouted the trail up this valley. The pros of going the alternate route is it looks like it's more of a well-trodden trail, and it does get me where I need to go. But going the route that I had planned, I know that I can follow the track that I've laid out, and I know that there's water down that way, and I'm starting to run low. I only have about this much water left, and I'm not sure if I'm gonna encounter water going up the alternate route. But I'm feeling pretty hydrated, so let's take the alternate route, live life on the edge, and see where that takes us. Luckily, I hit water pretty quickly taking the alternate route, so I'm gonna fill up here, get 2 liters of water in order to start tackling what looks to be pretty technical terrain up there. I've made it to the spot where my planned trail connects with the trail that I actually took. This is also the high point of the day as well as the halfway point for the day. I'm feeling better than I expected at the halfway point. I have the usual kind of soreness that I'd feel at this point in the day after going up a bunch of elevation and hiking 10 miles, but my feet feel great. But I do know from experience that my foot wouldn't feel the pain probably until tomorrow morning. I'd wake up and it'd be really sore to put any sort of pressure on my foot. So we're gonna have to wait till tomorrow morning to see really whether I'm kind of destroying my feet or not. One of the benefits of barefoot shoes that people talk about is its injury prevention. And I've already kind of mentioned that before. But once you dive into the research, it's not quite what you think. Most of the research is done on running, so not hiking or backpacking. And what the research shows, based on my kind of diving into it and really picking it apart, is that using barefoot shoes exclusively doesn't help prevent injuries. The other aspect is that the research doesn't necessarily say that using barefoot shoes 100% of the time will help prevent injuries. What the research says is that people who use a mixture of different types of footwear, whether that's barefoot shoes or max cushion shoes or medium cushion shoes, kind of mixing it up, are the ones who are seeing the fewer injuries. My takeaway from all that is that I shouldn't worry about using max cushion shoes, but I also shouldn't be trying to exclusively use barefoot shoes. What I should be doing is mixing it up, using barefoot shoes sometimes, max cushion shoes other times, depending on the scenario and what is gonna work best. And that's what's gonna help me reduce the number of injuries that I have, as well as the longevity of my hiking and backpacking career. Hiking through this canyon has been pretty tough and slow going. There's a lot of downhill and then uphill, and the terrain's very uneven, lots of loose rock. It's definitely taking me more time than I thought it was going to, which kind of puts me in a tough spot when it comes to getting to camp, because I know it's supposed to rain starting this evening and I want to get to camp and get everything set up before it rains, because it's such a pain setting up in the rain and then cooking dinner and all that kind of stuff. So I'm gonna try and pick up the pace, really move it. I've got about 5 miles to go, and then I'll be at camp. I'm taking a break before the last push to the campsite after that grueling canyon, and I figure it's a good time to talk about how my shoe is performing. The Zero shoe is doing better than I expected, to be honest. It's a wide shoe, and I thought it was gonna be a little bit sloppy, a little bit loose, but it's been holding up great. When I'm going downhill, I don't feel any slop or play. My foot isn't sliding to the front of the shoe, and it has tons of grip. Whether I'm going up slick rock or up loose dirt, loose rock, this shoe has been able to handle it no problem. The grip is phenomenal, and I've just been, all around very happy with the shoe. That being said, it is such a minimal shoe, and I'm curious to see what the durability is like long term. Zero advertises that they'll warranty the shoe for 5,000 miles. I don't know anyone who's put 5,000 miles on one of these shoes, but yeah, we'll see what happens. So far, I probably have like 200 miles on it, and it's still looking pretty good. Made it to camp. That would have been a big day, even if I wasn't using barefoot shoes. And let me tell you, my dogs are barking, which means my feet are sore. I'm not surprised that my feet are sore, but what I am surprised about is that they're not more sore. But I might be jinxing myself with that because, like I said, in the past, my feet don't really hurt until the next day. So tomorrow morning is gonna be the real test on whether my feet are good or if I'm gonna be limping my way back to the trailhead. I'm definitely gonna be doing a lot of stretching. This rock here is actually perfect, so I'm really excited about this in order to loosen up my calves, which also I find loosens up the tendons and ligaments in the bottom of my foot. So I'll be doing a lot of this, but the other thing that I'm gonna be doing that I didn't do yesterday is I'm gonna be using my trekking pole here to roll out my calves at the same time. Yeah, so that's really gonna hit the spot, and hopefully by doing the stretching and the rolling, I can prevent any sort of plantar issues, which is the tendon or ligament on the bottom of your foot kind of tightening up, or your Achilles, which is on the back of your heel here, tightening up, because that's what causes me pain when I use either zero drop shoes or barefoot shoes. So I'm hoping to alleviate both those and then be a-okay tomorrow. If it turns out that I'm able to go on a 3-day backpacking trip covering this many miles with this much weight on my back on this kind of terrain and be a-okay with minimal soreness other than what I'd probably normally feel, then that's gonna be a game changer for me. It will definitely result in me reaching for my barefoot shoes more often when I'm going on backpacking trips, because the research is out there. Switching up your footwear and dabbling in barefoot shoes is a great way to prevent injuries and increase longevity. I'm a little nervous. I think it's about a 50-50 chance that I'll wake up tomorrow morning and be walking no problem, but there's that other 50% chance where I'm gonna wake up and be in a ton of pain. I've been there before. It's not fun. I'm gonna have a nice chill evening here of eating, hydrating, stretching, and I'll let you guys know tomorrow morning how things go. And hopefully the rain kind of holds off. The clouds are a little bit ominous over there. Good morning. Time to see if my feet are in great shape or completely mangled after hiking all day yesterday in barefoot shoes. It rained really hard last night, the most precipitation that I've ever seen in the desert. Everything's super green this morning. It's pretty cool to see. There's a creek that was barely flowing just a little ways from the campsite, and it sounds like it's raging now. So I'm gonna go take a walk over there, check it out, and see how my feet are feeling. Pretty cool. Like I said, this creek was barely trickling yesterday, and now it's full. It's crazy how water moves through the desert. What's also kind of crazy and quite surprising is how good my feet feel. But let me tell you why I think that's both crazy and surprising. I beat my feet up yesterday, and I did not expect my feet to be feeling as good as they do. I expected my feet to be very sore this morning and actually difficult to walk on, because I was using this trip to test the limits of how I could use barefoot shoes on backpacking trips. So not only is it surprising, but it's actually exciting that my feet don't really feel any different than if I was using a max cushion shoe, which kind of goes to show that the training that I've been doing with barefoot shoes over the last handful of years has really been paying off. But also finding that balance of barefoot shoe use so that I'm reducing the intensity and frequency of injuries and improving my longevity when it comes to hiking, backpacking, and generally just everyday activities. The Trans-Catalina Trail is a 39-mile trek across a unique island off the coast of California. It has been a bucket list trip of mine for years due to the unique landscapes, wildlife, and the ability to camp and swim on beaches right along the ocean. But I'm also nervous for this trip. You might relate. You start planning a bucket list trip months out, wait for permits to get released, and then get super excited when you manage to snag the dates that you want. I had those feelings, and now I'm anxious as I hope that the campsites I booked are good, my itinerary is dialed in, my gear is adequate for the trip that I'm going on, and that I'm able to just enjoy it. There's a lot that could go wrong, but I'm hopeful that it's gonna be a good trip. I started the trip on a ferry from Los Angeles here to Catalina Island, and now I'm in the town that's at the start of the trail on the south end, Avalon. I've ran into a couple snags right at the beginning. First of all, this tiny little town, everything closes super early, and I need a canister of fuel in order to boil some water in order to cook my freeze-dried meal. I'm going inside this grocery store to get some water. Maybe they have fuel, we'll see. If not, we'll be winging it at the campsite. There's no fuel at the store, but I was able to get water. Worst case scenario, if there's no fuel at the campsite that I'm heading to, then I'll have to run back into town tomorrow morning once the stores that sell fuel open up. I made it to the first campsite of the trip at Hermit Gulch. I'm really curious to see what my campsites are like. I tried to do as much research as I could into them in order to get good ones. And today's I know is not gonna be the best. I think tomorrow and the third day are gonna be on the beach. Hopefully I picked the right ones. Hopefully I got good campsites, because that's something that I'm a little bit anxious about. You don't wanna be stuck next to an outhouse and not kind of getting the best views, especially if you booked as early as I did. Pretty busy campsite. I'm right next to the bathrooms. Everything's pretty close together, but that's okay. This first one I didn't have really high hopes for, but something I did notice was a potential fuel cache over here. Let's go check it out. Because you're not allowed fuel on the ferry, I was really hopeful that people would just be kind of leaving partially full fuel cans, and I think we're in luck. This one is about half full, which will be more than enough for the rest of the trip. The tent that I brought with me is the Nemo Dragonfly Osmo 2-person. There's a few different reasons why I brought this tent. First of all, it has a ton of room. Second of all, it is freestanding, and because I'm gonna be setting up on sand and kind of beachy areas, I wanted to have something that was a little bit more stable without having to use a ton of rocks. And then third, this tent has an insane number of guy out points, lots of tent stakes, so I'm gonna be able to really lock it down for night 3, where it's potentially gonna be raining a bunch and getting pretty windy, and I'm gonna be right on the coast, really exposed. So I wanted something that was gonna be a little bit more bomber than some trekking pole tents out there. I was super deliberate with all of the gear that I brought on this trip. I wanted to be comfortable because this, like I said, this is a bucket list trip for me. So I wanted to enjoy it. I wanted to be enjoying camp life. I may have underestimated how hilly and difficult this trail is gonna be. I thought I was gonna have a lot more time at camp, so I brought quite a few comfort items, but we'll have to see over the next few days how I do on trail. But we'll go over all the gear that I brought in order to be comfortable over the next few days. It's now time to get dinner going. I am starving. It's been a long day of travel, and really excited for my Bush's Kitchen meal for tonight. The sun is starting to set, so I'm gonna have my Sour Patch Kids and just kind of enjoy the evening, get to bed early, because tomorrow is when the real challenge starts. I have a feeling that this trail is gonna be a little bit more difficult than I expected, but hopefully just as enjoyable and beautiful. Good morning. I'm waking up pretty early, 6:30, get an early start on the day because I checked the map last night. I have more mileage and elevation than I thought, 17 miles and just quite a bit of elevation gain. You may have noticed that I moved my tent site. I used to be up there. I moved down here because I wanted to be under this tree. And the reason for that is because I knew there was gonna be clear skies last night. And with that, you could have condensation issues. So the tree provides a little bit of protection from the cold sky, and my tent, no condensation issues at all, whereas I can see some of the other tents around are having a little bit of problems. For breakfast this morning, having my famous oatmeal with chocolate chips and dehydrated fruit in these rugby bags. Love these for storing my homemade oatmeal. I just eat it cold because I'm a little bit of a weirdo that way. And then a nice thing about these campsites is they're pretty full service. There's showers and bathrooms, so I'm not gonna be having to dig cat holes or do anything like that. I won't be able to get to use my backcountry bidet, which is a little bit unfortunate. You get a little bit cleaner that way. But I did bring wet wipes in order to just make sure everything's nice and tidy down there. While there's no water on the trail, each of the campsites have fill-up stations, and luckily I passed through a campsite in another spot today where we're gonna be able to fill up water. So I'm not gonna have to fill up my Sea of Summer water cell, which has a 6-liter capacity, and carry that extra weight. But on day 3, I'm definitely gonna be needing that, and it's gonna be a tough day. We're on the trail right away. A lot of elevation gain, which is what the elevation profile I looked at last night said. But what I didn't realize is that I'm gonna have 10,000 feet of elevation gain over the course of this trip. So it's gonna be a tough few days. I am dealing with a little bit of anxiety this morning, just due to some chatter on the campsite about the condition of the trail due to the rain that we had, some weather that might be coming up later this week. But I'm focusing on what I can control, not on what I can't. And then really just enjoying each moment and taking the good as it comes. There are two things that I'm realizing as I'm hiking up this hill. First of all, hiking at sea level is awesome. Second of all, I'm gonna be super exposed once we get to the top and kind of are skirting the ridgeline for the rest of the day. And it is hot out. I'm gonna have to be careful that I'm drinking enough water, not exerting myself too much, But the next campsite's on a beach, so maybe I'll go for a swim. And I've heard that the sunsets from this next campsite are pretty phenomenal. Made it up to some of the higher elevation, getting onto a little bit of a ridge and a road walk. This trail kind of mixes up road walking with trail walking just because there's such a big network on the island, but we're getting into some phenomenal views here. Wow, you can see some snow-capped peaks over there, super cool. From this spot, you can get a view of the ocean from both sides of the island. You can kind of see where we're going. Kind of we're all on the ridge here, and then hitting the high point right there, which I think is an airport with breakfast burritos. I don't know, seems like a strange place for an airport. And then we drop down to the other side of the island where tonight's campsite is. I'm a little bit blown away by this trip and how spectacular it is. It's kind of mind-blowing. Did I mention we might see bison on this trip? I'm pretty sure that's what that gate and this fence is for. I've seen bison once before in Banff National Park, but it'd be pretty cool to see them again on an island off the coast of California. They're not native here, but they're allowed to roam free, and it'd be pretty neat to see one or two or maybe an entire herd. We're back on the trail here after the road, and conditions are pretty solid. I think with a little bit of wind and sun yesterday afternoon and this morning, the trail dried up really nicely after the rain that they got earlier. So that's nice to see. I was a little bit worried about that. So we encountered a bison down there. He's right in the middle of the trail. Been around bison before for work, and they're usually not too keen to hang out. Hey bison, it's okay buddy. Just coming down the trail. Are you gonna move or are you just gonna hang out there? Do you mind moving a little bit? Little trail here that I'm gonna go around, okay? So we're just going around them. There's a little bit of a path around the bison. I think it's from the bison, so that's okay. And we're just gonna head back down to the road down there. That was pretty cool, seeing the bison, and got pretty close. It did not care, and I was not getting any closer. Hey Google, how many people have died from bison attacks on Catalina Island? No deaths, just a goring. Someone was hospitalized after an attack back in 2015 and in 2022. Okay, a lot of people have been charged and gored, which means impaled by the horns by bison, but no one's been killed. So that's nice to hear. I'm hoping to get to the halfway point campsite soon because I'm almost out of water here. And I'm sweating a lot. I need to re-up on water for sure. Stupid trail, making me climb stupid hill in boiling hot temperatures. This trail is no joke. We're well past the halfway point, but we're getting to the campsite where I can fill up water, which is good because I've been out of water for a long time and I'm definitely getting dehydrated. So gotta go fill up water there. I'm gonna take a little break here, rehydrate a little bit. I'm pretty mad at myself for how poorly I planned today and probably tomorrow as well. I really wanted the hiking to be kind of leisurely and slow and then have a lot of time once I got to camp in order to enjoy the beaches and things like that, but I'm having to push myself so hard today. The trail is long. 20 miles probably is what I'm gonna hit, and just up and down, and in the baking sun. It's a tough day. Normally, things not going to plan would just kind of roll off my back. I'd take the day as it comes, enjoy the challenge, and really it wouldn't bother me at all. But I really put a lot of pressure on this trip in particular because it's the bucket list trip of 2024 for me. It's April right now. After this, I'm gonna be sticking close to home, doing a lot smaller trips, and there's a really exciting reason why, but it really led to a lot of pressure on this trip. The reason why is Steph and I are expecting a baby girl at the end of August, and yeah, it's gonna change my life. This is the first time I'm announcing it in a video, but I'm super excited to be a dad, and it's gonna be a new adventure. It's gonna be yeah, just so excited, over the moon. I need to eat some food because normally I don't get emotional talking about this, but right now I am. I still have quite a ways to go. It's just past noon right now. Hopefully if I really push it, I can get to camp kind of late afternoon and still enjoy the beach. This campsite is supposed to be pretty phenomenal. Just demolished a liter of water. Let's get back at it. The Catalina trail isn't gonna hike itself. Just hit the airport. Plane's taking off. A little late for a breakfast burrito, so gonna skip that and just head straight to the campsite. The views on this trail are pretty insane, and this spot is probably the best out of all of them as we start losing elevation to get to the campsite. Wow. Yeah, bucket list trip for sure. I'm pretty sure tomorrow I have to go up over that giant mountain onto the other side of the island. That's gonna be brutal. And I've heard the trail goes straight up and then straight down. There's the road right there. If I can get across that, then the trail's about 50 meters on the other side. Hopefully there's no bison right around these bushes here. Another bison just going around the corner. Apparently there's a few of them around there. So they're just hanging out that corner there, checking us out. So I think I've encountered the whole herd. There's about another 8 up there, and then I was gonna go around them, but then there's another handful further down the road. Little fox right there. That's cool. What a day. Little fox is curious about me. There it goes. Coming towards me. So that fox started coming towards me pretty aggressively, and I don't want to get rabies, so moved away. So because of the bison, I'm backtracking. Gonna go take a road down to the campsite that might be a little bit quicker, but maybe not quite as nice views. Those bison were not moving, and there's a lot of them. There's the campsite down there. Pretty sure I'm gonna be camping kind of right on the beach there. Looking forward to it. Made it to my camp for the night. Super excited to take this pack off. The damage today was 20 miles, almost 4,000 feet of elevation gain. My body is in shambles. That was definitely a tougher day than expected. I kind of realized where I went wrong. When I was planning this trip, I was thinking I'll do the Catalina trail in 5 days. But I didn't account for the fact that days 1 and 5 are basically travel days. And because of that, I'm essentially doing the entire trail in 2 days. So today and then tomorrow are brutal. And I might have to modify it tomorrow because right now I'm feeling pretty beat. And if I'm going up over that hill, then it might not only be like painful, but might end up being dangerous and cause long-term damage to my body because I'm not made for 20-mile days and that much elevation right now. There's a beautiful campsite here. Definitely thinking about swimming in the ocean and cooling off a little bit. Even though my body's in shambles, this right here is worth it. Getting to jump in the Pacific Ocean kind of cooled me off, rejuvenated me, and now just basking in the sun on the beach. It's like, where else do you get to backpack to this kind of destination and see the kind of views that we saw today, the wildlife? It definitely has me feeling good about the day and the rest of the trip, even though I'm pretty sure my butt's gonna get kicked tomorrow. Came down to the beach to enjoy my dinner. I'm not used to such busy campsites, so wanted to come down here and kind of get away a little bit, enjoy some solitude. I get out here to enjoy peace and quiet and the solitude, so I really enjoy when the campsites can provide that. The sun is going down quickly here. I think tomorrow will actually have like a really good sunset from tomorrow's campsite. I took a look at the map, and there is a way to get to tomorrow's campsite that's a little bit easier than the way I thought I was gonna have to go. I'm gonna hike tomorrow, see how I feel at kind of the halfway point when I get to, there's a little town where I'll get some water and stuff like that. I'm gonna, just kind of chill and get to bed early so that I have enough energy for tomorrow. Good morning. I tried to get a quick start this morning. I ate breakfast, packed up as best I could, but there's a lot of condensation on my tent, so I waited for the sun to come up and let that dry out a little bit, just so I'm not carrying that extra water weight and then dealing with a wet tent at camp. My body is pretty sore. Yesterday kicked my butt, which has me worried for today because we gained a lot of elevation, the most elevation of the entire trip. You can see the campsite's right there. I'm already starting to gain elevation. And then the second part of the day is where we're supposed to be going up to the highest point. And for what I've heard, it's straight up and then straight down, really hard on the knees and legs. But based on the map, I might be able to go in an opposite direction on the Catalina trail and avoid doing that insane elevation gain today and postpone it until tomorrow. I'm a little on the fence about whether I want to take that easier route today, because that makes tomorrow a lot more difficult, and I'm potentially going to be dealing with strong winds and rain tomorrow. I'm not sure I want to be on top of a mountain in rain, especially a mountain that's known for being slippery and kind of treacherous. The first half of today, I've been told, is one of the most beautiful parts of the entire trail. So far, I agree. I'm excited to see what comes up next. I made it to the high point for the morning. These are probably the nicest views I've ever seen anywhere. This is insane. I got ocean all around me, beautiful green hills, a mountain over there that I might climb this afternoon. That'd be the high point of the afternoon over there, but it's looking pretty intimidating right now. Definitely need to do a summit dance up here. Woo! From here, it's pretty much all downhill until I hit the town of Two Harbors. That's where I'm gonna be catching the ferry on day 5, but it's also where I'm gonna have to make the decision on whether I wanna go climb that mountain or not. I'll do a little bit of a regroup in Two Harbors, get some water, maybe grab a bag of chips. I'm definitely low on salt and electrolytes right now. I didn't bring any electrolytes, rookie move, and it's starting to catch up to me a little bit. At Two Harbors, there's the ferry that I'm gonna be catching in 2 days back to Los Angeles. The campsite that I'm gonna be staying at night 4 is just down the beach there. It's about lunchtime right now, so I'm gonna see if I can find like a hamburger, fish and chips, some fries, something salty and delicious before making a decision. When I'm traveling, I always like to make decisions after I eat a meal, whether that's lunch or dinner or breakfast, and it seemed to work out pretty well for me so far. This is gonna hit the spot. I douse the fries in vinegar and salt. When you're on the ocean, you gotta get fish and chips, right? Got some tartar sauce here. Oh, it's a nice little treat midway through the day. I mentioned that I forgot electrolytes. A little hack is you can just take salt. I got a bunch of salt here from the restaurant. Add it to your water, and then a little bit of lemon also adds a little something to it. This should really help out with the second half of the day. Before I go get water, let's see if this general store has any tasty treats. Got some salt and vinegar kettle chips. It's gonna be delicious at Parsons campsite. Got my water filled up about 5 liters. That should be good with the 2 liters that I have in my water bottles. I really just don't want to carry more weight than I need to. And this is where I'm at a decision point. I can either head up the mountain there and just really punish myself, or I can take this road walk along the coast of the island. Basically no elevation gain, a lot easier, and about the same distance. This has actually been a tough decision because I'm fighting my kind of need to push myself and challenge myself and move the needle. But then I'd remind myself, while I was eating lunch, I remind myself that this trip is about leisure. It's basically my baby moon without Steph. So I really want to just kind of take it easy, and I'm glad that I ate before making that decision because I was able to think clearly and put into perspective why I'm doing this trip. So I'm gonna be taking the easy route along the road, along the coast, and then tomorrow will be the big day where we climb to the highest point, way up that mountain there, and then back down to here, and then camping at the campsite just down the way. Proud of myself for the decisions that I made today. Normally I'm a pretty serious hiker, objective focused, and I have troubles kind of letting go of that and allowing myself to have fun. So proud of myself for stopping for lunch, and I'm so thankful that I didn't go up over the mountain because my pack has like 50 pounds in it right now, and it's at the limit of what the cakewalk can carry. Even just walking this flat road, my body's having some troubles. And it's not like this road isn't beautiful in its own right, especially for a landlocked guy like me. Being next to the ocean like this for this long is pretty rare. Made it to the campsite, Parsons Landing. It's definitely windy, so hopefully that's not too much of an issue. The Dragonfly is made for wind, so I'm optimistic about that. Something that I wasn't expecting is that I blew through all my bottles of water, so all I have for the next 2 days essentially is that 5 liters that I have on my back. I'm a little bit hopeful that there's some water at camp. You can order water to be delivered there along with firewood, but I've heard that a lot of the time people leave extra water behind, so maybe I'll be able to grab some of that and not have to ration water. I'm gonna get camp set up, maybe go for a swim. I'm not quite sure yet. I'm probably gonna set my tent up right in this area, right behind this rock wall, because it provides quite a bit of protection. I could set up a little bit further back on the grass, but there's really not any less wind there, and at least there's a wall here. That was one of the big reasons why I brought a freestanding tent, was so that I could set up in this kind of area and not have to worry about using too many rocks. Pretty locked down, even with a vestibule door open. Something that I brought with me just for this exact reason was snow stakes. So I put these into the sand. They hold a lot better than regular stakes for these key guy out points. And then I also brought these line lock hook guy out lines. So I have one on the front and then one on the back. Basically there's just little hooks with line locks, so you can attach them to basically any guy out point, and then I have a loop on the other end, and you just tighten it off and you have a really easy, kind of versatile, modular guy out system. I like those line lock hooks a lot better than using what usually comes with the tent. A lot of the time I'm not going out in super windy conditions. I don't like dealing with those getting tangled up in the bag, just a pain in the butt. So this line lock hook system is just a lot better in my opinion. Ooh, pelicans, look, cool. I've enjoyed my chips. Those salt and vinegar chips definitely hit the spot. Got my sleep system all set up. I'm gonna eat dinner and then hopefully wait for the sunset to happen on the other side of this mountain. It might not, we might just catch the edge of it over there, but I'm anticipating a pretty sweet sunset. But before we potentially see that, let me share with you some more of the gear that I brought with me on this trip, because I brought a lot of gear in order to try and be as comfortable as possible, but I also brought a lot that I probably didn't need to. Let's start off with a chair. Every campsite has picnic tables, so I probably didn't need a chair. For this trip, I brought the Nemo Elite. So what's nice about this chair is that it comes with the ground sheet. It's actually really nice. I've been sitting on the beach and really enjoying it, enjoying the bag of chips that I brought with me. Those were delicious. Definitely a win. But like I said, probably not needed on this trip. But what was needed was a sleep system. So I'm using the Zenbivy Ultralight sleeping pad. This is a pad that I've had about 10 nights on so far, but what I wanted to do on this trip was compare it to the REI Helix, because these two pads are probably the #1 contenders for ultimate comfort, and I wanted to A/B test them. That being said, in hindsight, I probably wouldn't have brought both of them because it's just extra weight that I did not need on this trip. For my pillow, I wanted maximum comfort as well, so I brought the Xped Mega Pillow, and then I'm using a quilt from REI. This is the new REI Magma 30 quilt. It's been performing great. It doesn't get super cold on the Catalina, but it starts off really warm at night, so I'm able to kind of vent as needed, and then temperature drops about 10 degrees Celsius over the course of the night, and then I'm able to bundle up and be nice and toasty. You've seen my pack already, the Durson Kakwa 55. I needed a big pack in order to carry all the stuff that I brought with me, and the Kakwa 55 was up to that task. I did kind of push it up to its limits today with about 50 pounds, but it was still relatively comfortable. The other things I brought with me that were kind of comfort luxury items were my swimsuit and my towel that you've already seen in order to go swimming in the ocean. I also brought a pair of EVA Birkenstock sandals in order to wear around camp. They're not the lightest camp shoe out there, but they're great if you actually have to walk around, which I've been doing quite a bit. I'm feeling a lot better after kind of resting a little bit around camp, eating that bag of chips, drinking a lot of water, although I'm down to my last 2 liters of water. So I might just go around and ask people a little bit later, see if they have any extra, because 2 liters isn't enough for the rest of today, tomorrow morning, and tomorrow. So let's eat some dinner and watch this sunset. It doesn't look like the sun is gonna set in the right spot in order to get a good view of it going below the horizon, but I am getting some awesome views of pelicans. This is like the 3rd or 4th giant flock of pelicans that have gone by, and they're pretty cool. I'm hoping the wind doesn't pick up too much tonight. It's slowly been building over the course of the evening. I am pretty sheltered. I have a good tent for the wind, but if it gets up to 40, 50 mile per hour winds, then I'm gonna be in for an interesting night. But I'm in a good mindset right now, better mindset than I have been at times over the last couple of days, so that's good. Gonna get a good night's sleep, and we'll see you guys in the morning.
Sleeping in so I can get a good night's rest before the huge climb that I have this morning.
The clouds around me are looking pretty ominous. So I got all my gear packed up inside my tent, packed my tent up, and I'm ready to go because it could rain at any point today. That's what the forecast is calling for. So I wanted to have everything kind of ready to go in case it does. I can just either throw it inside the bear locker or pack it up and then start hiking. I'm eating my breakfast, gonna go have my morning poop, and then hit the trail and tackle what people have been building it up quite a bit. So it's touted as the toughest part of the trail, the highest part of the trail, and kind of the crux of the entire Catalina. I'm feeling really good right now. My body's feeling great, well rested. I did a lot of stretching and massaging yesterday, and that's helped out a lot. I also just feel recharged based on this campsite. It's by far my favorite campsite of the entire trip. A lot of solitude. I had no one on that side of me. All the campsites are really spread out, so I was able to just get that kind of like alone time and just recharge. It was really nice, and now I'm ready to go. It's not raining quite hard enough for rain jackets, so I'm just gonna start hiking. When it's just kind of sprinkling like this, my body produces so much heat, especially when going uphill, that it just evaporates any rain that does fall on me. The rain let up a little bit, which is a good thing and a bad thing. The good thing is that it's a lot nicer to hike in sunny weather when it's not raining, especially if you're hiking up to high elevation where there might be some views. The bad thing is that I kind of planned on it being overcast and not too hot out. So I didn't fill up on any water at the campsite back there. So I only have a liter in order to get me over the next 8 miles to 2 harbors. Ooh, that's a grind. I think I'm about halfway up the elevation gain. Gonna be continuing up along the ridge and then up into the clouds. It's basically straight up, no switchbacks, and a really steep trail. I made it to the high point of the day, of the trip. It's all downhill from here to town. Feels good. What a trip. Catalina Trail, you delivered, that's for sure. That was definitely a bucket list trip to remember. I wish Stephipoo could have been here with me, but we'll have to come back and hike it again. Maybe as a family with our baby girl. That sounds pretty amazing. This is the top rated backpacking gear as rated by Thru-Hikers of the 2,600 mile Pacific Crest Trail. A lot of this gear is new for me, and while Thru-Hikers use their gear for months and months, I want to see if it's also good for those shorter trips, or if Thru-Hiking gear is too specialized for the average weekend warrior. I'm really excited for the gear that I'm going to be testing out on this trip. For example, this pack from Atom Gear, as well as my sleeping bag. Yes, I said sleeping bag. I'm gonna be using a hoodless sleeping bag from Feathered Friends. And I think it could be a great option for those people who want something that bridges the gap between a quilt and a full featured sleeping bag. As well as a completely new footwear system for me. I'm gonna be using Merrell Moab shoes, which I've never used before, but I've heard a lot of great things. And then I knew this was gonna happen, but Thru-Hikers love their darn tough socks. So that's what I have on my feet. And we're gonna have to see whether the footwear combination that I have causes me any issues, or if Thru-Hikers have it right and my feet are gonna be super comfy all trip. We're in the hot desert, and that leads us to the first challenge for the gear, and that's for the pack and whether I can reach the side pockets. I have really short arms, bad shoulder flexibility, so for a lot of packs, I can't reach water bottles when they're in the side pockets, and for me, that's just a deal breaker. So with this pack, let's see. I can reach back and grab the top pretty easily, and then can I put it back easily? A little bit more difficult, but I can still do it. First test for the first piece of gear, passed. I have a feeling that this trail is gonna be pretty beautiful. I'm gonna be hiking about 10 miles to camp today and joining up with the Arizona Trail. So pretty excited to be getting onto one of the long trails, and might see some Thru-Hikers out there and can ask them about gear. I made it to this little waterfall feature, so I'm gonna fill up my empty water bottle, and I'm gonna use the top-rated filter from the PCT. It's the Platypus Quick Draw, which I was kind of surprised about. I thought maybe it would be the Sawyer Squeeze or maybe the Catalina Be Free, but this is the filter that I recommend for most people. It's the filter that I used on the Great Divide Trail for 700 miles. The Quick Draw is always filtered really quickly for me, much faster than the Sawyer Squeeze. It never clogs and is easy to backflush and take care of. For all those reasons, the Quick Draw is the filter that I recommend for most people out there. And while we're on the subject of water, I don't think I'm gonna get a better segue being in the desert and the weather that we have. Let's talk about the top-rated rain jacket from the PCT. It's the Montbell Versalite rain jacket. I'll be honest, I haven't had a chance to test this out in rain yet. By all the reviews I've read, it is waterproof, but I think it's gonna suffer from the same issues that a lot of ultralight rain jackets do, and that's the fact that even if it's keeping you dry from the rain coming in, you're still gonna be sweating inside of it and kind of getting wet due to the sweat. But what's nice about the Versalite, if you order the US version, I ordered this from Japan but ordered the US version still, is it comes with pit zips. These pit zips are gonna allow you to cool off a lot more effectively than any sort of waterproof, breathable membrane could. For those of you who aren't through hiking, I probably wouldn't recommend an ultralight rain jacket like this unless you just kind of want to buy it for fun. Otherwise, I just use whatever you have laying around the house unless that rain jacket weighs like a couple pounds. And the Frog Togs ultralight rain jacket and pants is always going to be a good choice for like $20. Most people who are only going on 3-4 day trips, you're kind of planning that trip around the weather and you're going to try to avoid rain. So you don't really need something crazy when it comes to rain gear, and the Frog Togs will get the job done no problem. I didn't really realize it was going to be a straight uphill climb on this trip. I need to really start looking at elevation profiles on my trips. I think that's a lesson learned multiple times now. There are two pieces of electronics that made it onto the top-rated PCT gear list, and I have a lot of experience with both of them. The first one is a Garmin watch, specifically the Garmin Fenix. I love the Garmin Fenix because it tracks everything for you, so you can keep track of how far you've gone, the elevation that you've gone, your heart rate, as well as use it to navigate, which is, I think, its most important feature. You can load maps onto the watch with contours and other trails and then follow that route, which is great if you're on a thru hike and you kind of just turn your brain off every once in a while. You can just take a look at your wrist really quickly and not have to always be pulling out your phone. The other piece of electronics is a satellite communicator SOS device, and it's another Garmin product. It's the InReach Mini 2. I'm not surprised. This is what I used on my Great Divide Trail thru hike. It's great for messaging people back home, maybe communicating with hostels, as well as if you do get into a pinch, then you can press the SOS button and call for help really easily. That being said, I think the InReach Messenger is a better choice for most people. The difference between the two is that the InReach Mini 2 has on-device navigation, which I don't think you should be navigating off your SOS device. Use your phone, use a watch, and then the InReach Messenger has better battery life. So I will sacrifice the navigation with the InReach Mini 2 for that better battery life on the Messenger every single day. I've been really impressed with the Atom Mo pack so far. I actually didn't have too high hopes for it. I thought it was gonna be a pretty generic pack and nothing special. And it is a pretty generic pack, but I think what sets it apart is how refined all the features are. It feels amazing on the back, which I did not expect, and carries weight really well. But what I think kind of differentiates it is the accessibility to items while you have it on your back. The way I've been using it is I've been keeping snacks in the bottom pocket, putting garbage in this right shoulder pocket, I have my inReach in the left pocket, and then I have kind of like electronics and miscellaneous stuff like sunscreen in my hip belt pockets. I definitely understand why thru-hikers rated this pack highly. Being able to access items easily while you're hiking really adds up over the course of months because you're not having to stop as much for breaks, which allows you to cover a lot more mileage. I just turned onto the Arizona Trail. I'm really excited because I've never been on the Arizona Trail before. We're gonna hike, and fingers crossed I run into a thru-hiker. I think it's a little bit late in the season for Arizona Trail thru-hikers, but it'd be pretty cool. I know there's a very popular campsite that they stop at just up ahead. And then once we get to camp, we'll go over all the other top-rated gear: tent, sleeping bag, sleeping pad, cook system, down puffy. I'm very baffled by the down puffy and why it was top rated, but we'll get into that once we get to camp. Just crushing miles. This trail is very beautiful. Views basically 360 right now. It's phenomenal. I'm loving it. I'm getting a little worried here. After I veered off of the Arizona Trail, it's been pretty steady downhill and no campsites. And it looks like it only gets steeper. And when it's this steep, the odds of there being a campsite are pretty low. Worst case scenario, I guess I just book it back to the trailhead and camp there. There's no other cars there when I showed up and no sign saying no camping, so that'd be an okay option. But I really want to camp on trail. I want to say that I tested out the sleeping bag and this down jacket on trail instead of in a parking lot. I can probably make it a definitive call on the Merrell Moabs at this point and that they're not for me. They might be for you, but I've just not had comfortable feet in them over the last 15 plus miles. And a lot of that just comes down to, I think, cushioning and protectiveness. I thought they'd be a lot more protective compared to a trail runner because they are more of a hiking shoe, but my Hoka Speed Goats, they would have dealt with this trail no problem. So if your foot's like mine and you like to have a little bit more cushion when you're on really rocky, uneven terrain, then maybe check out the Hoka Speed Goats or a shoe that has a little bit more cushion to it. This is getting pretty painful, especially in footwear that aren't doing my feet any favors, but I've done this with a broken heart, so I'll hit my marks. I made it to the spot where I'm gonna set up camp. I'm less than a mile away from my car, which I know is what everyone out there accuses YouTubers of doing, getting out of their car, hiking in a circle, and then camping within throwing distance of the car. And that's what I'm doing, and I'm sorry. I'm gonna get camp set up because I'm running really low on energy and I'm getting a little loopy. Roll the tape. Why would we find a campsite on a hiking trail? That'd just be silly. Don't be silly, Justin. Sweet home Arizona, trail I'm hiking on you. I got my tent and my sleep system all set up. I don't think I'm gonna put the fly on. It's not supposed to rain, and it'll be nice to maybe see some stars and get a little bit of breeze because it's pretty warm. The tent that PCT thru-hikers saddled me with is the Tiger Wall UL 2-person tent. Even though I'm pretty sure most thru-hikers on the PCT are doing it solo, this is a 2-person tent. I guess people just like the extra space. And this is a solid tent. This is like a good all-around tent, but it wouldn't be my first choice if I was doing a thru-hike. And when I have done thru-hikes or trips that are more thru-hike in nature, I guess, I don't bring a tent like this. Well, it is nice to have a semi-freestanding tent for setting it up in rocky areas, and this tent sets up in tight spaces pretty easily. There's two things that I just don't like about the Tiger Wall. The first is the material that it's made of. It's made of a nylon, which is gonna sag and stretch when wet and just doesn't dry very quickly, which kind of sucks. The second thing is the weight. These days, there's so many good tents that are really ultralight. If my goal is to be as ultralight as possible, which I think if I was gonna be thru hiking again, that would be my goal, I'd go with the Z-Packs Plex Solo. If I wanted a little bit more space, then I'd probably go with the Durson X Mid Pro 2 Plus. It's a Dyneema tent. Dyneema is just awesome because it's lightweight. It's pretty durable and it deals with moisture very effectively. If I was sharing my tent with somebody, maybe I was doing the Thru-Hike as a pair with my partner, then I'd probably go with the X-Mid Pro 2 Plus, or if I wanted a ton of space, then the Z-Packs Offset Trio. That thing is a palace. I can kind of see why the Tiger Wall got the highest rated though. It's just, like I said, a good all-arounder, and it probably didn't have many failures. It's a tried and true tent. You can pick it up anywhere, and it's pretty affordable too relative to some of the more ultralight Dyneema tents out there. I'm gonna get dinner going on this little rock here. The highest rated stove was a stove that I had never heard of before. It's the Gigapower, and it's just a weird looking stove. Has these arms that fold out. It doesn't look like it's particularly good in wind. It's not very big, but it got the highest rated, so we're gonna test it out and see how it does. It does have a piezo igniter here, so let's see if that actually works. Yep, okay. That could have been it right there. If people have a piezo igniter that works, then for a lot of people that's gonna be the difference maker. This thing puts out a strong flame too. Maybe it just boils water fast. That could be another reason why it got a lot of high ratings. Once this is done boiling, I'm gonna do a little bit of stretching, which I find super effective. If you're a thru hiker, stretch at the end of every day. It's gonna be a game changer for you. And then I'm gonna hit the hay because I am pooped. Like I said, tomorrow we'll go over the sleep system as well as that down jacket that I said is a kind of weird one. So 3 items tomorrow morning that we're gonna go over, and should be good. Good night, everybody. Good morning. Waking up this morning was awesome because I got to see the sunrise through the mesh of my tent. That was really cool. But before we get into how I slept last night and the sleep system, let's talk about this down jacket because I've got some thoughts. The jacket's the Mountain Hardwear Ghost Whisper Ultralight. The regular Ghost Whisper was a fan favorite of thru hikers and backpackers for years, but with more affordable and kind of like better options coming on the market, it's kind of slowly declined in popularity. So I was pretty surprised when the Ultralight Ghost Whisper was the top rated jacket, and there's 2 reasons why I think it may have entered into that spot. The first one is it's very lightweight. It's made it with 7 denier shell fabric, 1,000 power filled down. It's just a very lightweight jacket. The second reason is psychology. There's a lot of studies out there that show if someone spent more money on an item, they're more likely to rate that item higher than if they had spent less money on the exact same item. That's pretty crazy. It's pretty mind-blowing and might be the explanation of why the Ghost Whisper Ultralight rated so highly, because it is a very expensive item. It's one of the most expensive ultralight down jackets that you can get. The jacket's a pretty cool piece of technology. Like I said, it uses really high-end materials. But for most people, whether you're thru hiking or the average backpacker, I don't think it's the right call. There's a lot of other good options out there. For thru hikers, the Enlightened Equipment Torrid is great because it's made with synthetic material, so it's gonna dry faster, which can be an issue if you do get caught in a storm or high humidity conditions on trail. And then for the average backpacker, check out the Trek 100 down jacket from Decathlon or the Uniqlo down jacket. Both those are under $100 and perform very well and are still pretty lightweight. Let's dive into the sleep system because I think getting a good night's sleep is one of the most important things when you're backpacking or thru hiking. Let's pull the sleeping bag away and we'll take a look at the sleeping pad first. You may notice that I have a pillow on here. This is my homemade Big Sky Dream Nation ultralight pillow. It uses Dyneema patches on the side in order to attach a pad strap. I think you should have a pillow if you're gonna be backpacking or thru hiking. It just makes your sleep that much more comfortable. The top rated sleeping pad was the Thermarest X-Therm. This surprised me because this is what I use when it's -30, -40 degrees out and I'm winter camping. So I was surprised to see it on a Pacific Crest Trail top rated gear list, but this is what it is. People want to stay warm. It's a lightweight pad. It's by far not the most comfortable pad out there, but if you want something lightweight and then warm, this is going to be your best bet. Thermarest pads are also really reliable. I've never had an issue with a Thermarest pad, and that can't be said for all the sleeping pads out there that I've tested. So while this is a great pad, is it a pad that I think is right for thru hikers and the average backpacker? Probably not. It's a little bit overkill. If I was thru hiking, I would get something in the Xped Ultra line, maybe the Xped Ultra 3R if I slept a little bit warmer, or if I wanted something that was gonna really keep me warm, if I was a cold sleeper, then I'd get the 5R version. Both those pads are very lightweight, but also much more comfortable than the X-Therm. For the average backpacker like me going out 2, 3, 4 days, then in those kind of scenarios, I prioritize comfort. And for comfort, you can't beat the REI Helix and the Zenbivy Ultralight sleeping pads. They're a little bit heavier, quite a bit heavier than the Xtherm, but are such comfortable pads. You're gonna get great night's sleep. The top rated top insulation was a sleeping bag. It wasn't a quilt, which kind of surprised me because I find quilts more comfortable generally than sleeping bags, and then also they're more lightweight, which is something that Thru-Hikers are prioritizing. But this Feathered Friends Flicker UL30 sleeping bag is very interesting because it doesn't have a hood, so there's no hood on this end, which makes kind of rolling around with it a lot more easily if you are shifting positions over the course of the night. I find that hoods are kind of the big limiting factor for me when I'm doing that. The other thing with this one is that it opens up all the way down and there's little loops on the side here. So you could attach a pad strap to this and use it like a quilt. Last night started off really warm, so for the majority of the night I was sleeping under this fully opened up like a quilt, and I was still able to toss and turn, introduced a few drafts, but overall was very comfortable. And then once it cooled off in the morning, I was able to just do it up, and then it was a nice toasty sleeping bag. The issue with sleeping bags though that I've discovered is if I'm laying on my back, then I'm compressing all that insulation underneath me, and then as soon as I turn to my side, I'm exposing all of that compressed insulation to the air and kind of get a little bit of a cold spot. So I find with sleeping bags, I really have to try and stay in the exact same position all night if I want to maximize warmth. I'm really excited to test this sleeping bag more. Feathered Friends I've heard great things about, and I can tell that this sleeping bag is really well put together. It has an awesome draft collar, good snaps. The zipper guard is phenomenal. There's a draft tube all on the zipper as well in order to prevent drafts there. It just seems like a very well-built sleeping bag. The other consideration with a hoodless sleeping bag is you do need a hat. So I wore this merino wool hat, which I wear most of the time anyways, because I like that I can pull it down over my eyes and keep the sun out. That was an interesting trip. There's some really cool gear that I've never tried before, like the sleeping bag and then the pack. Those are standout items for me. But then also some gear that I think Thru-Hikers on the PCT need to take another look at. There's probably some better options out there, like with the tent and the sleeping pad. Why should you listen to me and watch this video about the best and worst REI gear? I've never worked at REI, I'm not very entertaining, and only my dog really thinks I'm cool. But I am one of the biggest gear nerds out there, and I've tested more gear than you can shake a stick at, including almost all the gear that REI currently sells. Some of the REI branded gear is my favorite gear out there, while over the course of my testing, I've also uncovered some duds. This pack contains 3 REI products that I think are amazing, 3 that based on my testing are pretty bad, and then 3 popular items that I'm testing for the first time on this trip in order to determine whether they're good or bad. One of the items that I'm testing out for the first time is this sun hoodie. I came across it after watching YouTube videos from Kyle Hates Hiking, Craig Adams, and Miranda Goes Outside. All 3 of those YouTubers have really liked this sun hoodie at one point or another, and at $50, I thought to myself, I have to check it out and see what it's all about. This video isn't sponsored by REI. I bought some of the gear myself, and then REI sent some of it to me for review purposes as well. If you think that getting some of this gear for free somehow compromises the video or is gonna make me biased as I look at the gear, then I challenge you to watch the whole video and comment what gear you think I got for free and what gear you think I paid for myself based on how I'm reviewing it and what my thoughts are on whether it's good or bad. The reason why I think REI products are pretty neat and why I wanted to make this video is because while other big brands like Osprey and Big Agnes have kind of stagnated when it comes to innovation, REI is still trying new things, releasing new products, and while that does result in some duds, it also has resulted in some really cool products. While hiking so far, the shoes have really started causing me some issues. I was really excited about these because they have mega grip on the sole, which makes them really sticky. They have good stack height. It seemed very comfortable when I tried them on in the store, but I'm getting hot spots on my heel on both of my feet right now, and it's really slowing me down because I don't want to develop a blister. I've stopped in this shaded area in order to take a little bit of a break as well as deal with my feet. I pulled out my first aid kit. I'm going to use some Leuco tape as well as my little scissors here in order to add some patches onto my heels and then hopefully alleviate the hot spots. I really want to deal with this right now because soon I'm going to have a decision point where I can continue on my planned route, which involved doing a big loop with a bigger day today and then a really short day tomorrow. Or I can switch it up and do an out and back where I have a shorter day today and tomorrow in order to kind of just take care of my feet. So if I put on the Leukotape and I'm feeling good, then I might take that longer route. If I put on Leukotape and I'm still feeling hot spots, then I'll probably shorten the trip up. I'm just getting to the decision point that I mentioned earlier. If I head that way, then that's the original longer route. If I head that way, then it's the shorter route. I'm leaning towards taking the long route just because it's only past noon right now. And even if I take my time, stop, apply more Leukotape, that kind of thing, faff about, then I should still make it to the campsite before dark. While I may regret taking the long way, I just really want to get a good test in on both the sun shirt as well as the third new piece of gear that I'm testing out, the REI Flash Air 50 pack. It's an ultralight version of the REI Flash 55, which is a pack that I've tested out a whole bunch. But I'm curious to see whether REI had to make too many sacrifices in order to achieve about a 30% lower weight with the Flash Air 50 compared to the Flash 55. We're gonna see. We haven't really talked about the 6 other pieces of gear, the 3 best and the 3 worst pieces of gear from REI that I've tested. They're all mostly camp items, so we'll have to wait till we get to camp in order to talk about those as well. Things are getting a little bit interesting here. I'm leaving the zone with all those water tanks and good accessible water. So I filled up that little stream that was probably the last water for a bit here and filled up both my water bottles as well as 3 liters of water, because at this point, I'm just gonna be hiking until I hit some sort of campsite. I don't know when that's gonna be or how long. Yeah, I'm hitting a junction right up here where I'm gonna be turning left and starting to gain elevation pretty quickly, which usually is not a good sign for campsites. I'm gonna have to wait until I kind of drop back down into another valley before I probably find anywhere to spend the night. I am getting really pooped. Started down in the valley over there and then gained all this elevation. I think I just have a little bit more elevation to go before dropping down into a valley on the other side where hopefully there's a campsite. In hindsight, I probably should have taken the easier day, but that's never really been my style, has it? I always seem to be kind of taking the hard route and then end up pushing myself quite a bit. And that's the case today. It's gonna be an over 20 kilometer day, lots of elevation gain in really hot sun. It's been a tough one. I made it to the high point. If it wasn't so windy, I'd camp up here and watch the sunset somewhere over there. It'd be pretty spectacular. As it stands, I think I'm gonna be slowly dropping elevation and then maybe running into a meadow, if I remember correctly, somewhere kind of beyond that next ridge. Maybe with some good views of the needle, we'll see. I'm gonna put the camera away and just push it until I find a campsite because it's getting pretty late in the day and I still wanna share with you guys the best and worst gear from REI outside of the 3 that I'm testing on this trip. I think this is where I'm gonna set up camp. Well, I know this is where I'm gonna set up camp because I'm not hiking another mile. We ended up at just under 20 miles on the day, which was way more than I bargained for, and it really kicked my butt. And the sun is starting to set, so let's just dive right into it because I have a lot of gear I want to talk about right now. Starting with the shoes, these shoes really disappointed me. I didn't really expect much, but I expected them to do better than they did. Not only did I have hot spots in the heel that I'm pretty sure have caused blisters, but the upper material is really stretchy. So as I was going downhill, my foot would slide right to the front and just really bang up my big toe. I don't have wide feet, but this shoe was feeling very narrow on my foot. My pinky toe is just getting crammed right against the side. And I'm pretty sure I'm gonna lose a pinky toenail as well as a big toenail because of this. The only thing this shoe has going for it is the Vibram Mega Grip sole. Super sticky sole, I love it. But the shoe just doesn't work for me, and because of that, it's gonna end up in the bad REI gear pile. As for the other new gear that I'm testing on this trip, let's give the shirt a smell, see how it's doing. Pretty okay. It smells worse than I would like after one day of hiking, but I did put a lot of hiking in it, so I'm gonna have to wait till tomorrow to see to see what I think about the smell and the sun protection aspect. I also want tomorrow to do a little bit more testing with the pack before I share my thoughts on it. There's some things that I like about it, some things that I'm not quite sure of and I may need to tweak in order to make it work for me. But it does lead us into the first awesome piece of gear from REI that I've been a big fan of for years. It's the big brother of this pack. It's the Flash 55 pack. And it's really the pack that I go to when I want something that's going to be very comfortable and able to carry a lot of weight. I've had over 45 pounds in that pack and it carried it phenomenally. The reason it's able to carry so much weight well is because of the stiff foam that it uses throughout the torso and then the hip belt. And then it has an adjustable torso on the newer version. So that allows you to really dial in the fit so that you're able to transfer weight to your hips and carry that weight effectively. The other thing that I really like about the Flash 55 are the water bottle pockets. It has separate water bottle pockets from the side pockets, and it makes it really easy to reach back, grab water, take a sip, and put that water back, even if you have bad shoulders and short arms like I do. All the other gear is related to camp life, so I'm gonna get camp set up and then we'll share with you the other items that are good and bad from REI. It's probably only fair that we alternate good gear, bad gear, so let's go over one of REI's gear duds. It's this tent, it's the Flash Air 2-person tent. There's 4 main reasons why I don't like this tent. The first one is the material that it's made of. It's made of a sil nylon, and I just really don't like nylon for tents these days. Whenever I have tents made of nylon out in rain or condensation, the nylon stretches and sags and it just creates a bad experience. And while that sag and stretch is annoying with a freestanding tent, it's even more of an issue with a trekking pole tent like this one. The second thing also has to do with how this tent handles weather conditions. It's a single wall tent, so you don't have that physical barrier between you and the outer fly in order to protect you from condensation. But the issue I have with it isn't with touching the condensation, it's the fact that I'm pretty sure condensation, when it builds up enough inside this tent, is gonna run down the tent and then into the corners and pool inside the tent with you, getting your stuff wet. This is a documented issue with the first version of this tent that REI put out, but based on my analysis of how this new version is constructed, I think it could still be a problem. The third thing is how hard this tent is to set up. I'm usually really good at setting up trekking pole tents. With the Flash Air, I just have troubles. I don't know whether it's the struts at either end causing me problems or the fact that it just doesn't seem to ever line up perfectly, but I find I'm having to make a little bit more adjustments and kind of fine tuning than I do with other trekking pole tents that I use. My fourth issue isn't necessarily with this tent, but how it stacks up with the competition. It really falls flat when you look at it compared to other tents like the Durston X-Mid, which is lighter, cheaper, more spacious, and easier to set up. The second good item is the FlexLight Air Chair. What makes this stand apart isn't its comfort or anything like that. I find it a little bit less stable and less comfortable than the Helinox Chair Zero, but the FlexLight Air is significantly cheaper at $100, often on sale for quite a bit less than that, compared to the mid-hundreds for the Helinox Chair Zero. The FlexLight Air weighs the same as the Helinox Chair Zero, and for me, that comfort and stability edge that the Helinox Chair Zero has isn't enough to make up how much less expensive the FlexLight Air is. So if I was gonna be picking up an ultralight chair for the first time, I'd go with the FlexLight Air. As I was putting this list together, there are some pieces of gear that I flip-flopped back and forth, whether I thought it was good or whether I thought it was bad, and the 650 down jacket was one of those items. This jacket is a pretty good deal. It costs only $120, often going on sale. It's pretty lightweight, pretty warm, but the issue that I have with it is that the competition is just better at this point. The Decathlon Trek 100, the Uniqlo down jacket, both of those jackets are cheaper, lighter weight, and warmer. REI is continually releasing new versions of this jacket, so maybe the next one will be cheaper, lighter weight, and warmer, and really stand up to the competition. But in its current iteration, and probably the next one as well, I'm guessing, it's just not up to the task, and because of that, it's getting put in the bad category. If you follow the channel, then it's not going to be a surprise to you that the REI Helix is in the good category. What makes this pad stand out is the comfort. This is the most comfortable sleeping pad that I've ever tested, and at this point in time is the king of comfort when it comes to sleeping pads. The reason for that is twofold. First of all, it lives up to its 4.8 R value. It's a very warm sleeping pad. I've tested out in all sorts of conditions. The second thing is that it's very good at relieving pressure points. If you're a side sleeper, you're not gonna have your arm go numb or fall asleep, and you're not gonna be feeling a lot of pressure on your hip. And that's due to this baffling system where you have these little air springs that compress as you lay on it and then really just, like I said, do a good job relieving pressure. The Helix is still far from being the best pad out there. I'm not super stoked on the valve. It's also a little bit heavy, but if you're looking for a comfortable pad, then definitely check out the Helix. The third item in the bad category is the Magma 30 quilt. I was really sad to put this quilt in here because I'm happy that REI is trying to make more ultralight gear with quilts, with trekking pole tents. It's awesome. They just have a ways to go before they make some products that I think are really gonna click. The Magma quilt does a lot right. It has pad straps, it has a snap at the neck as well as a draft tube around the neck in order to lock in heat, but the problem with it is that it doesn't sleep as warm as it's advertised. I've had it down to 40 degrees Fahrenheit. It was starting to feel a little bit of chill at that temperature, which is disappointing. The pad strap system is also really annoying. Speaking of annoying things, it's these toggles and loops, and you basically have to loosen off the pad strap anytime you want to take the toggle out of the loop, which in the middle of the night when you have to pee is a bit of a pain. I'd also love to see REI drop the price of the Magma 30 quilt. That's something that I think REI has a lot of potential with. They can take ultralight gear like quilts and trekking pole tents and make them more accessible. A lot of people out there want to be able to go into a store, touch a product, try it out, and with REI's return policy, you can take it back if it doesn't work for you. And I think that's awesome. It's a really good way for people to get into ultralight gear. REI just needs to dial things in a little bit. That was a bit of a scramble getting everything talked about before the sun fully sets. Tomorrow, we'll really go over the pack as well as this sun hoodie and I'll let you know what I think. Right now, I'm gonna do some stretching, eat dinner, and then go to bed and get a really good night's sleep on that REI Helix. Good morning. I got up bright and early this morning with the sunrise. Got my tent all packed up, ate breakfast, and hit the trail so I can put in a few more miles before sharing my final thoughts with you guys on this sun hoodie and this pack. It's been a few miles of hiking and this seems like a good spot to talk about the pack. I'm a little bit on the fence about the Flash Air 50. It has some of the features of the Flash 55 that I really like. For instance, the side water bottle pockets here, which are really easy to access, but everything is just tweaked a little bit to be not quite as good. For instance, these side water bottle pockets are not stretchy, so I don't think you could fit bigger water bottles as easily in there, something like a Nalgene, and maybe that was on purpose. This is meant to be more of an ultralight pack at 850 grams, which is good job REI. That's very lightweight for a mainstream pack. But something that they didn't need to make smaller was the front pocket. This thing is teeny tiny. You can barely fit anything in here, which is very disappointing. I like a big front pocket. I don't always use it, but when I do, I find that it's really useful. Something that I did not miss with the Flash Air was the fact that there's no brain. I like a brain on a pack. It's nice to put your wallet, passport, things that you want to keep safe and maybe not get access to very often, but I was able to just put that inside the pack in a stuff sack and it's no problem. The big benefit of the Flash 55, I think, is its carrying capacity, partly due to having an adjustable torso which the Flash Air does not have, but also due to the stiffness of the foam and how well it kind of contours to your body and transfers weight to your hips. I'm not 100% sure if this is just in my mind or if it's actually true, but it feels like the foam on the Flash Air isn't quite as stiff as the Flash 55. Now that I'm feeling it right now, maybe it is. It's really hard to tell. I have to do a side-by-side comparison, but that would make a big difference in carrying capacity as well as that adjustable torso. For some reason on this trip, I was probably carrying max 40 pounds when I had full water. And I was feeling just not quite as comfortable as the Flash 55. Maybe that's because this pack needs to contour to my body a little bit more. Maybe it's the fact that the foam isn't as stiff, which on second thought, I'm thinking isn't the case. What it probably is the fact that the torso isn't adjustable. So right now this torso feels a little bit small for me, even though I'm right in the range of medium, which is what this pack is. And for that reason, it's not transferring weight quite as well to my hips, and I'm carrying a lot more weight on my shoulders. So overall, good pack. There's nothing major that I would say is bad with the Flash Air, except for the price. It's $300, which is $100 more than the Flash 55. And that's just really too bad. I don't think it justifies that price bump because it's not really made with some innovative materials. If anything, they cut features from this pack compared to the Flash 55. So I think it should cost the same, and you get this if you want something a little bit more lightweight, and then you get the Flash 55 if you want more volume and something that can carry weight a little bit better. I can see why they did it. They want to position the Flash Air as kind of the premium ultralight pack, and ultralight gear just has that ultralight tax on it, but it's really too bad. I think REI could have reached a lot of people who are maybe ultralight curious with this pack if they had priced it maybe even in like the $240 range and then dropped the Flash 55 down to like $180. That would have been really nice. As for the sun hoodie, I'm also kind of on the fence about it. It feels great. It's very breathable, lightweight. It's cool. It was very hot yesterday and I never felt like I was really overheating in this, which I was kind of surprised about because I find polyester to be a little bit warm sometimes, but because of how lightweight it is, I never felt that. It's also a great fit. This is a size medium. I'm 180 pounds, 5'10", and I think it fits really nicely, kind of like a little athletic fit. The polyester is a little bit clingy, I guess. I think I like nylon because if I'm feeling a little bit bloated, this belly just doesn't show quite as much, but that's more of a vanity thing, I think, than a comment on the shirt. The two issues that I have with it are, first of all, the hood. I find the hood is just a little bit small. I wouldn't mind if it was bigger in order to provide a little bit more protection on the side of my face. I found that I was constantly trying to like fidget with it and just pull it a little bit more forward. The Outdoor Research Astroman that I have just has a bigger hood and I really like that. The other factor is the thing that I was worried about, and that's smell. Last night when I got to camp, it wasn't too bad, but this morning it's had a chance to kind of sit and fester a little bit, and I've been hiking a few more miles. And it doesn't, once you get into the armpit, it just doesn't smell good. And I get wafts of myself every once in a while, which is unfortunate. I kind of expected it because polyester is a very stinky fabric, but I was hoping I'd at least get like 2-3 days out of it before it started to stink. Maybe other people out there like Craig, Miranda, Kyle, maybe they just don't stink as much, or they just don't care that they stink and they're able to get away with a shirt like this. But for me, a stinky shirt is kind of a non-starter, so I'm probably not going to be using this shirt very much. I'm going to be going back to my Astroman, or if I want something that's really not going to stink, then the alpaca wool sun hoodie that I have from Appalachian Gear Company. If you're interested in any of the gear that I talked about today, including some of the alternatives like the X-Mid, the Astroman, that alpaca sun hoodie, then I'll have links in the video description and in the comments so you guys can go check it out. I'm about to start a backpacking trip with a pack that has a base weight under 5 pounds. Having a low pack weight makes hiking easier and can help reduce injuries, but usually it involves a lot of sacrifices to comfort. My goal for this trip was to hit that 5-pound base weight without sacrifice, and we're gonna see whether I was able to do that while bringing the gear necessary in order to be comfortable. I find that there's 3 ways that using a lighter pack makes hiking easier for me. The first one is that uphills are so much easier, and it makes sense. You're really stacking the cards in your favor when it comes to that competition against gravity. The second thing is that I'm a lot more nimble. If I'm on a really rocky trail or I'm having to do some sort of scramble, then having a lighter pack makes that a whole lot easier because I don't have the weight kind of pulling me in different directions or kind of pulling me down. The third thing is that I'm able to just hike faster. and that may seem like an obvious one because less weight on your back is going to be easier on your feet, your knees, and your joints. So you're going to be able to move quicker because you'll be in less pain. But a big part of it for me is that super ultralight packs like the one I have on right now usually don't have hip belts. And I find that just really frees up my hips to take longer strides and move quickly. I don't have long legs. I kind of have stumpy legs. So I'll take any advantage that I can get. I ran into this beautiful stream here, so I'm gonna fill up on water. Water is a place where you can sacrifice a ton of comfort, but also drop a ton of weight from your pack. On this trip, I think I found the perfect balance in what I brought with me in order to stay hydrated, but also not increase my weight too much. For my water bottles, I'm using 2 1-liter Dasani bottles. I could drop down to 1 liter of carrying capacity, but I like the security of having 2 liters. These are the lightest plastic water bottles that you can pick up at the gas station that are still compatible with smart caps, which just makes drinking water a lot easier. I think they're about 20 grams for this entire water bottle system, which is about half the weight of smart water bottles, but not as durable. Like, this isn't gonna last you multiple seasons like smart water bottles would. For a filter, yes, I'm using a filter because that increases comfort a huge amount. You could just use tabs, little tabs that you put in the water and then that purifies it, but those take 30 minutes in order to become effective, and they're a pain. And if you have water that's kind of grimy, maybe a little silty, then you're not filtering anything out of that water, and you're gonna be drinking that sand, drinking that grit. It's just gonna be purified. So a filter is really nice to have, and the Catalina Be-Free is pretty much the pinnacle of ultralight filters. This thing's super lightweight. You can use it to store a liter of water as well if you want to. I did have it clog on me on the Great Divide Trail where it just stopped flowing altogether. So a little bit of a red flag there, but I'm giving it another try because you just really can't beat it when it comes to ultralight filters. I like that I can just store the Be-Free in the shoulder pocket of the pack. It makes it really easy to just take the filter out and filter water into my water bottles without even having to take my pack off, which allows me to keep moving and cover a lot of distance if that's what my goal is. That's one of the things that I really love about this pack that I'm using, that I can access items super easily while I'm hiking. It's the pretty much brand new Durston Wapta 30 pack. It's a 30 liter ultralight pack. It comes with either a hip belt, or you can take the hip belt off if you want to drop a lot of weight. That's how I have it right now. For how capable this pack is, it weighs an insanely little amount. For access to items, you have the 2 shoulder pockets, great for filters, sunglasses, phone, bear spray, whatever you want to stick in there. And then the side pockets are awesome. I can actually reach back, grab water bottles, and put them back easily, even with my bad shoulder flexibility and short arms, which is awesome because with super ultralight packs like this that don't have a hip belt, oftentimes the torso is a lot shorter, and because of that, it brings these side pockets up higher, and then it makes it harder to reach back and grab them. So I think what Durston did with this, he kind of dropped them a little bit, so while the torso kind of sits higher, the water bottle pockets are sitting a little bit lower, and it makes it easier to grab the water bottles. There's also a giant front pocket here. If you overload the internal capacity, you can fit a lot of extra stuff in this front pocket. Another piece of gear storage that some people might not even realize when they first get the pack is that there's a bottom pocket. You have an opening on the right-hand side so you can store stuff in there, reach in, and grab it pretty easily as you're hiking. The one kind of minor gripe that I have is because the side pockets drop a little bit, you kind of have to push your water bottle up in order to reach back and grab anything from that side pocket. With the ability to add a hip belt, it makes it a super versatile pack, and I have a feeling it's going to be taken on most of my trips this summer. If you're interested in this pack or any of the gear that I'm talking about today, then I'll have my full Pack Wizard gear list in the video description, as well as a list of all the gear from the video. So I just hit this gate, and it's got me thinking about that little stream and oasis where I filled up on water. That was pretty beautiful, and I think I want to head back there in order to set up camp. I could keep going. This is an out and back trip, and I could camp basically wherever I want, turn around wherever I want, but that was one of the nicest campsites I've seen in a really long time, especially on a hot desert day. So I'm gonna head back there and spend the afternoon cooling off. I'm also excited to share with you guys the rest of the gear that I brought along on this trip, because I bet there's a lot of you out there who are having troubles believing that I was able to pack a roomy, fully enclosed tent, a comfortable sleeping pad, and then a cozy quilt and pillow, not to mention a full cook system in order to have a hot meal tonight. I'm at camp. I got my little 2-pound home all set up. I've already done some exploring. I filled up on water. I even went for a swim for actually quite a while. I just went and just laid in the water. It felt so good. And then just kind of dried off in the sun. It's been a nice afternoon. But I've realized as I've been unpacking and kind of doing my things around camp that there's 4 items that I really miss already, or I think I'm going to really miss over the course of this trip. I knew there was going to be sacrifices, but I didn't really know what to expect when it came to gear that I'd actually miss. And this wasn't planned at all, but these 4 gear items are also carried by the sponsor of today's video, Garage Growing Gear. So I'm kind of throwing out the script. There wasn't a script, but I'm going to be throwing out what I was going to say about Garage Growing Gear in the sponsor spot. and instead talk about these 4 gear items and why I miss them. The first item is camp shoes. I love taking off my sweaty, wet, dirty, grimy shoes at the end of the day, slipping into some camp shoes. I also like them so that when I'm getting out of my tent to go pee, maybe in the middle of the night, I can just throw those on instead of having to put my feet into my stinky shoes. Garage Run Gear carries the best ultralight sandals out there, the Mayfly sandals. I use them for 36 days on the Great Divide Trail, and they're one of my favorite pieces of gear. They're super lightweight, not made for kind of walking around, but just to keep your feet from getting super dirty. They're great. They're an awesome little sandal, but yeah, not for everybody. The second item would keep me from having to sit on this rock, and that's a chair. A chair is kind of one of those things where if you have some rocks around, you can just sit on a rock, but I'm not getting any younger, and I really like to be able to take the load off my back, get some back support. And for that reason, a chair is really nice. The third thing is an inReach. It's not super critical on this trip. I kind of knew that I'd have in and out cell phone reception throughout the entire trip. That's why I didn't bring the inReach. Normally, I would not go on a trip without my inReach, because if I got into trouble, I could press that SOS button, and it's really nice to be able to message back home with Stephipoo. But on this trip, I didn't bring it. I think that's kind of a mistake. I think it's one of those things where no matter how ultralight the trip is, I'm gonna be throwing that into my pack. The fourth thing is a battery bank. Because there is intermittent cell phone reception, my phone was constantly trying to look for a signal, and that just takes the battery in my phone. And because of that, I'm kind of riding the edge on whether I'm gonna have enough battery to get me through the rest of the trip. And a battery bank would solve that problem. Not only is it useful in order to keep my phone charged so I can take pictures and videos and that kind of thing, but in case of an emergency, I want to have my inReach and my phone fully charged, ready to go, and be able to keep them topped up while I'm going through an emergency. The nice thing about Garage Run Gear is that you can get all of these items as well as a ton of other ultralight gear and gear made by Cottage Brand, some gear that you can't get anywhere else, all in one place, and you're not having to search across the internet, going to different websites, ordering stuff, getting multiple packages. It's just a lot easier to go to Garage Run Gear, look up everything that you need, and get it all in one order. Like I mentioned, I did bring a full cook system in order to boil some water in order to make a nice hot freeze-dried meal. This is the Peak Refuel chicken pesto pasta. There's 920 calories in a 162 gram package, and it's delicious. It's one of my favorite Peak Refuels or any freeze-dried meal out there. For the cook system, I have a pink titanium spoon. This goes a long way in making my entire pack feel a lot lighter. And then I have a 550 Tokes titanium light pots. This is the most ultralight version that they have. And then a little mini Bic lighter, small fuel canister, and a BRS 3000 stove. This cook system weighs very, very little, and it goes a long way to feeling comfortable on trail when you're able to have a hot meal at the end of the day, even if you're in the desert like I am right now. Before we jump into my tiny home here, there's 3 important things I want to tell you guys about: clothing, ditties, and pooping. Pooping is easy, no toilet paper involved. I just have everything in this little Poopmoji bag, my Bogler trowel, my Kulo Clean, and soap. By using the Kulo Clean with one of my water bottles, I'm able to introduce water into the back end after going number 2, wash up with the soap, and be nice and clean. I tried going back to toilet paper for the last couple of trips, but I realized that I'm just a big fan of backcountry bidets, and I feel so much cleaner, way cleaner than smearing poop around day after day. For my ditties, I'm keeping everything in this plastic bag. It's very lightweight and doesn't cost a whole lot. I like Dyneema bags, but you don't need to be spending a ton of money on Dyneema bags in order to hold your ditties. In here, I have earplugs, lip chap, daily drugs, my toothbrush, and then toothpaste tabs. Toothpaste tabs are definitely my favorite ultralight solution for toothpaste, way better than carrying those little tubes around. For clothing, I'm keeping it pretty minimal. I just have the clothing that I'm hiking in. I'll probably sleep naked. It's a pretty comfortable sleeping pad in order to do that. And then I have a jacket for warmth in case it gets colder or in case of an emergency. Having a warm jacket I think is really important. And this one is super ultralight. It's 138 grams. It's the Montbell Plasma 1000. It doesn't have a hood. I'll just throw on my hood for my sun hoodie if I need that extra little bit of protection. It's pretty warm considering how lightweight it is. I've been wearing it around town at home and been pleasantly surprised. It doesn't have a ton of competition out there either. There's not a lot of jackets that are this lightweight, and it's due to the materials that it uses. 7 denier shell fabric, 1000 power fill down. It's a pretty cool jacket. The tent that I'm using is a freestanding tent. It's the Z-Packs Plex Solo Light. So they cut a bunch of weight off of the regular Plex Solo by making a lighter weight bottom to it, as well as tightening up the weight on the guy lines. It's a pretty cool tent, and because of those weight savings, it's why I'm able to now get a fully enclosed shelter at such a low weight instead of having to use a tarp. Because it's a freestanding tent, tent stake choice is very important. I'm storing all my tent stakes inside this Dyneema pouch from All Man's Rights. You could just use an elastic band, but I really like this pouch. But for the tent stakes, I've been testing out a ton over the last little while here. So the ones that I chose for this trip were very deliberate. On the four corners and then the back stake, I'm using these really lightweight MSR carbon core stakes. They're not the most durable stakes out there. They don't have the best holding power, but they're good enough for those positions. And then for the front stake coming off of the peak, that's a very important stake. And I'm using an MSR core stake, which is a 9-inch long peg that has great holding power. In addition to those 6 points that I brought stakes for, the Plex Solo Light has 4 other guy out points. And I didn't want to bring stakes for those because that kind of weight adds up. So what I'm doing instead is putting a stick in the ground and then putting a rock on top of it. I don't need a ton of tension on these. They're more just to kind of make room inside the tent. And that system has worked really well and allowed me to save a bunch of weight. For the sleep system, I put a lot of thought into this, like hours of research and kind of experimentation, because I want a sleep system that's going to be lightweight, but still warm and still comfortable. My goal for this entire setup was to be able to get down to freezing comfortably. The sleeping pad I'm using is the Xped Ultra 3R. It doesn't have the highest R value out there, but I find it performs a little bit better than that R value. So I'm able to get away with a lower R value pad, but that's still going to work down to those freezing temperatures. It's also the only lightweight pad that I found is warm and comfortable. You have pads like the X-Lite, which is super warm, very lightweight, but not very comfortable. And then you have pads like the Big Agnes Zoom UL, which is comfortable and lightweight, but not very warm. So I found the Xped Ultra is like a really nice balance between all of those things that I'm trying to prioritize. I have here the wide square version, so I didn't need to compromise on size with the pad either. I was still able to accommodate a 25-inch wide sleeping pad in this setup, which is another thing that's really important for me in order to get a good night's sleep. Another thing I always need in order to get a good night's sleep is a pillow, particularly a pillow that's tall enough and has a pad strap in order to lock it onto the sleeping pad. And this year I've been able to find pretty much the perfect ultralight pillow for me. It's the Big Sky Dream Nation pillow, but then I added Dyneema patches on the side in order to attach a piece of shot cord to lock it onto the sleeping pad. This pillow is really tall, comfortable, a great baffling system, and pretty comfortable. It's enough for me in order to get by and sleep soundly on an ultralight trip. For the quilt, it's a 40-degree Enlightened Equipment Revelation quilt. Because it's a 40-degree quilt, that's why I need to have the down jacket in order to put that on if I want to really push those temperatures around freezing. But I'm lucky in that quilts are not only the most ultralight option, but I also find them the most comfortable. I'm able to toss and turn and shift positions underneath them really comfortably. And this quilt is made with the most ultralight materials that you can get, 950 power fill down, 7 denier shell fabric. So because of that, this is just a very lightweight quilt. The whole setup is insanely lightweight. It blows my mind that I can now get a fully enclosed tent, a pillow, sleeping pad, and quilt for the weight that all of this is. It's a testament to brands innovating and pushing the limits when it comes to ultralight gear. And what I love about ultralight gear is that it eventually kind of becomes more mainstream. And then people who may not be ultralight get the benefits of lighter weight gear that still performs, is still comfortable, and still allows them to enjoy their backpacking trips. I don't think we're quite there yet where a 5-pound base weight is gonna be for everybody. Not only is all this gear expensive, because it is, but it's also missing just a few of those comfort items that I think a lot of people are gonna want. So because of that, I think we're probably sitting around like 6-7 pounds as a very achievable base weight for people who want to be ultralight but still comfortable on trail. And that's pretty cool. A handful of years ago, that would have been over 10 pounds. So cool to see. And I'm pretty happy about it. I loved being able to hike this trip with such a light pack weight. I was able to just kind of fly by, walk around. I felt like I was on a day hike, but now I can camp comfortably afterwards. The cost of all of the gear that I'm using on this trip is over $5,000. I'm not saying that to brag. I want to test this expensive backpacking gear to see whether it's worth it to bring on backpacking trips. Whether that's finding the most comfortable sleep system for at camp or lightening the weight in my pack so I'm more comfortable on trail, I want to see if this gear is worth it or if it's just a giant waste of money. As I test out the gear, I'll let you guys know what I think is worth considering if you want to maximize comfort, and then I'll provide some budget alternatives for the gear that I think is overpriced. We're gonna jump right into it by talking about this over $400 pack from Z-Packs. And while it is an expensive pack, I've used it a lot, and I do think that it's worth it for people out there who want a pack with 3 features that the Arcall has that no other pack has. The first standout feature is its weight. It only weighs 608 grams, which makes it one of the lightest packs on the market that's fully featured. It has all the doodads that you'd expect, like side pockets, a front pocket, a frame, and a full hip belt. The other 2 standout features are on the back of the pack, and it has to do with the overall frame. The first is that you have an adjustable torso here, so you can move the shoulder straps up and down several inches in order to adjust it so that it fits your torso perfectly. And that is really important if you want to transfer weight to the hip belt and carry a lot of weight effectively. I've had over 40 pounds in this pack, and I felt really comfortable with it. The third feature is something that I know a lot of people out there want, and that's a ventilated back. Some way in order to get airflow on your back so that you're not getting really sweaty on those hot days. And the Arcall delivers with a trampoline back that keeps the pack off your back a little bit and allows for more airflow so you're not getting super sweaty. On this trip, I'm using the 50-liter Arcall, which is a little bit small when you're trying to maximize comfort because you're bringing a lot more gear and slightly bulkier gear. So if you are someone who does have a bit more gear on your trips, then I'd probably go for the 60 or even 70-liter pack. I'm not going far on this trip, just about 10 kilometers, which I think is perfect for comfort-focused trips, where you're spending a lot of time at camp and not necessarily hiking for 14 hours of the day, getting to camp and basically going to sleep as soon as you get there. I'm headed to a random camping spot that I've never been to before. It's right on a lake, and I have a feeling it's gonna be quite beautiful, so it's gonna be nice to spend quite a bit of time at camp. The other 2 on-trail items are a smartwatch and a satellite communicator, and I'll start off by saying that I don't actually think either of these items are needed for most people out there. For a satellite communicator, that's because most people are going on trips to well-traveled areas with a group, and if there is an incident, you run into some sort of issue, then you can handle it as a group and it's not gonna be a big deal. Where I think a satellite communicator is worth it, because it is very expensive, you have the upfront cost of the device and then monthly fees that you have to pay, is if you're traveling solo or in really remote areas. For me, I'm backpacking alone in the remote Canadian Rockies where there's a lot of dangers, and I want to be able to press that SOS button if I get into a pickle. It's also great because I can message back and forth with Stephipoo back at home and let her know that I'm okay and haven't been eaten by a grizzly bear. I think there's even fewer instances where a smartwatch is going to be useful for someone. The big one is if you're navigating off trail a lot or going into new areas where there's a lot of broken trail and you have to be making a lot of turn decisions. I use the Garmin Enduro 2 watch as my go-to when I do need a watch for navigating. It's a lot easier to navigate by just looking at your wrist every once in a while and making sure that you're en route instead of having to pull your phone out all the time and draining your phone battery. A smartwatch might also be for you if you're a big data nerd. I'm using the Instinct 2X right now. It doesn't have all of the mapping features like the Enduro 2, but it does track everything that you do. You can keep track of your pace, how long you've been hiking for, elevation gained, elevation that you're at, all those kind of things. And for those of you who are maybe going for a lot of runs during the week and you like to track your activities, then having a smartwatch is really nice. With this video, I don't want to come across like you need expensive gear in order to be comfortable when backpacking. I recently made a different video where I talked about a bunch of comfort-focused gear that was budget-friendly, so go check that out if you haven't already. But I've talked to a lot of people who have told me that the #1 reason why they don't get out backpacking as much as they'd like is because they're uncomfortable out on trail. They'd be willing to spend an extra $100 or $200 in order to get a piece of gear that would make their trips comfortable and allow them to get out more. But you also want to make sure that you're not wasting your money when you're dropping a lot of cash on a piece of gear. And I'm lucky in that I'm able to get my hands on a lot of different gear, including expensive gear, so I can let you guys know whether it's worth it or not. Well, I think these on-trail items are important to talk about, and the pack is pretty cool. What I'm really excited to share with you guys are the items that I have for at camp. I'm gonna pretty much book it down the rest of the trail because my pack only weighs 20 pounds and I can move pretty quickly. And then we'll find hopefully a nice spot to pitch the tent and set up camp. Made it to the lake and the spot where I'm gonna be setting up camp. This north side's pretty marshy, so I think I'm gonna have to walk around the lake, try and find somewhere to camp, maybe in the trees on that point or that point. We'll walk around and find something nice, but overall this is a nice spot. I think I found the spot. Nice flat ground, protected from the wind pretty well. View of the lake, view of the mountains. Yeah, this is a nice spot. I got my tent set up. This is a beautiful spot, so it's time to celebrate with a little little tasty beverage. There's two items that you can see right now that I think are essential if you want to be as comfortable as possible on a backpacking trip. The first one is this chair, and the second one is the tent. The chair is the Moonlight Elite chair, and I have every chair, ultralight chair that you can get, and this is the one that I find myself bringing on most of my trips. And there's two reasons why. The first one is that it has these toggles on the side that allows you to kind of recline or cinch it up and then sit a little bit more upright. I like to recline when I'm having a beer, sitting around camp, and then I cinch it up if I'm like cooking dinner or eating dinner, stuff like that. I also like that the carrying case for it doubles as a footprint. So you put these on the four legs and then it keeps you from sinking into the ground, which is great if the ground is soft like it is in the springtime right now, or if you're on sand, that kind of thing. That being said, it's not cheap at $180, which is really expensive, especially when you can get a chair like the REI FlexLight Air, which is lighter than this one and only around $100. But the FlexLight Air doesn't come with a footprint, so you're gonna have issues with it sinking to the ground. It doesn't have the reclining feature. And I honestly, considering how much time I spend in a chair when I'm on a comfort trip, it's nice to invest into a comfortable one. For the tent, we have one of the craziest tents on the market. It costs $900, but I think for some people out there, the features that this tent brings to the table is gonna make that price tag worth it. There's really only three ways that a piece of gear can make a backpacking trip more comfortable. The first one is that the piece of gear is lightweight, so it's more comfortable to carry when you're on trail. The second way is that it could be more functional than a comparable piece of gear. And the third way is that it could bring you peace of mind. Like with the satellite communicator, being able to message back and forth with loved ones back at home could make you feel more comfortable while you're out on trail. The Z-Packs Offset Trio addresses two of those factors. First of all, it's very lightweight at just over 700 grams, which is insane for a tent that's this big. It's a 3-person tent, but I consider it more like a roomy 2-person tent. You can fit two 25-inch wide sleeping pads in there and have tons of room left over for activities or to bring a furry friend or a baby. In order to maximize space, it also has these two struts at either end in order to pull out the head and foot end of the tent in order to just really volumize the tent and add a lot of space inside of it. And that's the second way the Offset's more comfortable. It's just an overall very functional tent. In addition to the size and space inside of it, it's also made with a very functional material, Dyneema composite fabric. DCF has a few properties that make it awesome for backpacking tents. It's lightweight, but still very strong, and it doesn't absorb any water or moisture, so it's not gonna sag or stretch when wet. The Offset isn't gonna be the most storm-worthy tent with those struts and the big panels. It's gonna take wind and get buffeted around a little bit, but it's gonna be the tent that I think I'm gonna bring when I'm going on trips with Stephipoo and we just want something roomy and lightweight. And it might be the tent that I end up bringing once we have our little baby girl and we're trying to go backpacking as a family. I'm gonna wait until tomorrow morning to share with you guys the sleep system that I have here behind me. I think a sleep system is probably the most important comfort item that you bring on backpacking trips. And I have a sleep system that's similar to one that I've told you guys is comfortable in the past, but with some modifications in order to make it what I think will be even more comfortable. But what I will share with you tonight are some more comfort, kind of knickknacks, little things that you have around camp that are just gonna make camp life that much better. The first one is a pump in order to inflate your sleeping pad. I really like the FlexTail Tiny Pump 2X. It's a little bit heavier than the Zero Pump, but it has more pressure, so you don't have to put as many breaths into the sleeping pad after you use the pump to inflate it. It also has a light on it, which is really nice to hang up in your tent and just kind of add some ambiance, or if you're hanging out with somebody else, maybe play some cards or something like that. At this point, pumps are kind of interesting because I think they've gone from being a comfort, maybe luxury item to a pretty much standard kit for a lot of people out there. And FlexTail really has a corner on the market. Another item is something that I haven't really talked about on the channel much, but that I've been bringing on a lot of my winter trips or colder weather trips, and that's rechargeable hand warmers. These ones are made by Okupa and they have a USB-C port in order to recharge. You just double press the button, you have 3 different warmth settings, and you can just hold on to these in order to warm up your hands, put them in your sleeping bag in order to warm that up once you get into it. And that's what I use it for. I put one at the foot end of my sleeping bag or my quilt, and then I kind of hug one and then just warm up my body. They put off a lot of heat. I like that these are reusable. I'm not that big of a fan of the ones they have to shake and then dispose of because I just feel like I'm creating a lot of waste. And I like these ones because I can just reuse them time and time again. Bugs are starting to get bad, but I did bring something to deal with that. But before I share that, I'm gonna put on my socks and my slippers here because my feet got a little bit wet walking around the lake here. There's quite a few wet spots and I didn't really avoid them. I just trudged right through them. These are awesome little socks. They're made with Alpha Direct material, so they're super lightweight yet still really warm. And then these are my little slippers from Mountain Equipment Company, which I really like. In order to deal with the mosquitoes, because I'm in this lake marshy area, I have another product from Flextail. This is the Tiny Repel. I love Flextail's naming, Tiny Repel, Tiny Pump. It's really obvious what the products do. And this is an electronic mosquito repeller. So you charge it up using a USB-C plug, put in these little kind of pads into here. The device heats those pads up and it releases this vapor that's apparently safe for you to inhale, but repels mosquitoes. And I've used it before, it works really well, and it's gonna be really nice to have around this campsite. In addition to the socks, I brought a full Alpha Direct outfit as well. So I got the pants here. They're see-through, so you're not gonna wanna be wearing these around camp too often unless you're in company that appreciates that kind of thing. And then I got an Alpha Direct shirt here, brings out my eyes. Alpha Direct is crazy in how warm it is and how lightweight it is. It's supposed to get down below freezing tonight, and I know that these two pieces of clothing are gonna keep me warm if I threw them on underneath my sun hoodie and my pants. That is if I pair it with this down jacket that costs $525. This is the most expensive down jacket, I think, for 3-season use that I've ever touched, and it's pretty crazy. The technology in this thing is phenomenal. You have really crazy fabrics like 7 denier shell fabric, 1000 fill power down. And then you have this reflective layer on the inside that Rab, who makes this jacket, the Mythic G, really likes in order to reflect heat back at you and just make it that much warmer. I've had this jacket out on one night so far, and I actually felt a little bit cold with it. So I'm curious to test it out again tonight. To be honest, no one needs a jacket like this, really. This is kind of just one of those luxury pieces that you get because you have some money burning a hole in your pocket and you want to save a ton of weight while being really warm. I checked PackWizard's gear database and there's no other jacket that's as lightweight as this one that's going to be as warm in 3-season conditions. That being said, this jacket is definitely a luxury purchase. It's not going to be for everyone. There's some great budget options out there like the Decathlon Trek 100 and the Uniqlo down jacket. Both cost under $100. And are not quite as warm as this one and are a little bit heavier, but are definitely gonna get the job done. While the Mythic G is gonna keep you more comfortable on trail for the same reasons that the Offset Trio would. It's lighter weight and it's more functional than the competition. I don't think it's worth it compared to the competition because of the fact that the weight savings and the function increases aren't quite there to make up for the increase in cost. I'm gonna get some water boiling for dinner using the MSR Windburner stove. This is definitely a luxury item. It's expensive, but when you're in conditions that are a little bit windy like it is now, I have some wind coming off the lake, the stove works so well because of the radiant burner, the protection from wind all around, and then the all-in-one system here. When you're on a trip and you just wanna boil water and eat, having a system like this just makes a lot of sense, and for a lot of people out there, it can be worth it. For me, I'm usually bringing a BRS stove and a Tokes pot because they're much less weight and they're much less expensive, but the Windburner's a pretty solid all-in-one stove, and the one I'd recommend if you are going out in conditions where it's windy and you want to boil water really fast. There's a lot of comfort-focused gear that I brought on this trip that I probably won't have time to talk about, but if you want to see everything that I brought with me, go check out my PackWizard gear list at the link in the video description. I've still got 2 hours until sunset. It's just a couple days past summer solstice. So I'm gonna enjoy my comfort setup, lean back in my chair and enjoy the sun, the views, the lake. And this is what comfort camping is all about. And then tomorrow morning, I'll share with you my sleep system, which I think for a lot of people out there is gonna be the most comfortable option out there out of any sleep system on the market. It's not cheap, and some people, they could sleep on anything when they're out in the backcountry. But for those people who have trouble sleeping when they're out on backpacking trips, this system might be worth it for you. Good morning. I had a great sleep last night, even though temperatures got down to -5 degrees Celsius. And it's all thanks to this almost $1,000 sleep system from Zenbivy. It's the Zenbivy Ultralight, and it consists of a sleeping pad, a sleeping bag, a pillow, and then a sheet system that brings it all together. I've done an in-depth look at the Zenbivy Ultralight in a previous video, so I'm not going to get into the nitty-gritty, but I will share with you the updates that I made to the system in order to make it what I think is a more comfortable and better sleep system, and then my updated thoughts on the overall system and who might want to spend $1,000 in order to get the Zenbivy Ultralight. As a quick overview, you start off with the sleeping pad. You can use any sleeping pad that you want out there, but I'm using a very specific one from Zenbivy that we'll get into in a second here. And then you have this sheet that goes over top of it and then gets strapped on with a couple straps on the bottom of the pad. This sheet does two things. First of all, it has this flap that comes up the side with clips on it, but then what it does really well is keeps the quilt locked onto the sleeping pad so that you don't have any gaps between the quilt and the sleeping pad where cold can get in. The second thing that the sheet does is that it provides this hood for the pillow. And this is where I did an upgrade compared to the version that I reviewed. Is I used an uninsulated hood sheet system for the previous version, and I really just didn't think the hood was useful in that kind of circumstance. So I grabbed the insulated hood version, and I think it's a whole lot better. First of all, if you want to lay directly on the hood, it's just more comfortable to lay on. And then it also provides that insulation for you, so you don't need to be wearing a hat or anything. It's more like putting a hood on a sleeping bag and then keeping your head warm. This hood locks in the pillow, which is also from Zenbivy. They make a pillow that consists of the air bladder, down topper, and then the sheet that kind of holds it all together, and then has clips on it that clips into the head end of the sheet and keeps it tucked in underneath the hood. In addition to using an insulated version of the hood and sheet, I'm also using a warmer version of the quilt. This is the 10-degree version, which kept me toasty warm last night. The 25-degree version that I used previously would not have kept me warm last night with -5-degree temperatures and then a ton of moisture in the air. There's condensation all over the inside of my tent, condensation on the outside of my tent. Being next to a lake right now, and then with those cold temperatures, condensation, moisture was inevitable. But the 10-degree version was super comfortable, maybe too warm. I had to sleep completely naked under there, and then I had some of the clips undone as well in order to not overheat. The third change that I made to the system was the sleeping pad. In the previous testing I used the Ultralight version of the Zenbivy sleeping pad, but this is the Flex version, and it's in a bigger size. This is the large size, so it's 25 inches wide, but then wider than the regular wide version that I was using previously. The Zenbivy Ultralight is a very comfortable pad. It's only slightly less comfortable than my all-time favorite pad, the REI Helix, but I think the stretchy material on the Zenbivy Flex really helps with pressure relief and makes it as comfortable as the REI Helix. A couple little gripes I still have with the system that didn't go away. You do have to fully inflate the sleeping pad in order to make it comfortable. They're a little bit thin at 3 inches, so if you are on the heavier side and need a really thick sleeping pad, then the REI Helix and the Zenbivy line are just not going to be for you. I still think that Zenbivy should put a snap at the head end of the quilt in order to help lock in heat around your neck and shoulders. You can take the corners of the quilt and tuck them into the hood, and that helps a little bit, but it's not as effective as having a full snap and cinch system. I've been a big fan of quilts for a long time because they allow me to shift positions inside of my sleep system without getting all tangled up like I do with sleeping bags, and I love the weight savings that they provide. There is a bit of a learning curve with quilts though, in order to prevent drafts and stay warm when you're using them. And the Zenbivy system just takes that learning curve right out of the equation, and I think makes a system that is better than any traditional quilt and better than sleeping bags for most people out there. And that's because it takes the best of both worlds. You have the quilt, which allows you to shift positions underneath it really easily, and then you have the sheet system with the hood that provides that kind of coziness of a sleeping bag and then really locks it onto the sleeping pad so that you're not getting drafts. I actually think it's better than a sleeping bag in the fact that on a sleeping bag you're laying on some of your insulation, so if you do shift positions, that compressed insulation is going to be a cold spot when it gets exposed to the air. You don't have any of that issue with the Zenbivy system. But is it worth almost double the cost of a quilt, pillow, and sleeping pad from another brand? For some people out there, I think it will be, just based on the improved functionality that you get with this system. That's really the only benefit, is the functionality. You're not getting any benefit to weight. It's a quite heavy, bulky system, even with the Ultralight version, but you're gonna get a good night's sleep, almost guaranteed with the Zenbivy system. I'm not gonna guarantee it fully, but let me know if you've been uncomfortable in the Zenbivy system, because I'd be very surprised. So if you're going backpacking for more than 1 or 2 trips a year and you just want a very comfortable system because you have trouble sleeping when you're out on trail and it's really affecting how much you enjoy your trips, then I'd definitely take a look at the Zenbivy. I think investing in comfort is important. I love backpacking and getting out as much as possible. So if something like comfort is keeping you from getting out on trips and enjoying yourself in the outdoors, then I think it could be worth spending a little bit of extra money on pieces of gear in order to address that comfort issue. I recharge so much when I'm out in the backcountry, and getting out to locations like this with these kind of views is really special. But like I said, don't feel like you need to spend a ton of money in order to get out backpacking and be comfortable on your trips. There's a ton of affordable gear options out there that are going to work just fine and be comfortable for the majority of people. But if you're getting out backpacking a lot and you want to be as comfortable as possible out on trail, then some of these expensive items that I talked about in this video might be for you. The forecast is calling for rainstorms and temperatures approaching freezing, and I'm hiking out to camp in it alone. Usually I plan to camp in nice weather. It's easier and I get to enjoy some sunshine and beautiful views here in the Canadian Rockies. But on this trip, I want to put my ultralight gear to the test to see whether I can stay warm, comfortable, and dry, maybe even enjoy myself while dealing with a couple days of rain. On the flip side, it's completely possible that my supposedly waterproof pack leaks, soaking all the gear inside of it, my gear isn't warm enough, and I end up miserable and having to bail on a trip that I've been looking forward to all week. It just started raining a little bit. It's supposed to be kind of off and on throughout the afternoon here and then really pick up with a lot of rain coming once I get to camp and throughout the evening. Fingers crossed it doesn't start really raining until after I get to camp, because there's nothing worse than getting to camp and having to set up in pouring rain. That being said, I do have some tricks up my sleeve that I'm going to share with you guys that makes camping and setting up in rain a little bit easier. There are 3 tools that I use in order to combat rain. The first one is kind of a last resort because I just don't like using it, and that's a full rain suit. On this trip and on any trip where I'm expecting a lot of rain, I'll bring a full set of rain pants. These are ultralight rain pants from Z-Packs. And then I'll bring a rain jacket as well. I only put on the rain suit if it's raining a lot, because I find that no matter what the rain suit is, I overheat inside of it and I end up sweating and getting wet on the inside anyways. Even with rain jackets like this that have big pit zips in them, I still overheat and I'm still sweating a lot. That being said, if it's really raining hard, a rain suit's gonna do one important thing, and that's gonna be keeping you warm. It also will keep you from getting like completely saturated. You'll be moist on the inside, but not soaking wet. The second tool is something that I really like for conditions like this, where it's supposed to be raining off and on and not really downpouring too hard, and that's an umbrella. An umbrella is nice because you're not gonna overheat inside of it. You just put it up and you have essentially unlimited ventilation under it, but it does prevent you from getting soaking wet when you're underneath it. It's a lot more convenient than off and on rain than a rain jacket, because you can just take it out, easily put it up, easily put it away, as opposed to having to take your pack off, put a rain jacket on, take your pack off, take a rain jacket off over and over again. The third and probably most important tool for combating rain when you're on trail is the pack, and that's because it's keeping everything dry that you need in order to be warm once you get to camp. The most dangerous part of backpacking and camping in the rain isn't getting wet, it's getting cold as a result of being wet. And while it's really easy to stay warm when you're hiking and moving on trail, once you get to camp and stop moving, that's when the danger really sets in. Normally I use a pack liner inside of my pack in order to keep all my essentials dry, like my sleeping system and all my clothes. But on this trip, I'm taking a bit of a gamble with the Durston Wapta 30 pack, because it's kind of touted as being waterproof. Dan would never say that outright because it's a little bit dangerous to make that kind of bold claim, but the material is waterproof and all the seams are taped, and then you have a roll top just like you would with a dry bag. So I have all of my critical gear that I need to stay dry inside the pack loosely, and I'm kind of just hoping that it stays dry if it does start to rain a lot. I made it to camp, and I'm a little surprised because in the past this campground has been pretty rustic, but when I got here today there's tent pads and bare bins, and it's pretty swanky now. There's new outhouses, so I'm not gonna be able to talk with you guys that much about campsite selection. I was planning on giving you guys the basics, like make sure that you're not setting up in a low area that might pool with water. Protect yourself from the wind, so make sure there's a lot of tree cover around you, because wind compounds the problem of rain, and you'd be surprised at how much rain can get blown in underneath the bottom of your tent. The third campsite selection tip is, if you do have the opportunity to set up underneath trees, especially trees with big canopies, because if you don't have a tarp like I do here, we'll get into the tarp in a second, then that tree canopy can provide quite a bit of cover for you and keep you drier than you'd expect. If rain is in the forecast, the first thing that I do is I set up my tarp, because that gives me kind of a home base in order to unpack my pack and make sure that I'm not getting everything inside of my pack soaked as I unpack it. If I can, I'll center the tarp over top of a picnic table, and if it's not raining at that moment, then I may only set it up halfway. So if it started raining right now, I could easily just take this one guy line, pull the tarp over, attach it to this end of the tarp, and then have myself a nice little sheltered area on the picnic table there. If I have time, I might even find like a stick or something and then wedge that into the picnic table so I get a little bit more height on this end. After the tarp, I set up my tent, and if it's raining or there's rain in the forecast, you bet your bottom dollar that I'm bringing a tent that has an all-in-one or fly first pitch. With a fly first pitch, instead of setting up the inner and then putting the fly over top of it, you set up the fly first. Some examples of tents that have this fly first feature are the Sea to Summit Telos, as well as the Big Agnes Tiger Wall, as long as you have the footprint for the Tiger Wall. What I think is an even better system than a fly first pitch is an all-in-one system. So the fly and the inner are attached together. So as you set the tent up, everything just goes up as one and you're keeping the inside of the tent dry. Once I have the tent set up, I'll take my pack, stick it kind of as close to the door as I can, and then just start firing stuff inside the tent, making sure that I'm keeping the inside as dry as possible. After seeing all this gear, I haven't even seen all of it yet. I haven't shared with you guys my cook system and then the clothing that I brought with me and my sleep system. You might be surprised that this kit is ultralight, but I have been able to keep my base weight under 10 pounds on this trip, which is pretty crazy considering that I'm set up pretty comfortably for the rain. It started cooling off quite a bit, and that combined with the ominous clouds in the distance has me thinking that it's probably gonna rain in the next few hours here. So I wanna make sure that I have everything kind of buckled down so that I'm ready for that rain and can still hang out outside of my tent and don't have to just retreat as soon as it starts raining. But I have switched into warmer clothes. Like I said, it's probably going to get down to around freezing tonight, so I brought quite a bit of warm clothes and a warm sleep system. But the warmth gear that I brought with me is different than I'd bring if I wasn't really expecting that much rain. And that's because I want gear that's gonna perform if it's wet or if it's just kind of a little bit damp because of the humidity in the air. So what that means is that most of my gear, other than a couple notable exceptions, is made with synthetic materials. Synthetic materials just deal with moisture and getting wet a lot better than materials like down or even merino wool. When down gets wet, it just sort of like clumps up and then turns into this bally mess, whereas synthetic material, like the material to make this jacket, is going to do a few things in order to perform well if it is raining. The two main benefits of synthetic materials are that they're going to keep you warmer if they get a little bit damp or wet, and they're also going to dry a lot faster if they do get wet. So if there's a little bit of sun and you're laying all your gear out to dry, you're not going to have to wait hours and hours. The two exceptions are my base layer, which is made of alpaca fiber. Alpaca fiber is pretty much a miracle fiber because it has all the benefits of merino wool, like odor protection, keeping you warm when it's a little bit wet, but it's a little bit lighter weight, and it also doesn't hold on to nearly as much moisture. So you get all the benefits of a synthetic material, but then also all the benefits of those natural materials like merino wool. The other item that's made with non-synthetic materials is my sleeping bag. So I am using a sleeping bag on this trip, partly because I just don't like fiddling around with pad straps if it's raining and I have my butt sticking out outside the tent. And this sleeping bag also uses hydrophobic down, which is going to perform better if it does get a little bit humid out and there's a lot of condensation. The reason I went with down versus a synthetic quilt or sleeping bag is because down just compresses a whole lot more. And if you're getting down to sleeping bags rated to freezing or less, then those synthetic options get really bulky really quick. If you want to see all the gear that I brought on this trip and not just what I picked and chose in order to share with you guys, or you want to double check that I am ultralight, then I'll have a link to my Pack Wizard gear list down below. I feel pretty lucky that it hasn't started raining yet, so I'm gonna take advantage of that and make hay while the sun shines, or in this case, make dinner while the sun shines. Even though I'm ultralight on this trip, I have a full cook system in order to boil some water and make a nice dehydrated meal. It hasn't started raining. I just got that little bit of drizzle as I was hiking in. And it's pretty crazy because I checked 4 different weather models and all 4 predicted that it would be raining over the course of this evening. But I'm a little bit wary that it's gonna rain at some point overnight or maybe into the morning. And as much as it sucks setting up camp in the rain, packing up in the rain is much, much worse. But I'm a sucker for punishment and I love a good teaching moment. So fingers crossed it's raining in the morning so I can share with you guys my tips and tricks for taking down camp in the rain, packing up while keeping everything dry and not wanting to like stab my eyes out with frustration. Good night, and I'll see you guys in the morning. Good morning. It drizzled a little bit last night, but it's not raining this morning, so you could consider this a failed camping in the rain trip. But I'm still going to share with you guys the steps that I take in order to pack up my gear when it is raining in the morning, because there's some specific steps that I take that I think are really important. The key is staying inside of your warm, dry tent as long as possible. So if you're not in bear country, that could involve eating your breakfast as soon as you wake up while you're still in your warm, dry clothes. But I'm in bear country, so that's not gonna be a possibility for me this morning. This is one of the reasons why if I know it's gonna rain and I'm going on a solo trip, I'll often bring a 2-person tent. So I have that extra space in order to move around the tent and get things packed up without hitting the sidewalls, which might have condensation or moisture on them. The second reason is that 2-person tents often have 2 vestibules, and I don't like getting out of my tent to pee, especially if it's at night. So 2 vestibules, I can store my gear in one, pee into the other, and I don't need to worry about peeing all over my gear or stepping in it in the morning. The first thing I'll do is I'll bring in my pack inside the tent, and then I'll pack up my sleep system, rolling up my sleeping pad and stuffing in my top insulation. A little hack for rolling up a sleeping pad inside of a confined space like a tent. Once you have it folded based on the short edge, just kind of give it one fold over top of itself along the long edge, so you can then roll it up in a much tighter space. I'll even fully change into my hiking clothes, even if they're wet, because I really want to protect my dry gear as much as possible. So that sleep system and my dry clothes. Once I have all my gear into the vestibule, that's where this little Swedish cloth comes into play. If it's raining, you're almost guaranteed to have condensation on the inside walls of your tent, and I like to wipe it off using the Swedish cloth. It's why I actually prefer single wall tents to double wall tents. With double wall tents, you're not gonna have less condensation inside the tent. That inner wall just provides a physical barrier between you and the condensation that's on the fly. But the double wall also makes it a lot more difficult to wipe down the tent. Whereas with a single wall tent, I can really easily get access to that inner wall, wipe off all the condensation, and then squeeze out the water into the vestibule. If you're dealing with multiple days of rain, wiping down the inside of your tent is gonna make setting up camp at your next campsite a whole lot nicer. Once I exit the tent, I'm done with the tent. I put everything underneath the tarp because the tarp's the last thing that I pack up before I start hiking for the day. If it's not raining too hard in the morning, I'll also wipe down the outside of the tent so I'm not carrying as much water weight while I'm hiking. That's one of the big benefits of Dyneema tents like this one is they don't really hold on to any rain or moisture. So if you have a chance to wipe them down, then you're not really carrying any extra weight once you get on trail. It didn't really rain much on the trip, but I was prepared. I would have had a ton of fun on this trip, even if it did rain. Big reason for that is the tarp and then the spacious tent. Without those two things, you end up just kind of hunkering down in a tiny tent and it's not a whole lot of fun. Whereas if you do have the tarp, then you can just hang out underneath it at a picnic table, on a log, whatever. And it's great as well if you have a ton of people with you, because then you can all kind of hang out still, not have to retreat to your tents. Remember that I said that a big benefit of this pack is that it's waterproof and I don't need to bring a pack liner. Something that I'm just realizing is that the pack liner doesn't just keep the gear inside of it dry. It also acts as a separator for that dry gear to anything else that's inside the pack. So if I have a soaking wet tent because it's been raining, I can still put this inside the pack with all that other gear that's protected by the pack liner. Without a pack liner, I have to put any gear that's wet on the outside of the pack so that I'm protecting everything on the inside. And that ends up being really efficient packing. And because of that, I'll probably just keep bringing a pack liner on all my trips. It's not super heavy, and the peace of mind of being able to separate my dry gear from my wet gear inside my pack is really nice. This pack weighs over 60 pounds, and I'm gonna try and carry it through the Rocky Mountains over the course of 3 days of backpacking. This is probably gonna beat my body up, and there's no guarantee that I'll even be able to finish the trip, so why am I doing it? This heavy of a pack isn't out of the question for a lot of backpackers out there. The combination of affordable gear, which is often heavy, and packing for every worst case scenario can easily result in a 50 or 60 pound pack. On this trip, I'm gonna share with you guys the ridiculous gear that I know people are bringing backpacking, but should definitely leave at home, like an entire jar of peanut butter. What? The gear that I kind of realize is nice to have, and then the essential gear that is absolutely necessary in order to survive in the remote wilderness. Let's play a game. How about you guys in the comments guess what the most ridiculous piece of gear that I brought on this trip is. I'm doing this trip solo, so I won't be able to offload any gear if I'm finding the pack too heavy, and I'm gonna have to deal with any injuries or mishaps on my own. I'm hiking a popular route that starts at Lake Louise in Banff National Park, heads south over some beautiful but high mountain passes, and then ends at the Johnston Canyon waterfalls. I'm about 7 kilometers in on the day, which is a little over halfway, and the pack is definitely feeling heavy. It's advertised kind of as being able to carry up to 100 pounds, and while it's carrying 60 pounds comfortably, my body definitely wouldn't be able to handle 100 pounds. I'm struggling a little bit. It's not too bad when the trail's flat or slightly downhill, but anytime I hit an uphill, it's a struggle. Well, today's not too bad with a gradual uphill throughout the day with a couple of steeper sections. Tomorrow is going to be tough with a really steep uphill in order to gain the major pass of the day, Pulsatilla Pass. There's a little bit of a personal element behind testing whether I can carry this much weight comfortably, and it has to do with the fact that Steph and I are going to be having our baby girl this August, and I want to be able to go out on backpacking trips with them. And in order to do that, I'm probably going to have to be carrying 60 plus pounds of diapers and everything else, all that goes with bringing a baby backpacking. And if I can't carry that weight, then we might not be able to do that. I dropped the pack, taking a little break, hydrating because I'm sweating a lot carrying that pack up these hills. But this is a beautiful lake to hang out in and contemplate why people end up with 50, 60 pound packs, because I know there's people watching right now who are in that boat. And let me know how accurate I am with these 3 assumptions. Number 1, comfort. You just want to be comfortable when you're backpacking, so you're bringing everything in the kitchen sink. For example, on this trip I have a big chair, a table, my sleep system is pretty darn comfortable, and that adds weight. How people get up to 50, 60 pounds by just adding comfort items to their pack, I'm not sure, but maybe it also has something to do with this second item, and that's the fact that I think a lot of people pack their fears. For example, on this trip, I brought micro spikes just because I didn't know how much snow was going to be up at elevation, and I wanted to have them just in case. I've also seen it a lot with my friends where they bring just in case clothing, so extra sweaters, extra socks, that kind of thing. And they'll even bring extra pairs of underwear and socks so that they have a pair for every single day of the trip. Unless you're weighing every piece of gear that's going into your pack, which I recommend, and putting it into some sort of gear list tool like packwizard.com, then you could very easily end up with a super heavy pack without even knowing it. The third reason is that maybe it's the way people learned how to backpack, or it's just the way they've always done things. When they were learning, someone said you just always have to bring a heavy hatchet with you when you're going backpacking, so that's what they put in their pack now. It's really easy to just stick with what you know, but I think you'll see on this trip that doing that and carrying a heavy pack is not necessarily a recipe for the most fun on a backpacking trip. I'm about 2/3 of the way to my first camp of the trip. I'm gonna go around this lake, drop a little bit of elevation, go around a second lake, and then my campsite's gonna be at the end of that second lake. Got a little porcupine up here. We're getting close, almost there, and not a minute too soon. My body is slowly breaking down on me. I got my shelter set up, my sleep system. That combined with a cook system and a way to treat water are pretty much the core items that you need if you want to survive in the remote wilderness. What aren't core survival items are the tasty treats that I brought, like some Pringles, some fudge covered Oreos, even a tasty beverage to have at the end of each day. out of all the things that I've packed in order to increase the weight of my pack, I think Tasty Treats are probably the one that I'm not gonna regret at all. My cook system on this trip is pretty ridiculous. I brought a gigantic fuel can, definitely not necessary for a 3-day trip, probably not even necessary for like a 10-15 day trip, but I see people bringing fuel cans like this on short trips all the time, and it's one of those ridiculous things. Something that I did that I see a lot of people doing that adds weight as well is packing a lot of food. I have so many snacks, so much food. I even brought an extra freeze-dried meal dinner. I've heard of people doing this just in case they get stuck on trail an extra day, but the odds of you getting stuck on trail are very low. And if you do, you're not gonna starve to death after a day or two of not having dinner. Your snacks that are left over, guaranteed you're gonna have leftover snacks, are gonna get you through the rest of the trip. Another item that I've seen people bring as kind of a backup, and I'm not joking about this, I've seen people bring an entire jar of peanut butter, 10,000 calories, as a backup on backpacking trips because they had food anxiety. This is a kilogram of weight that is definitely not needed in my pack right now. That hits the spot at the end of a big hard day. The mosquitoes were pretty bad where I was, even with the wind, so I went and got my Flextail Tiny Repel. This thing has worked really well for me in the past in order to repel the mosquitoes, and I don't have to slather bug goop all over myself, and then it doesn't feel good when you're lathering yourself up in bug goop or sunscreen, really. That's why I wear long pants, long shirt, just to protect myself from the sun without having to put a ton of sunscreen on everywhere. Gooey. I brought 2 carabiners on this trip, one in order to attach my Crocs to my pack. Then the second one was I might just need a carabiner sometime. I know people think this way. I see just random carabiners clipped onto packs all the time, but on this trip it actually came in handy. I needed it in order to send my bear bag up the bear pole there, because not all of the bear hang ropes have clips on them, so the carabiner came in handy. People swear by gravity filters, but this system weighs about 3 times as much as what I usually use. But what's nice about it is this bag, it's a platypus quick draw system, is able to fill up the 2 water bottles that I brought, which are both 1.5 liters. I brought one lightweight smart water bottle that I picked up at the gas station, and then a Nalgene with the 1 bottle system. So you saw the tube that was going over my shoulder from my pack that I was drinking out of, that's what this is. So I can just attach the 1 bottle system to the lid here and then drink out of a tube. And once I get to camp, I have a standard water bottle that I can use anywhere. For the quick draw system, it has a different top to it than the standard quick draw, and this allows you to attach a hose onto it, which then attaches to the bag, and then the hose can just go into any other water bottles and filter water. What people like about this system is that you can kind of just set it and forget it. It's just gonna filter the water without you having to squeeze anything or do any work at all, really. With the system that I have, you just have to make sure that you catch it before it overflows the bottle, but that's easy to do on the first bottle. And then the second bottle I don't need to worry because I have the exact amount in the dirty bag here. What I've seen a lot of people do, which has been recommended to me, is you get a second bag and then you just drain from the dirty bag into the clean bag, and then you have that clean bag available for anyone to just take water as needed. I've only used a gravity system a couple times before and didn't really like them, and I was kind of expecting that to be the same thing with this one, but that went pretty smoothly. And by having the exact amount of capacity in the dirty bag as the 2 bottles I need to fill up, made it really easy and quick. So as much as when I'm in a rush, I really like the standard quick draw system, I'm gonna admit that the gravity system is pretty cool. My big 3, which consists of the tent, the pack, and my sleep system, weighs a combined 20 pounds. And that's because I'm using essentially a 4-person tent here, which weighs 4 or 5 pounds. The pack is a whopping 8 pounds, but that's because it's very robust. And then my sleep system in here consists of a pretty cool little system. For the sleeping pad, I'm using a Big Agnes Boundary Deluxe, but what makes this unique, outside of the fact that it's a very comfortable sleeping pad that I've tried before, is the fact that this one is 30 inches wide. I've never used a pad this wide on a backpacking trip, and I'm really curious to see how it affects my sleep. For the pillow, I have the super heavy Exped Mega Pillow, which is very comfy, but really big and heavy. And then I'm using a quilt from Featherstone that you guys have recommended to me. Pretty light, but not the lightest on the market. Today definitely kicked my butt a little bit with the 60-pound pack. Tomorrow will be a little bit lighter with the few pounds of food that I ate, but still not light enough to not have me worried about the distance and elevation tomorrow. In order to get up to the pass tomorrow, it's going to be about 700 meters of elevation gain, and then the mileage for the entire day is about 25 kilometers, which today at 15 kilometers was tough. 25 kilometers is going to be really tough, and I'm probably going to have to take lots of breaks. As far as the over-under on the number of breaks, I'm going to guess 4. But I may need to take like 5 or 6 in order to not get injured. The challenging day tomorrow will give me a lot of time to really think about all the gear that I probably should have left at home and not brought on this trip. I already talked about a couple of the items like the peanut butter as well as the extra freeze-dried meal, but there's so much more. I'm gonna enjoy this evening and do some reading on another unnecessary item, my Kindle. I usually just read on my phone, but I know a lot of people bring Kindles, and I guess I kind of get it, but it's a lot of weight and bulk when you can just use your phone and it works just fine. Good night, we'll see you guys in the morning. Good morning. I slept pretty good. The 30-inch wide pad was super roomy, probably a little bit more pad than I need. I think I can get away with 25-inch wide pads, no problem, but overall, really comfortable. The large tent really came in handy because there's a porcupine creeping around last night, chewing on anything that was outside the tent. So I had to bring everything, including my giant pack, inside the tent. So I'm using up the space pretty good. I don't think the porcupine chewed up anything essential. I'll have to check the pack in a little bit more detail later, but it did get a hold of one of my trekking poles, and it's a mess. I am starving this morning, so glad to have some breakfast. I definitely didn't eat enough yesterday. Between the heat and then working really hard carrying that pack, I just didn't have a huge appetite, so I'm gonna have to do better today about consuming calories kind of throughout the day continuously. I packed everything up, ready to go. There's only one thing left to do this morning, and luckily I have a lot of toilet paper to do it. This is actually a huge luxury for me. Normally I'm allocating myself toilet paper. I usually do about 4 squares per wipe and then 3 wipes per day. So if I run into some sort of issue, then I'm pooched, and this is gonna really be a nice little peace of mind. That definitely dropped some weight, and while a full roll of toilet paper might seem kind of crazy, I know a lot of people who do it because they get poop anxiety when they're on the trail. And as far as all the things that you can bring in order to kind of alleviate fears, a couple 100 grams for a whole roll of toilet paper isn't the worst thing in the world. Back on the dusty road, and I'm excited for today because it's a beautiful morning and I know I'm gonna get some epic views today. The one thing that I'm not super excited about is what I mentioned yesterday, where I have a ton of elevation gain today and a lot of miles to cover, but I have a lot of time. Even if it takes me like 10 hours to get there and I have to take a lot of breaks, then that's okay. I'm starting the day by heading down into that valley, losing some elevation kind of consistently until I get to that one spot where I then need to start gaining elevation pretty aggressively in order to make it up the pass. Something that I'm gonna be keeping an eye on pretty aggressively today is injuries and how my body is feeling. I don't wanna push anything too much and then end up getting injured, which is a lot easier to do with a heavy pack like this. So if I do need frequent breaks, I'm gonna take them, let my body recover, even if it ends up with a really long day in the long run. I hit one of the many creek crossings that I'm probably gonna encounter on this trip, and because I'm in such a remote area, there's no bridges pretty much. So I'm either gonna have to rock hop or just walk straight through the water. And my footwear is gonna be an interesting part of this equation. On my last heavy pack trip, I wore trail runners and I got a lot of flack in the comments for not wearing big hiking boots. So on this trip, I wore hiking boots. They're waterproof, they're up like 6 inches, 8 inches maybe. So on this kind of crossing, it's either gonna be awesome or terrible, because if the water is higher than the top of my boot, then I'm gonna get my boots soaking wet, and it's probably not gonna dry at all today because they're made with Gore-Tex, and Gore-Tex just does not dry. Where if I had trail runners, I'd 100% be getting wet, but they dry out really quickly. The other option, which I might take if I encounter deeper creeks, is to bust out the Crocs, but I really rather not do that. It takes so much time taking off my boots, taking off my socks, walking through the water, and then putting it all back on again. So I think I can get through going that rock, that rock, that rock, that rock, and then straight sailing without getting my feet too wet. Okay, let's see how this goes. Maybe here. Yeah, okay, that's okay. That's okay. All right. Still no soaker. All right. Woo! Woo, that wasn't too bad. Waterproof boots get 1 point on that creek crossing. I think the trail's straight through there. Looks like I'm just gonna have to walk through it. Hope my boots don't get topped out. Boots were definitely a good choice. It's very rare that I would say that, but on this trip, waterproof boots are coming in clutch. The trail's just completely washed out. Hey, Bear. Hey, oh. Hey, Bear. Let's do a little check-in as I take my first break of the day. Gone decent amount of miles, 6.5 kilometers. So I'm about a quarter of the way done the day, which is kind of crazy to me because my body's feeling it. My legs feel pretty good, which makes sense. I've been doing a lot of weight training, a lot of running, and it's paying off. Where I'm uncomfortable is where the pack is sitting on my body. It's really hot out, I'm sweating a ton, and I'm getting chafage around my shoulders, and then my hips are getting really sore from carrying all the weight on them. I'm gonna take a pretty good break here, hydrate, eat some food, because after this is when I start gaining all that elevation to hit the pass. A little trick that I'm using on this uphill is that I know where the water sources are and I know what the elevation gain is like, so I brought just enough water to get me to the other side of this pass, because if both my water bottles are full, that's 7 pounds of water weight. So just having one full saves me quite a bit of weight to have to lug up the elevation. Just making my way through the bottom of this avalanche path. That's why there's so much snow left here. It was probably like 20-25 feet deep right after it avalanched. That's why all these trees are kind of in shambles as well. Taking a little short break here before tackling the final elevation gain before hitting probably one of my favorite passes in all of the Canadian Rockies. So excited to get up there, but just need this little pick me up right now. Let's do a little body check in. I'm definitely getting beaten up. My glutes are on fire from just like pushing my body and the pack up the hills. So it'll be nice to hit some slight downhill sections after the pass. And then I thought I tweaked my Achilles tendon doing a big step up, but it's kind of settled out a little bit and I should be okay. Right now I'm just looking at that pass wanting to get up there and check out the views, because if you think the views from here are good, once you're up on the pass, they're phenomenal. Made it up onto the pass. Like I said, one of my favorite passes in the Rockies. Beautiful views that way. Beautiful views that way. I'm excited to be going downhill for a little while. It'll be a nice break on my legs. My glutes and everything are on fire. It's nice to be over the pass and heading downhill. I kept getting reminded of that jar of peanut butter in my pack every time I took a big step up. I named the jar Nutty, and every time I took one of those steps, I said, F you, Nutty. And it helped. It got me through a pretty tough part of the day. A backup jar of peanut butter is definitely something that no one needs to be bringing on any backpacking trips. Once we get to camp, I'll share with you guys a bunch of other gear that I have in my pack that I think is pretty ridiculous, and for most people out there on most trips, you don't need to be bringing it with you. I'm gonna be kind of laying down the law saying, leave these items at home. It's a pretty cruisy, slight downhill all the way to camp, so I'm excited to just kind of book it there. The campsite tonight is at a lake that I think is pretty beautiful. I'm excited to maybe go for a swim because it is boiling hot out. I'm I'm 18 kilometers in. Starting to fall apart. Each step is getting tougher and tougher. Well, I'll take an inventory once I get to camp because I think right now I'm running a little bit on adrenaline. And once I take the pack off and kind of stop moving, I might be finding some sore spots. On the last stretch before getting to the campsite, it's all uphill and kicking my butt. Starting to think this was a bit of a stupid video idea. All the gear is ridiculous. Get rid of all of it. So it's official. 60 pounds over 25 kilometers in the mountains is too much, at least for me. I tested it out for you guys. If you're as fit as I am, then that's gonna beat up your body quite a bit. Spending 10 hours on trail really gave me a lot of time to reflect on the gear that I brought though. There's definitely some gear that's been surprising me on this trip, gear that I thought I'd think is ridiculous or kind of useless on a solo trip, but that is working out really well. Then there's also some gear that's a little bit ridiculous, and part of that's due to the conditions that I'm going out in. I'm in an area where you're not allowed fires, so bringing a hatchet was kind of silly. Yeah, ridiculous item. In line with the tools, I also brought a Leatherman multi-tool. This isn't quite as ridiculous as the hatchet because I have used one in the past to fix a tent when someone's tent pole broke, so they're useful but quite heavy for the amount of use that you get out of them and how often you'll probably use them on trail. A good system to follow if you are looking to cut weight from your pack is to take a look at your pack after every trip, and then if there's something that you haven't used over the course of like 3, 4, or 5 trips, then maybe it's time to cut it. Another category of items that is kind of ridiculous that I brought with me is gear that is heavier than it needs to be, especially for the cost. So I brought this big hefty flashlight. It wasn't expensive, but there's much lighter options out there for the same price or cheaper. You can get a headlamp on Amazon for like 20 bucks. That's gonna be about the 10th of the weight of this. Kind of in line with that, for me, my sleeping pad is a bit overkill. I don't really need a 30-inch wide sleeping pad, and it gets heavy. That pad is 2.5 pounds, which is a lot more sleeping pad than I need. For some people out there, they might want a 30-inch wide sleeping pad that's super comfortable, and then the Big Agnes Boundary Deluxe is one of the few options that does come in that width. Outside of the other items I've already talked about, like Mr. Nutty, the peanut butter jar, the giant fuel can, too much toilet paper, the only other kind of thing that is a little bit ridiculous to bring is duplicates of things. For instance, I have my giant tent behind me and then a tarp. The conditions for this trip were forecast to be sunny, so I didn't need a dual shelter system like this, especially when my tent is so big. I can hunker down in there, hang out, and it's gonna be no problem. Where I think a tarp is useful is if I'm bringing a much smaller tent that isn't as fun to hang out in, or if I'm in a group and the forecast is calling for rain, having a tarp to hang out in makes a big difference. Tomorrow morning, I'll go over those items that surprised me. As a little teaser, the FlexTail Tiny Rappel surprised me. It's heavy, but it's doing a great job at keeping the mosquitoes away. There's a lot of mosquitoes at this campsite especially, and I think I'd be going a little bit crazy without it. In the meantime, I'm gonna finish getting camp set up and then go eat a ton of food because I burned a lot of calories today and I'm starving still, even though I did do a pretty good job of eating food consistently throughout the day. I ate all the food that I allocated for myself, but time to finish off those Pringles, have some more Sour Patch Kids, and my yummy dinner. I might even have my backup dinner tonight. I'm that hungry. This is a really nice lake. I probably won't go swimming just because of how buggy it is. I have to stay right next to the FlexTail here. And I keep looking inside my bag and seeing Mr. Nutty. I need to put him at the bottom of the pack or something like that so I don't see him. Worst thing ever. Oh, but best surprise ever. I forgot that I had another Athletic brew in here. I'm gonna stick this in the lake right here, let it cool off, and then I'll be able to have it with my dinner. This is the All Out Extra Dark that I was telling you guys about. It's so tasty. You don't really even need to chill it off that much. As long as it's room temperature, it's still really good. This is probably my last Bushka's Kitchen meal ever. They went out of business, so they're not being made anymore, and it's the last one that I have. It's sad. There's a lot of companies in the outdoor space that have been going out of business recently, some that I love, like Bushka's Kitchen. So I'm gonna really enjoy this one, think about them, enjoy my brew, and we'll see you guys in the morning. Good morning. I slept great last night, which is what I needed after working so hard yesterday, and now I'm treated with this spectacular view here. I got my entire camp set up. That's normally what I like to do in the morning, is wake up, pack up everything, and then go to the breakfast eating area and then eat breakfast before having number 2 and hitting the trail. I find that's usually the most efficient way to get on trail quickly. I promised I'd talk about gear that kind of surprised me on this trip, and I'll start off with the gravity system. I have it set up right here. It filled up a bottle. I didn't even have to be near it in order for it to do it. It was a very easy system and worked a lot quicker than I expected. I guess I underestimated how much adding a tube to the filter and just like letting the water kind of pull itself out makes for a quick system. I do think I like squeeze filters just a little bit better. I can see why people like the gravity filters, but they're just not really for me, but I can now see the appeal. What I like about this quick draw system is that you can use it as a gravity filter when you're at camp, but then when you're on trail, you can just remove the hose and use it as a squeeze filter, so you're not having to set up a whole gravity system every time you want to filter water when you're hiking. I was also pleasantly surprised by how much food I brought. I thought I was gonna have brought way more food than I needed. Other than Mr. Nutty and the extra meal, I finished off everything that's in here. I still have a couple snacks for hiking out, but I ate a lot of food. That was probably 5,000, 6,000 calories a day that I had packed, and I ate all of it. I still probably ran in a calorie deficit, which is normally what I do on backpacking trips, but normally I'm doing that calorie deficit while bringing 3,000 or 3,500 calories. The jet boil is definitely not a surprise. I still hate them. The hiking boots surprised me a little bit as well. Normally I wear trail runners when I'm backpacking, but the hiking boots were perfect on this trip because there's a lot of spots where it was a little bit wet or the water was just deep enough for the hiking boots to protect me, and I kept my feet dry the entire time. I think in that regard, I just kind of got lucky. A lot of the time I would be having to wade through streams, my feet would be getting wet regardless, and the hiking boots, if they did get wet, they would not be drying out for the entire trip. Kind of in line with the hiking boots, not necessarily a surprise, but a nice to have on this specific trip was the tent. Being able to have a giant tent that I was able to bring all my gear in so that the porcupines weren't eating things was a nice little bonus, because otherwise I would have been having to hang my pack on the bear hangs, and that's just a pain in the butt. So I mentioned that the porcupines got a hold of one of my trekking poles. This is what it looks like, super chewed up, still usable, which is good, but definitely chewed up. Some of you on this trip might have been wondering why you only saw one trekking pole in all of my shots, and you're like, you're crazy, only one trekking pole with a 60-pound pack. Well, let me assure you, I am using two trekking poles. One of them is just used as kind of my tripod. I put my camera on top of it, then stick it in the ground, and I'm able to do those awesome walk-by shots that you guys love and things like that. When I got to camp yesterday, I was not in a good state. I was a little delirious, very hungry, very tired. And if you're going backpacking with other people, that's not the kind of condition that you want to be arriving to camp in. You want to be able to enjoy camp, hang out with family, friends, and have a good time. So unless I join the military or become a hunter, I'll probably be sticking to lighter weight packs, especially when I'm going on solo trips, and then stick to the 60+ pounds when I am going with my family, or there's some sort of other circumstance that requires me to carry this much weight, because I'm not going to do it by choice anymore. If you guys are waiting for that 70-pound pack video, probably not going to happen. And that's information that I wanted to get out of this trip, that personal kind of test to see whether I could carry a pack this heavy in order to take my family backpacking. And I think it was a success, other than yesterday, where I definitely hit my limit, 25 kilometers through the mountains, uphill, downhill. I was beat. This pack and a lot of what's inside of it is gear that you've likely never seen before and maybe never even heard of. Everything from the sleeping pad with the most unbelievable specs I've ever seen, to the quilt system, to the inflation pump. Trips like the one I'm on now, where I'm taking this gear out into the wild, are how I like to share with you guys my first impressions on new and exciting gear. It's the second step in my testing process after initially playing around with the gear at home, where I determine whether the gear is worth testing further or if it's going to be going into the junk bin. I'm going to start by talking about two of the on-trail items that I'm testing out, the pack and then my shoes, and then once we get to camp, I'll talk about those camp items. The shoe that I'm testing out is the Hoka Speedgoat 6, and I'm excited about this because the Hoka Speedgoat 5 has been my go-to shoe for a couple years, ever since they released it, and I'm excited about the Speedgoat 6 because Hoka promises to address a few of the issues that I had with the Speedgoat 5. One of the issues was that I found the upper didn't accommodate a wider foot. I don't have a super wide foot, but even with the size wide Speedgoat 5, I was having issues with my pinky toe kind of poking out on the side here. That only wasn't as comfortable as it could be, but it also led to some premature wear in the upper, and I found that the upper material on the Speedgoat 5 just wasn't as durable as I would have liked. The third issue with the Speedgoat 5 was that the midsole wasn't super durable. It'd start to pack out pretty quickly, and then once that happened, you'd be more susceptible to foot fatigue. With the Speedgoat 6, Hoka says that they redesigned the upper to not only be more durable, but to accommodate different foot shapes better. So while you might not be able to fit in this shoe if you have a super wide forefoot, if you have a foot like mine that is kind of on the wider side in the front, then you're gonna fit a little bit nicer in this shoe, apparently. I can tell you that my first impressions so far with the Speedgoat 6 after a handful of miles are that it feels very comfortable, just as comfortable as the Speedgoat 5s, but with a little bit more room in the forefoot. You can see on the Speedgoat 6s that my pinky toe isn't pushing out the side quite as much as it did with the Speedgoat 5s. Only time will really tell how durable the upper material is and then how resilient the midsole is. So I'll probably have to give you an update after like 500, 600 miles. Otherwise, all the things that I loved with the Speedgoat 5 continue with the Speedgoat 6. Vibram Mega Grip sole for awesome grip, a very tall stack height in order to provide a lot of cushion in order to prevent foot fatigue, and just an overall good fit where the heel is nice and snug, but you do have that little bit more room in the forefoot, especially if you get the wide version of the shoe. The pack is really interesting. It's made by Z-Packs and they're calling it the Super Nero. It's a frameless pack and it's Z-Packs' first kind of foray into vest style shoulder straps. I've been a big fan of vest style shoulder straps for a long time for a couple different reasons. The first one being that I don't like using a hip belt if I'm going ultralight, and with traditional shoulder straps, a lot of the weight gets put right on your traps, but with a vest style shoulder strap, the weight gets distributed over your shoulder and chest a lot more evenly, and it's a lot more comfortable to carry heavier weights with a vest style shoulder strap. The second reason is that vest style shoulder straps are wider than traditional shoulder straps, and because of that, you have a lot more real estate for pockets. I love having a lot of pockets on my shoulder straps because I find it really easy to be able to grab items as I need them while I'm hiking. And when I'm moving fast and covering distance, I don't really like to stop that much. So being able to just grab anything I need, like snacks, sunscreen, whatever it is, right from my shoulders is really convenient. With traditional shoulder straps, you might just have one pocket on each shoulder strap. But with a vest style shoulder strap like I have here, I have 3 different pockets on each shoulder strap. So I have a big long pocket that I could put a water bottle in, or I have bear spray on this side, and then there's a little smaller pocket in front of it which is great for maybe sunscreen or snacks, and then you have a zippered pocket as well that you can put like keys or your phone, things that you don't want to lose. I'm pretty sure Z-Packs has never made a pack with vest style shoulder straps before, so I was pretty interested to test this one out because it's kind of hard to implement them sometimes. But with my initial testing and then on trail right now with about 22 pounds in the pack, it's carrying quite well. It's distributing weight well, it's not pinching anywhere, and it's the pack's kind of riding in a good spot. What's really interesting though is that there's attachment points on the shoulder straps that aren't being used with this Super Nero that makes me think that Z-Packs is gonna make this an option on their entire line of packs, which is really cool. I think there's gonna be big demand for an arc haul style pack, but with a vest style shoulder strap. Otherwise, the pack is just really well designed. You have water bottle pockets on the side that are easy to reach. You have a big mesh pocket on the front here, some straps on the bottom if you want to put a chair on there, and then you have a roll top on the pack just so you can make it either as tall or as low as you want. You can get a few different options for the hip belt. I opted for the 1-inch webbing hip belt just because I really just didn't want anything there, but you can get a fully padded hip belt if you want, or just get no hip belt at all. I'm heading up to a mountain pass, and by the sounds of it, it could be pretty windy up there. We're gonna have to see once we get there whether I can find a place to shelter. But as I'm gaining elevation, I'm realizing that there's a piece of gear that I don't have with me, but that has been an awesome new piece of gear that is making going up these hills a whole lot easier. It's an open trap bar from Bells of Steel, and why that's cool is because of how it allows me to exercise in a more efficient way. First of all, it allows me to do deadlifts in a more ergonomic fashion. I can stand inside of the bar, not have to kind of reach forward in order to grab the bar, and I can hold the bar in a more ergonomic way with my hands vertical instead of horizontal on the bar. And depending on my stance inside the bar and then how I position my hips, I can either load up my body in a more squat-like position where my quads are taking a lot of the load, or I can shift into a position that's more in line with a traditional deadlift where I'm loading up my posterior chain. I also love how this bar allows me to load plates on. I just roll it onto the legs and then I can just slide plates right on. I'm not having to use bar lifters or have to hold up the bar with one hand, slide the plate on with the other. It's an easy system, especially when I'm loading a lot of weight onto the bar, and I just tip the bar over and then I can do my deadlifts. A third reason is that it reduces injuries. Studies show that using an open trap bar compared to a traditional barbell reduces injuries when you are doing deadlifts. And as I'm getting older, reducing my injuries is becoming more and more of a priority. Bells of Steel gave me a discount on setting up my entire home gym, but I went with them after a lot of research because they have the best quality equipment for the best value. If you want to check out the trap bar or any of the gear that I'm talking about today, then head to the video description for some links. Made it to where I'm going to be setting up camp. This is one of my favorite spots in all the Canadian Rockies. It's beautiful. We have this lake right here. I'm gonna get my tent set up and my sleep system set up, which are both items that I'm gonna be sharing with you guys, new gear that I'm testing on this trip. And then I'll take you on a little bit of a tour and we'll start talking gear. The tent that I'm testing out is the Nemo Dragonfly 1P. It's a one-person freestanding tent, and I've been testing out a lot more one-person freestanding tents this year because they kind of intrigue me for a few different reasons. Number one is that freestanding tents are a lot easier to set up on tough ground, like if the ground is really sandy or if it's rocky like right here. The second reason is footprint. I have a very small tent site right here. I would not have been able to fit a two-person tent here, never mind a two-person trekking pole tent. The Nemo Dragonfly is able to tuck in really easily against the wind barrier that I have on the other side, and I still have lots of room in front of me in order to hang out and spend some time around camp. Other than the inherent benefits of a one-person freestanding tent, there's two other things that really intrigue me about the Nemo Dragonfly specifically. The first one is the weight. It's the lightest one-person freestanding tent that I could find at 948 grams. It's really cool to find a freestanding tent that gets under that 1 kilogram mark. The second reason is stormworthiness. I've had the two-person Dragonfly out in some really windy, tough weather, and it handled that quite well. So I'm excited to test out the Dragonfly on this trip because it's really windy right now, if you couldn't tell, and I want to see how it does relative to the two-person version. I think it'll do well. It has a really good shape for dumping wind, just like the two-person. It also has a lot of guy out points that I can use if the wind really picks up, but I think it should be fine in the kind of wind that I'm in right now. The one thing that I'm not convinced about with one-person freestanding tents is that they're not very roomy inside. One-person trekking pole tents are often quite a bit roomier, whereas with one-person freestanding tents, you usually just have enough room for the sleeping pad and maybe a little bit of gear beside you. I'm gonna wait till tomorrow morning to give you a full rundown of the sleep system and why I'm really excited for it, but I'll introduce you to the items that I'm looking at and I'll tell you why I'm excited to test them out. The sleeping pad is kind of insane. It's made by Hikenture and they never took the time to name it, so I just call it the Hikenture sleeping pad, just like I called their pillow the Hikenture pillow. It has a similar baffling system to the Nemo Tensor line, so it's gonna be about as comfortable as those pads. But what makes this pad crazy is the weight, R value, and then most of all the price. The pad weighs 620 grams for the regular wide version that I have here, which isn't super light. It's kind of that middle ground as far as sleeping pads go. The Hikenture sleeping pad has an R value of 6.2, which pretty much brings it into the winter camping realm as far as pads go, at a really reasonable weight for that R value. I've taken a look at the pad underneath light to see how the Mylar film is kind of suspended inside the pad, and I can see that it's right close to the top, right close to the bottom, and then it looks like there's a couple layers suspended throughout the middle. So unlike with some other pads that use this technology, we're not gonna be running into the issue where all the Mylar film kind of drops to the bottom and it ends up being way less effective. You get a pad that seems like it's gonna be relatively comfortable. I'll report back tomorrow morning, has crazy warmth to weight ratio, all at a price of $75 US, which is kind of insane. That would be inexpensive for a pad that didn't have the performance characteristics of this one. That being said, as with kind of any budget product that's making bold claims, I need to put it through its paces and I need to see how cold I can take it, most importantly. I'm also really excited for this top insulation kind of sleep system that I'm gonna be testing out for two reasons. First of all, the price, it only costs $280 US, which is very inexpensive for a top quilt that's -2 comfort rated, never mind for everything else that you get with this. The second reason is that it's another system that's looking at kind of bringing all the comfort that you get with a quilt to a system where you don't really have to fiddle around with pad straps very much, and it eliminates pretty much any drafts that you might get. You might think that that kind of sounds like the Zenbivy system, which this system is similar to, but approaches it in a quite different way. The major similarity is that they use a sheet that goes over top of the sleeping pad in order to kind of create the base structure for the entire system. Then instead of having flaps with either zippers or clips, they use a zipper along the entire edge of the sheet in order to attach the quilt. With the zipper running all the way around the perimeter of the sheet, you can either unzip it completely and just have the quilt kind of draped over top of you, like if it's a very warm night, or if you really want to kind of lock it down, you zip up both sides, do up the next cinch, and then you're kind of all set. From my testing at home, once I have it all zipped up, it feels like it's as kind of secure and warm as a sleeping bag, but then you can toss and turn underneath it just as effectively as you can with a quilt. They also introduced a pillow attachment system that really locks the pillow onto the sleeping pad and allows you to use any pillow that you want, which I find very intriguing because there's some pillows out there that I'd love to use and test out, but that don't have a way to attach it to the sleeping pad, which makes it a no-go for me because I don't like having to chase my pillow around the tent as I toss and turn throughout the night. Rockfront, who's a Ukrainian company that makes this entire system, all the pieces here are made in Ukraine, which is pretty cool, uses a buckle system in order to put this pillowcase onto the sheet, and then you can just slide any pillow that you want into the pillowcase, cinch it up, and then you're good to go. You can sleep on that, and the pillow's not going to be flying around the tent throughout the night. The pillow that I'm using on this trip is the Decathlon pillow, which is a very comfortable pillow. It has nice height to it, a nice little foam topper, very lightweight, but doesn't have a pad attachment system, so I've just never been using it. So really excited to be sleeping on this tonight using the Rockfront system. The way I inflated my sleeping pad was pretty cool. It was using the lightest sleeping pad pump ever made. This thing only weighs 9 grams. I've been testing it out at home a lot, and when I first got it, I was a little bit skeptical. My two questions were, how durable is it? Because it feels very lightweight and it's 3D printed, so it just doesn't feel like it'd be that durable. And then the second and probably more important question is, how well can it actually inflate a sleeping pad? Before I get into that, I want to talk a little bit about how it's made and then how it achieves that really lightweight 9 grams. There's 2 parts to the pump system. So you have this fan that pushes air, and there's no power source in here. In order to power it, there's a USB-C port right there. You plug in a cable and then plug that cable into a power bank, and then it powers the fan for you. The other component is the sleeping pad adapter. So this just fits right over top of the fan. So the creator sells a bunch of different adapters that fit all of the most popular sleeping pads out there, and they do it in a way that really kind of maximizes how much air is getting pushed into the sleeping pad. All of the adapters are very lightweight. This entire system weighs 9 grams, the pump and the adapter. And then once you're ready to inflate, you just hold this button on the bottom, it turns on, it'll do a little like song for you, which is nice to see that it's turned on, and then you just double press it and it starts pumping. There's 4 different modes for it, 4 different speeds. It gets pretty loud at the highest speed. You probably don't want to be using that in situations where you're camping with a lot of people around, but when it's at that highest speed, it inflates pads quite quickly. So how durable is it and how effective is it? From a durability standpoint, I've been pleasantly surprised. I've dropped it on the rocks here already a couple of times, and it's fine. It's probably going to hold up pretty good just with normal use. I probably wouldn't be throwing it against rocks or dropping it often, but just kind of throwing it in your ditty bag, you're not going to have to worry about its durability at all. The one spot where I'd maybe question durability is at the USB-C port. Ports are kind of notorious for being weak links, so plugging in and taking out a USB-C plug a lot might wear that out. So you know what, I'll ask the creator who makes this, because we've been chatting back and forth and had some great conversations, really enjoyed chatting with him. And I'll see if he's done any tests on how many times he's been able to take this out and put it back in, because he's done tests on a lot of other aspects of this to make sure that it's going to work and be durable and all those kind of things. So I wouldn't be surprised if he's done a durability test on the plug. When it comes to how well it inflates quite well. For something that weighs 9 grams, it inflates quickly and it inflates pretty effectively. The one issue that I've had with some other pumps in the past, especially lightweight ones, is that they won't get the sleeping pad fully inflated. It'll get it to about like 80, 90%, and then you have to put in some breaths. And that's the case with this pump. After I use it, I have to put in usually 1, maybe 2 breaths, and then the pad gets nice and firm. A lot of people out there, I know you're inflating your pads to 80, 90% for comfort reasons, and this pump is pretty much going to get you right there. Something to keep in mind, and something that I know the creator of the Pad Pal, which is the name of the pump, wants people to keep in mind, is that this is an ultralight product. With ultralight products, there's always going to be some compromises, and that's the case with the Pad Pal. That being said, if you're someone who is a very ultralight backpacker, maybe you're a thru-hiker or a fast packer, and you've just gotten sick of having to inflate your pad using your breath at the end of the day, then the Pad Pal could be a great option for you. I know when I was on the Great Divide Trail thru-hiking, I did not bring a pump because it was some extra weight that I just did not want. So I was inflating my pad with my breath, and it was really annoying at the end of the day. If the Pad Pal was around at that point in time, it's definitely something I would have been bringing. I know this is a first impressions video and there's some other first impressions of this pump out there, but like I said, I've been testing it quite a bit at home, which is probably just as effective as testing it out in the field, because I'm getting reps in of inflating different pads, different systems, using different adapters, and pulling the plug in and out, turning it on and off, and it's been working really well for me. So I'm gonna keep using it, especially in the field under conditions where I am throwing it in my pack, taking it out a lot. I also haven't been babying it at home because I would really want to test out the durability. And at this point, I do want to test it out a little bit more long term, but I've been really impressed with it so far. So I wouldn't say that this is a first impressions of the pump. It's kind of that next level where I've been testing it quite a bit. That kind of brings something up that I wanted to ask you guys about, and that's when to share gear that I'm going to be testing out, and that I'm really excited for. I've had the Pad Pal for weeks. I've had a lot of this gear for a while, and I've just been testing it out at home. but I easily could have shared it with you from the studio, said here's some new gear that I'm testing, maybe keep an eye on it, ask for your thoughts if you guys have experience with it, instead of waiting like a month, sometimes 2 months before getting the product out on a trip and testing it out and giving you my first impressions under kind of in the wild conditions. I think it's really important to give you guys kind of my real first impressions from the trail, but if you guys want to see kind of a sneak peek of items from the studio before I get them out on trail, let me know in the comments and I might start doing that. I'm pretty hungry, but as I get dinner going, I want to give you guys an update on the lid that I've been working on. So I've talked about this before, but I've been working with Braxton from Peak Outdoors in order to develop a lid that goes on standard backpacking pots. So pots like Tokes pots that are 95 millimeters wide and fit kind of a standard fuel canister inside of them. We wanted to do a few different things with this lid, but the big one was being able to attach a fuel canister to the lid itself and then snap the lid onto the pot. So you can see the fuel canister there is being held on with some clips, and then the whole system just attaches onto a pot and then it just is locked on. So you're not having your fuel can kind of rattling around as much. You're not getting rust rings on the pot. And then there's some other features as well that I'm really excited about. So maybe you guys can pick those out as I kind of get dinner ready. But right now we're pretty much finalizing the design, and then we're gonna get a plastic mold made, and then it's gonna be a plastic lid made from polyester. So it's gonna be food safe. So you're gonna be able to boil water with the lid on the pot, and then there's kind of a little spout there so you can pour water out of it effectively into your freeze-dried meals. And like I said, a lot of other features. So once the mold's made, then the next step is to get some not prototypes necessarily, but some early samples in order to put it through its paces to make sure from a durability standpoint and just from like a fit standpoint that everything's going to be working out no problem. Something that I'm really proud of and that's pretty cool with this lid is that we're patent pending on a few different features that it has. So we're going to be going through with the full patent procedure over the next year here, but it's pretty cool to have your name on a patent. I'm gonna enjoy my dinner, enjoy the lake, this sunset that's happening right now, and then tomorrow morning I'll give you guys an update on how I slept, how the sleeping pad performed, how the rock front quilt system performed. I also have one more piece of gear that I'll be testing out as I hike out tomorrow. I'm not optimistic about it though. All this other gear I think is pretty cool, and I'm optimistic that it's gonna be gear that I wanna test out a lot more. But this other piece of gear might be a flop and going into the junk bin. With that being said, good night, guys. We'll see you in the morning. Good morning. I did not sleep well last night, but not because of the sleep system. It was because the wind ended up picking up last night and was just shaking the tent all night, and it really made it hard to sleep. Wind was still howling this morning, so as soon as I woke up, I just packed up my tent and then walked down trail a little bit to get to the sheltered area so I can eat breakfast in peace without being just pummeled by wind. As far as how well my sleep system performed, I'll start with the sleeping pad. From a comfort perspective, it was as good as a Nemo Tensor, which makes sense. It uses the exact same baffling system pretty much. And I slept pretty good on it. It's not the most comfortable pad out there, but it does the job. For warmth, I was plenty warm on the pad, which makes sense for a pad that it has a 6.2 R value. And just so you know, I don't think I mentioned this before, it's ASTM standard. So they did send it to a lab, get it tested by the ASTM standard that all the other kind of big companies use, and then came back with that 6.2 R value. They know that you and I are gonna kind of look at that R value a little bit skeptically, so they even on their Amazon page posted the ASTM report that shows that 6.2 R value. While I do need to test the pad out in colder conditions, the conditions I was out in weren't terrible. If it had an R value kind of in the 2s or 3s, I probably would have been feeling a little bit cold due to the wind, as well as the fact that I was at elevation, temperatures got down to about 5 degrees Celsius. I was also right next to a cold lake, and with the water level probably being a foot below me, I was gonna have influence from that, and the ground was probably fairly cold for this time of year. So I can confidently say that the Hike Etcher probably has an R value at least in the 4s, but I wouldn't doubt if it had an R value in the 6.2s just based on the ASTM testing that they did, and then how the insulation is kind of suspended inside the pad and how that technology is being used. As far as the rock front quilt system, for a system that all in, including the pillow attachment, the sheet, the quilt, weighs 628 grams and has a minus 2 degrees Celsius comfort rating, I was pleasantly surprised. I thought that maybe the system was gonna be a little bit finicky to use, or there's just gonna be little things that I was gonna find annoying with it, but overall it performed well. It kept out drafts. I was definitely feeling wind coming into the tent, and it was blocking all of that out. So the zipper system that they have works well. The pillow system locked the pillow onto the pad really effectively, more effectively than I thought it would. And then the warmth was on point. I wasn't pushing the warmth rating of the quilt at all, but I was plenty warm last night. I really like that I could easily toss and turn inside the pad. It just works quite well. And it has a neck cinch system that is more effective than similar systems out there. I'm gonna finish my breakfast and hit the trail, and I have a couple thoughts on the Super Nero pack here that I wanna share with you. There's just a couple things that I think Z-Packs needs to tweak. And then we'll also get into that last item that I haven't shared with you guys yet. Overall, I'm really liking the Super Nero. I think it's gonna be a great pack for a lot of people out there. But the one issue that I'm having has to do with the pockets on the shoulder strap. These two kind of spandexy pockets, you have the smaller one down low, and then you have the bigger one that can fit a water bottle or bear spray at the top here. They're a little bit floppy, and what I would like to see Z-Packs do is introduce a cinch along the top like my Zerk 40 pack has, and a lot of running packs have this as well. So if you do need to cinch around the top in order to lock in whatever's in that pocket, you can do that. And then running vests also use that cinch system in order to introduce a way to kind of lock on to the water bottle, so you can kind of loop it over top of the cap, and then it keeps the water bottle inside the pocket instead of kind of bouncing out as you're running. The only other issue with the pack that I'm kind of having is when I bend over, sometimes if my butt's up in the air, then my water bottle falls out, and I snapped the cap on the one water bottle because of that. So maybe they need to adjust the pockets slightly. I like that I can reach back and grab water bottles from the pockets, but you don't want your water bottles falling out. And I haven't had that issue with other Z-Packs packs or some other packs that I've used where I still can reach the water bottle pockets. Before I let you know which gear I'm really excited to keep testing and what's going into the junk bin, I want to talk about this off-road scooter from GoTrax because it was really useful on this trip. I know it's not going to be useful for a lot of people out there, but on this trip there's about 10 kilometers of ATV road that I had to go down before I got to the base of the mountain in order to get up to the lake that I stayed at. And it would have been several hours of really boring hiking. So having this scooter allowed me to cover that distance in about an hour. There's definitely some downsides with the scooter, but the good things about it are that it covers the distance quickly and it does have off-road capabilities. The downsides are that it's not able to go up hills quite as effectively as I would have liked. Hills that I didn't think were that steep, I had to walk up. And then I'm also not a fan of the throttle. So there's a thumb throttle here. I rather have had kind of a twist handle throttle. I find that's just a little bit easier when I'm going over bumps, whereas my thumb kind of jitters a little bit on the thumb throttle. I'm probably not going to keep testing the scooter for the channel, but I'm definitely going to be using it on several trips because there's a lot of trips in the Canadian Rockies, especially in the foothills here, where it is nice to kind of be able to get to the base of the mountains before I'm able to kind of hike in the good stuff. As for which gear I'm excited to keep testing out, the pack is definitely one of them. It's really cool to see Z-Packs kind of going through this year of innovation and trying new things and really broadening their categories that they're making gear in, because for a while there, they're a little bit stagnant, but this year they've really done a lot and it's really exciting to see. I'm a little on the fence about the tents still. One-person freestanding tents are cool, they have their place, but I'm not sure that they're necessarily going to be a staple for me when I'm going on trips. The quilt system from Rockfront has a lot of potential for people out there. So definitely keep an eye on the channel for reviews on that because it's something I'm really going to be taking a look at, especially at that price point. And then the pump, 9 grams. I go ultralight. I do like my extreme ultralight trips, my super ultralight trips, my fast packing trips. And that pump is going to be going with me now because there's nothing I dislike more. Oh, there's a lot of things I dislike more, but I definitely dislike having to inflate a sleeping pad with my breath after a really hard day. And then the Hoka Speedgoat 6s, probably going to be my go-to shoe for the rest of the year until they come out with the Speedgoat 7s or someone finally makes a shoe that I like better. This kind of trip is one of my favorites where I'm getting up to a beautiful area, getting some solitude, then also testing out some new gear, testing out just gear in general. In the past, I've second guessed how much I talk about gear on this channel, but I think I'm gonna stop doing that. I'm just gonna embrace the fact that I'm a gearhead. People who like hearing about gear, learning about gear, even if it's something that they're not gonna buy, are gonna enjoy that kind of content, and I enjoy making it. So hopefully that comes through. I'll still always have a mix of trips that are more focused on kind of challenging myself, but then also trips that are focused on the gear like this one. But I'm gonna stop apologizing for being a gearhead. This is the sleeping pad that I'm gonna be using on this trip, and this is the most minimal backpacking setup that I've ever used. I'm really curious to test out an extremely minimal setup like this in order to see what the pros and cons are, but I'm also a little bit nervous because I'm stepping well outside my comfort zone, using things like that 1/8 inch foam mat in order to sleep on, and then a tarp as my only source of protection from the elements. I've based the gear for this trip on what a famous thru-hiker Jupiter has used for thousands of miles, with the goal of being as ultralight and minimal as possible. My pack only weighs 9 pounds, including all of my gear gear and food and water. I've been backpacking and camping for decades, but we'll have to see whether I have the skill in order to use and adapt to an extremely minimal setup like this and how much comfort I end up sacrificing in the process. There's three main challenges I anticipate with this trip. The first one is how to be comfortable with such a minimal setup, especially with the sleep system. The sleep system that I'm using is kind of crazy and definitely has me nervous. The second thing is protection from the elements. It's not supposed to be rainy or windy on this trip, but I want to assess how well the setup that I have can protect me from the elements. The third challenge is how easy this system is to use and how much skill is required. Like I said, I have decades of experience and I still anticipate there being quite a few little challenges that I encounter when using this setup. I've watched a lot of Thru-Hike's videos on YouTube, and the benefits that he talks about when using a minimal setup like this are, first of all, weight and speed. It's such a lightweight setup that you can move quickly. The beginning of this trail has been mostly uphill, and I've been able to cruise through that uphill easily with such a lightweight pack. The second benefit he talks about is simplicity. Especially once you get used to it, there's just a lot less gear to keep track of and fewer things that you need to finagle with in order to make the setup work properly. The third benefit he talks about is connection to the trail and your surroundings once you get to camp. A lot of the on-trail connection comes to not using a heavy pack and not having to focus on kind of pain and difficulty while you're hiking, as well as using barefoot shoes. Jupiter is known for that, and I'm using the same Zero shoes that he's used for thousands of miles that are a barefoot shoe that really allows you to connect to the ground and feel every rock and stick. This style of shoe isn't for everyone, but I do enjoy using them because they help me strengthen my foot for those really tough backpacking days, and I do feel a little bit more connected to the ground and a little bit more nimble as I'm hiking. Before we get to camp, I want to share with you guys more of the on-trail items that are part of this system because there's some interesting ones, like these dance pants that dancers use, like ballet dancers, in order to keep their legs warm in between, I guess, exercising. These are really interesting. They weigh under 100 grams. You can pick them up on Amazon for like $20. But the functionality that they provide is basically warmth and then protection from bugs. They're thick enough that bugs aren't gonna bite through them. And if you're up on a ridge or just around camp and you're wearing shorts, then they're gonna keep your legs a little bit warmer than just having nothing at all. For sunglasses, I'm using the classic Thru-Hike's Ombre sunglasses. So what makes these special is that they don't have any arms to them. There's just a strap that goes around the back of your head and then you can tighten it and loosen it. I really like these because when I don't need them, if I'm in tree cover or something, I can take them off, hang them around my neck, and I'm not gonna lose them. And then I can slide them into my pocket really easily. Not having arms, I think, makes them more durable as well. I've been really impressed with these. They've been my go-to sunglasses all summer, and I haven't lost them yet, which is pretty rare for me. I usually lose a couple pairs of sunglasses every summer. They're pretty expensive, but if I'm not having to replace 3 or 4 pairs of sunglasses every year, then I think it ends up being worth it for me. Jupiter used to use aqua mirror drops, which are kind of just drops that you put in the water and it treats it, but he's recently switched to a platypus quick draw system. And this is a system that I've been using for a long time now. It's my go-to and I'm a big fan. So glad to see that Jupiter's using it now as well. And then what else we got in here? I got a Garmin InReach. I haven't really seen Jupiter talk about an InReach, and it's probably not something that's gonna be part of most people's minimal setups, but I really needed to bring this on this trip, and we'll get into that a little bit later. But this basically allows me to communicate back at home and press the SOS button if I get into an emergency. A big focus of this setup is reduced weight, but also it being minimal, and part of that is just minimal from like a cost standpoint. And Jupiter has used jackets like the Light and Equipment Visp, which is an expensive rain jacket, but recently he's just gone back to the old Frog Togs, and this has always just been a go-to for me as well. If I just need a rain jacket to throw in my pack that I know is gonna work, it's gonna be lightweight, and I don't really care if it rips or anything because it's so inexpensive, then I'll grab a Frog Togs. This is oldie but a goodie. The pack that's holding all this gear is made by Palante Packs, and I know Jupiter's a big fan of these. He's used basically their entire lineup from the super minimal Joey pack to the desert pack to what this one is, which is the V2. It's a pack that prioritizes being ultralight. It's very lightweight, but then also accessibility to items. So you have a big front pocket here that's stretchy. There's also a little pocket on the side of the front pocket where you can keep tent stakes, or I'm storing my trowel and my poop kit in there. There's also 2 side pockets that are generously sized for water bottles. I find that because this pack, the torso is so short, that I do have troubles reaching back and grabbing my water from them. I have to loosen up the shoulder straps in order to do that. If I'd gotten the bigger version, this is the 16-inch version of this pack, I might have been able to reach the water bottle pockets a little bit more easily, but I went with the smaller, more minimal pack. There's also 2 pockets on the shoulder straps here. They're not very big, but a great size for something like a small bear spray or putting your sunglasses in or some snacks. But where I like to keep my snacks are on the bottom pocket. So Palante was one of the first companies to really make bottom pockets popular. And you basically just have an opening on one side of this pocket that's on the bottom of the pack. And then Palante also has a little pocket on the corner here that you can stick garbage into. Personally, I think bottom pockets are perfect for snacks. You can stuff a full day's worth of food in there, and then having the little garbage pocket is really nice. So you're not having to deal with garbage in either the pockets of your pants or shorts or in the shoulder straps. Everything else that's inside the pack is for around camp, my shelter, my sleep system, my cook system, as well as some clothing. But we'll get into that once we get to camp and I figure out a spot to set up. For this trip, I'm at a spot called Pickle Jar Lakes, and I'm at the first lake of a series of lakes that go up this valley. I'm probably gonna check out all of the lakes because campsite selection with this system is really important. I wanna be making sure that I'm ending up at the right spot. The three things that I'm looking for out of a campsite are, first of all, protection from the wind. It's really windy out right now and my system does not deal with wind very well. The second thing is tree cover in order to protect me from the rain if it does end up raining, as well as to reduce the amount of condensation that's entering into my system. The third thing is the ground and setting up on a really nice kind of cushy, cozy ground, not something that's super rocky. I think I found the perfect spot to set up camp for tonight, but before I explain to you guys why I chose this specific area, I want to tell you a little bit about the sponsor of today's video, Garage Growing Gear. Part of what I want to tell you has to do with the reason why I absolutely had to bring the InReach on this trip. And if you follow the channel, you'll know that Steph and I are expecting a baby girl at the end of August 2024. But what I haven't shared anywhere, because we just found out a couple days ago, is that we're going to be having her 3 weeks early. And that's because a couple days ago we found out that Steph has elevated blood pressure and she's fine, the baby's fine, but they recommended inducing early. So instead of having our little baby at the end of August, we're gonna be having her 3 days from right in this moment right now. So this is gonna be my last trip before I'm a dad, and it's terrifying, but it's also extremely exciting. The reason I wanted to share with you guys that story while telling you about Garage Growing Gear is that I'm just very thankful for Garage Growing Gear, for supporting this channel, supporting my family. If it wasn't for sponsors like Garage Growing Gear, who's been around for years, they're the first sponsor I ever had, I wouldn't be able to go on trips like this and have a family. I'd have to choose one or the other, and I was very thankful that I get to do both. So if you want to support the channel, definitely go check out Garage Growing Gear at the link in the video description. I also know that Lloyd, the co-founder of Garage Growing Gear, is having a baby this summer as well, like pretty much right now. So congratulations to him. I consider Lloyd a friend. I consider Garage Growing Gear a friend. So yeah, thanks Garage Growing Gear for sponsoring this video and continue to support the channel. The reason I chose this campsite in particular, because I searched all 4 lakes and there's way better views from the end of this lake or a whole bunch of other spots, nicer fire pits and that kind of thing, even though I won't have a fire tonight, is because of this spot right here. There's a handful of benefits of this very specific location. First of all, it has good tree cover. I have trees all around me, above me. It's gonna protect me from condensation as well as rain if it does rain. Second of all, the ground is really nice. It's soft. People haven't been setting up here a lot, so there's not a lot of compaction and there's a lot of needles on the ground, making it nice and soft. And there's also a little bit of a slope going this way. So I'm gonna set my head up on this side and then my feet on this side. And that's gonna be important because I don't have a pillow as part of my sleep system. It's the first time in a very long time where I haven't brought a pillow on a backpacking trip. So I'm trying to think of ways and strategies in order to still be comfortable without a pillow. But before I get my shelter and sleep system set up, and I'll share with you guys everything that I brought for those, I need to get my dinner cooking because I've never cooked this kind of system before and it could take anywhere from 15 minutes, I've heard up to like 45 minutes or an hour. And that's because I'm cold soaking. Jupiter has been cold soaking for a very long time. He's a pro at it. I cold soaked once, got insane gas and diarrhea and never tried it again. The big tip that Jupiter gives is to use food that's gonna rehydrate easily without heat. So he recommends couscous. So in here I have couscous as well as some pistachios. It's flavored couscous with some vegetables. So hopefully it all rehydrates nicely. And I'm using a Rusby bag for my rehydrating kind of vessel. Jupiter uses a peanut butter jar most of the time. I find this a little bit lighter. It's more compact. and it's still waterproof. I could fill this with water, stick in my pack, and hike with it if I wanted to rehydrate for the last kind of hour of the day as I'm hiking. I'll probably fill it up to just above the couscous. That will probably be enough. I'll come check on it in 10 or 15 minutes, see if it needs addition. And then the spoon that I'm using, Jupiter uses an Ozark Trail plastic spoon, which is really affordable, super lightweight, which if it was still available would be awesome. I just can't find it anywhere. So I'm using this 11 gram Sea to Summit aluminum spoon. This is the lightest spoon that I've ever found that's still like really durable and long handled. So I'll give this a stir and then let the couscous rehydrate. Give it 15 minutes, and in the meantime, I'll set up my shelter and sleep system. Here we have it. I have my shelter and most of my sleep system set up. The shelter is just a 7 by 9 foot tarp. It's made out of Dyneema, so it's super lightweight, under 200 grams. It's actually crazy how lightweight it is. And I have it set up in this modified half teepee style. If I wanted to, I could drop down that corner right there and then it'd be a little bit more contained and a little bit more storm worthy, but I want to allow some breeze to come in, blow the bugs away. We'll get into the bugs in a second here because I'm a little bit worried about that, but it still provides me a good amount of shelter and coverage. Having this side propped up also makes it a lot easier to get in and out. Can just duck right in and then get in onto my sleep system. The sleep system is pretty hilarious. This entire thing that's going on right here is pretty hilarious. On the bottom, I have a Polycro ground sheet. It's very lightweight. If there's like any sharp sticks or anything like that, it'd probably poke right through, but it provides a little bit of a vapor barrier and a little bit of protection from the ground. On top of that, I have my 1/8 inch thick foam mat. I laid on a little bit, did not provide that much comfort, provides a little bit of warmth, but hopefully with the needly ground, soft ground, this little bit of foam, I sleep kind of comfortably. I'll have to let you guys know tomorrow morning how well I actually sleep. And then Jupiter just uses a torso length. So he has something that goes from his shoulders down to his hips, and then he puts his backpack underneath his feet and lower legs. So that's what I'm gonna try. Like I said, no pillow. So at the head end here, I'm gonna try using my rain jacket and the dance pants kind of bunched up as a makeshift pillow. And if I have any extra clothing here, then I'll use that as well. I did bring some warm clothes, so I have basically all Alpha Direct fleece here. So this is an Alpha Direct fleece sweater, Alpha Direct fleece pants, toque, and then socks. Alpha Direct is an awesome material because it's very, very warm for how lightweight it is. This system provides a ton of extra warmth for me without increasing the weight in my pack that much or that much volume either. By far the best place to get Alpha Direct fleece is from Garage Run Gear. They carry multiple brands and it's in stock, as opposed to if you go directly to the brand, sometimes they are out of stock or they have lead times, whereas with Garage Run Gear, you know that you're buying in stock items. Basically, my entire clothing insulation has now switched over to Alpha Direct. It's not the most flattering when you're around camp because it's a little bit see-through, so you got to wear some underwear underneath it or you're going to be giving off a show, but I've been loving it, using it for a long time, and a big fan. I have top insulation as well. It's inside of my Nilo Flume pack liner, and it's just an Enlighten Equipment down quilt, so very lightweight. Hopefully it's warm enough. It's a 40-degree quilt, but I went with that just so that I could drop a little bit of weight from my pack. I'm really starting to regret bringing this sleep system because I highly doubt I'm going to get a good night's sleep. I'm used to much comfier systems, and I'm realizing that this is probably one of the last nights where I could have the opportunity to get a really good night's sleep, either on a good sleep system backpacking or at home, and I chose not to. So yeah, very shortly here, I'm probably not going to be getting a lot of sleep for a good amount of time. But I'll make sure to try and get the best sleep possible. I might fiddle around with putting needles underneath here or digging a hole for my hip or shoulder. I'll let you guys know in the morning kind of what I figure out and how I sleep. But the quinoa has been in for about 30 minutes now, so let's go check on the rehydration and see how my cold soaking adventure is going to go. It's looking pretty good. If I remember correctly, couscous really doesn't take a long time to reconstitute when you're rehydrating it, but let's see how this tastes. It's pretty good, still a little dry. The flavored quinoa definitely was a good call with the vegetables, adding the pistachios. I think in the future I'd want to add more in here. Jupiter recommends things like raisins. You could cut up some like deli meats, I guess, or maybe even like some jerky, throw that in here. I think just adding a little bit of that and then maybe some sauce, like a little bit of hot sauce or something, just to add a little bit of extra flavor and just some texture as well. But overall, really impressed. Easy to make, tasty. I might be cold soaking more. You definitely save quite a bit of weight without the fuel, the stove, the pot. So we'll see. I'll see how bad my gas is tomorrow. That's another thing. I'll let you know how I sleep and then how gassy I am. The toothbrushing system's pretty straightforward. Just consists of toothpaste tabs and then a cut down bamboo toothbrush. It's as minimal as it gets, super lightweight, but it works, it's effective. I've been using toothpaste tabs for a very long time. They're definitely my favorite way to bring toothpaste in the backcountry. But this little bamboo toothbrush that Jupiter Hikes uses that's cut down, just not worth cutting it down for me. I just use the full length, or personally I like my folding toothbrush because it provides a little bit of protection to the top of the brush. I'm gonna change into my Alpha Direct fleece and then go to bed. I did mention mosquitoes. That's something that I realized as I was hiking up here might become an issue because there's no netting here. There's nothing to protect the mosquitoes from getting at me. And I didn't bring a bug net. I think they probably won't get underneath the quilt because the quilt will keep me nice and cocooned, but my head's gonna be exposed. So because of that, I had to put bug goop all over my head and face, which I don't like. I don't like having to put on DEET, but in this case, I'd rather do that than get eaten alive over the course of the night. Luckily, there is a bit of a breeze that's coming through here and it's keeping the mosquitoes down a bit. Hopefully that continues. And hopefully the temperature drops low enough that the mosquitoes just die off or go to sleep. My pillow situation is also making me a little sad, but it is what it is. And I'll let you guys know tomorrow morning how it all went and give you my thoughts on the pros and cons of a system like this, because there's already some things that I'm realizing that I really, really like, and I'm going to be incorporating into my kind of everyday backpacking, and then some stuff that I'm a little bit more apprehensive about. Good morning. As expected, I did not sleep great, but better than I expected. Let me explain to you guys how the night unfolded. The mosquitoes didn't really bother me. I just covered my head in DEET. And even though there's a lot of mosquitoes around, I can still hear the buzzing up in the trees. Once I was underneath my quilt, they just stayed away. In hindsight, I really wish I'd brought a bug net. I could have put that up over my head and I would have enjoyed wearing that a lot more than covering myself in DEET. From a warmth perspective, temperatures only got down to 5 degrees Celsius last night, which is normal for this time of year in the Canadian Rockies. And I was warm with the quilt system that I had and then the ground insulation that I had. The ground that I'm on is really dry, it's warm, so I didn't really expect there to be any issues in that department. For the sleeping pad, it's thin. Look how thin this is. It wasn't really providing much padding, but it did kind of protect me a little bit from feeling any stick and pine cone that was underneath me. So I guess it did what it was supposed to do, but overall I was not experiencing any pressure relief. I was shifting positions about every 15 minutes over the course of the night, from my side to my back to my other side to my front, and I didn't get a great night's sleep because of that. I might have gotten a solid hour of sleep at some point over the course of the night, but like I said, most of the time it was in 15-minute spurts. I might have been able to pick a better spot, something that was maybe mossy instead of kind of needly. That may have provided a little bit more pressure relief. I also could have dug a pit for my butt and my hip. I think that would have helped. But overall, I think this is an example of a spot in this system where my skills were kind of falling flat and I need a little bit more experience if I'm going to make something like this work. There's also the potential that maybe you just get used to a system like this. I'm not sure. If you have used a 1/8 inch thick sleeping mat consistently for a while now, let me know if you do get more used to it as you use this system. This is my pillow. It worked a lot better than I expected. I put my shoes on the ground and then I took the wind pants, stuffed them up inside of my rain jacket and then put that on top of the shoes. It provided enough height for me. So when I was sleeping on my side, it was providing a little bit of pressure relief for my shoulder. The only issue is it's not really soft or comfortable at all, pretty lumpy, but got the job done. My body's feeling pretty stiff, definitely sore shoulders, sore hips, but I'll have to get up, start moving around and really see how much damage got done last night. For breakfast this morning, I'm having oatmeal, just in another Rusby bag, oatmeal with some fruit and chocolate. So I just add water, and because it's quick oats, it takes like 2 minutes and then it's all rehydrated. Something that I've been thinking about is what to do with the bags that I use for dinner. If I was on a long through hike, what I'd probably do if I was through hiking is I'd bring one bag that I'd use for rehydrating. After each meal, I'd rinse it out, drink the gray water, and then I'd have kind of a main store area, like a big bag that I'd keep the quinoa for the entire kind of section of that trip, and then just add it to this bag in order to rehydrate. But these bags are so light that if I was just on a 3-4 day trip that I knew I was going home to after, I'd probably just bring one bag per day with my meal already inside of it, because they're so light that I don't really care to carry 3 or 4 of these in my bag, and then I could just throw them in the dishwasher when I get home and wash them, and it's no muss, no fuss. I'm pretty lucky in that my morning schedule is very regular, and in order to address that, I'm gonna be using a system that I'm familiar with. It's a bidet, some soap, and then a trowel. But the trowel and the bidet are quite a bit different than the ones that I'm used to. These are the ones that Jupiter uses, and it's the Deuce of Spades trowel, and then a 3-gram bidet from Common Gear. I'm not sure how these are gonna work out for me, so I'm gonna go get my business done, and then I'll report back. Well, I got the job done, and everything came out really nicely. The system of this trowel and this bidet are only okay. Actually, the trowel sucks. I really do not like the Deuce of Spades. I used it back in the day and I forgot how much I dislike it. It just doesn't cut into difficult ground easily. It doesn't have any serrated edges on it, so you can't cut through roots. I'm used to my Bogler trowel, which weighs, I think, the same or even a little bit less than the Deuce of Spades, and is just much more effective at cutting into hard ground. The bidet worked well. It's a solid little bidet. Crazy that it's only 3 grams. It just doesn't work quite as well as the Clean for my system because it screws onto the water bottle instead of pushing into the top of the water bottle like with the Clean. And the reason why that is an issue for me is that after going number 2, I like to take off the bidet and then I drink some water from the top and then dribble the water over my hands with soap in them in order to wash my hands and get them nice and clean. With a screw top bidet, that's just a little bit more difficult. The tarp system surprised me. I thought I was gonna have a lot of troubles with it. I was actually kind of intimidated by tarps because I thought they're gonna be difficult to set up and then kind of claustrophobic and not very roomy once you got inside of them. But this system, after watching a video from Jupiter Hikes, was very easy to set up. I like that you don't need any trees in order to set up. You just use your trekking pole as this kind of front peak point. And then it was super roomy underneath. And I know that with the amount of coverage that I have, that I'd be covered if it was raining and be protected from the elements. With no netting, a tarp isn't the great if it's buggy out, but if I'm in the desert or areas where I know there's not gonna be bugs, then I'm definitely gonna be looking at the tarp system quite a bit more often, especially if I'm going on ultralight trips. I'm gonna finish getting packed up and then hit the trail, and I'll let you guys know what I think the pros and cons of an extremely minimal system like this are. The major con with this setup was definitely the comfort of the sleep system. Maybe you get used to it, or maybe with better site selection, I'd be able to be a bit more comfortable, but I think for the foreseeable future, I'm gonna be bringing my inflatable mattresses and my pillows on these trips. The only other kind of con was the lack of netting and the amount of bugs that I had on this trip. If you're in a non-buggy area, that'd be a non-factor, but something to keep in mind if you are trying to get into tarp camping and you backpack in areas that might have bugs. I also really missed having a pillow on this trip. There's some positives that surprised me and some positives that I kind of expected. For instance, I really do like a minimal setup, so that wasn't a surprise that I enjoyed that aspect of this pack. What did surprise me was the cold soaking and then the tarp camping. I went into this thinking that I would dislike both of those just based on previous experience with cold soaking and then my misconceptions about the protection and the ease of use with a tarp system. If cold soaking is done well, it's really easy, it's tasty, and I didn't have any negative effects from a gas or gastrointestinal perspective, so that was really nice to experience. And then the tarp just blew me away with how much I liked it. It's definitely something that I'm gonna be using on more and more trips. I really like the versatility of a tarp. You can set it up so it's gonna provide more protection and really lock it down, or you can set it up so it's a bit more airy and breezy and you get good views around you. I also really like that it's not a big weight investment, so you can just leave it in your pack and not use it if you want cowboy camp, just experience sleeping right underneath the stars, and it kind of opens up to you. I feel like sometimes if you bring a tent, you feel obligated to use the tent, and then you're not experiencing those other types of backpacking where you aren't using a shelter. The poly ground sheet worked well. It didn't get any punctures, no rips, and I didn't baby it at all, so I think in the long run, that's something that I might be using as well. I think the amount of camping and backpacking experience I have was a pretty big reason why this trip was successful for me. I think someone less experienced probably would have been pretty miserable. They would have gotten a poor night's sleep. They might have encountered issues with cold soaking like the first time I tried it, and the site selection and tarp setup might have been pretty intimidating for them. A less experienced backpacker would probably also have issues adhering to the extreme minimalism of this setup. It's really easy to end up bringing extra food, extra clothes, extra knickknacks, and then all of a sudden, you have a super heavy pack and you're putting all that into a pack that's not built to accommodate that. Even though I have a lot of experience, I'm still trying to learn new things, experience new things on my trips, and I really enjoyed this trip because I learned so much and I got to experience some stuff that I never have before, and that's pretty special. There's some gear that's new to me that I got to test out that I'm gonna be incorporating into more of my backpacking trips, as well as some skills that I'm gonna try and incorporate as well. Specifically, the cold soaking and tarp camping are the two things I probably enjoyed the most and learned the most about from this trip. I'm gonna book it down the trail, get home, probably install a car seat. You guys wish me luck over the next couple of weeks here. This pack contains all of my favorite backpacking gear from 25 years of backcountry adventuring and over 10,000 miles hiked. But I don't think those numbers really capture why this gear is truly special. Not only have I put a lot of miles in on trail, but I've done so with a ton of different gear in a variety of different conditions. I've tested almost every sleeping pad on the market, over 70 different pillows, 50 tents, and 30 packs, not to mention all of the other little items that go into a backpacking kit. After all those miles, nights in the backcountry, and testing, these are my favorite pieces of gear and what I chose for this very special trip. The reason this trip is so special for me is because it's my first backpacking trip since my baby girl was born at the beginning of August, and I really want to make the most of it. I want to enjoy the trip, and fingers crossed for me, I might even be able to catch up on some sleep. I'm exploring a new part of the mountains for me. Normally I'd come down this valley that I've been walking and then head down one of 3 valleys that kind of pop out that way. But today I'm taking a hard left and heading up this valley into a part of the mountains I've never been to before. It's pretty fun. I'm off trail right now, kind of just exploring, but as I head that way, I should eventually pick up a trail that then takes me up the valley. The pack that I'm using is the Durston Wapta 30, and it highlights something that I quickly realized when I was putting together this gear list, which I'll have linked down in the video description, and that's that some of my gear is really ultralight focused. It's meant to be comfortable while I'm hiking, while I'm on trail. And then some of it is more comfort focused. It's meant to make my life at camp more comfortable. And because this is my first time using all of my favorite gear on one trip, it's gonna be interesting to see how the trade-offs between ultralight and comfort kind of play out, and whether some of my favorite gear was only my favorite gear because of its synergy with other gear that I was using on those other trips. My personal preferences for packs are that they have to be lightweight. I don't like carrying a lot of extra pack weight, like some Osprey packs, like 6-7 pounds, which is crazy to me. So I really like the weight of the Wapta 30, and then it has to be able to carry that weight effectively. So a lot of the time that has to do with how the pack is put together, how the shoulder straps are constructed, whether there's a little bit of foam going down the back for structure with ultralight packs, and the Wapta 30, like I said, doing a very good job. The other thing I look for is access to items. I don't really like stopping for lunch or eating when I'm on trail, so I like to have a lot of pockets. And with the Wapta 30, I have 2 shoulder pockets on here. I have a bottom pocket and then a really nice side water bottle pocket so I can reach back, grab water, and take a drink without any problems. I thought the Wapta 30 was gonna be a really niche pack for me where I'd only take it on extreme ultralight trips, but I've been pleasantly surprised with how well it carries weight, and it's definitely become my go-to favorite pack. I'm also using a Nilo Flume pack liner inside the pack. Even though the Wapta 30 is waterproof, I wanna have the pack liner in order to really make sure I'm keeping my items that I want to keep dry, as well. If I do put my wet tent or some sort of wet item inside the pack liner acts as a barrier between my dry items and those wet items. The best place to pick up a Nilo Flume pack liner is from the sponsor of today's video, Garage Your Own Gear. And while Garage Your Own Gear carries pretty much all of the ultralight gear that I'm using on this trip, there's some items that you don't see very often that I'm gonna highlight for you as I go over my gear. And that's one of the best parts about Garage Your Own Gear. They carry the largest selection of ultralight gear out there, but then also a bunch of unique items that you can't really find anywhere else. I always get a ton of questions about the clothing that I like to hike in, so I'm gonna cover that quickly right now, starting with my hat. I bought the hat and the patch on Amazon that made it myself, so one of a kind. My go-to sunglasses now, not only for hiking, but for everyday life, are made by Ombraz. And what makes them unique is that they use a string that wraps around your head instead of arms. And what I really like about that is if I don't need my sunglasses, if it's cloudy out or I'm walking through some treed areas or I'm going inside, I can just hang them from my neck really easily. I don't have to worry about putting them on my hat or putting them in a pocket, anything like that. And then if I really want to put them away and slide them in my pocket, because they don't have arms, they're really low profile and they're much less likely to break. I use these now for running, for driving, for hiking. They're my go-to sunglasses for all my activities. The shirt that I wear is the Outdoor Research Astroman. It's a sun hoodie made of nylon, so I find nylon doesn't stink quite as bad as polyester, and nylon's a little bit more durable. I love sun hoodies because I'm able to put the hood on, have the long sleeves, and then not have to really lather up on sunscreen. With my hat and the hood, I really don't have a lot of exposed skin areas. For my pants, I'm using these purple nylon pants from Mountain Equipment Company up here in Canada. They're the Mica 2s, and I like them because, again, long pants keeps the sun off my legs, and because they're made with nylon, they dry quickly, they don't stink, and they're very durable for when I'm bushwhacking. My shoes for the last couple years have been the Hoka Speed Goats. I like them because they have a really good stack height to them. They're nice and wide, providing a good base so that I feel stable when I'm walking around and just keep my feet really happy. I use the Hoka Speed Goat, I think it was the 4s for my entire through hike of the Great Divide Trail. I put another like 800 miles on Speed Goat 5s, and I'm excited to be using the Speed Goat 6s now. My socks are toe socks from Exoskin. They're more durable in my experience than Injinji, and I like toe socks because they allow my toes to kind of splay and go into a more natural shape, and they also help prevent blisters. Another on-trail item, and one of the unique pieces of gear from Garage Doing Gear that I want to highlight, are these water bottle flip caps. What people used to do is they'd buy a 700 milliliter smart water bottle and a 1 liter smart water bottle, and then take the flip cap from the 700 milliliter bottle and then put it on the 1 liter so that they can get all the functionality of the flip cap. Since Garage Doing Gear started carrying the flip caps, you skip that entire step of having to buy the 700 milliliter bottle. You save a lot on plastic waste, and I find that the ones that Garage Doing Gear gets are a little bit better quality than the ones that Smart Water uses on their bottles. While I'm out on these solo trips, having a Garmin InReach has become a non-negotiable for me. Being able to press that SOS button and call for help is just a really nice safety net. But even more important for me is being able to check in back at home. I've been messaging back and forth with Stephipoo, making sure that her and baby Josie are doing okay, letting her know that I haven't been eaten by any bears, and it's just really nice to have that contact, especially when you have a new baby at home. The InReach Messenger is my go-to InReach just because of the amazing battery life it has and how easy it is to use. I don't need all the navigation features that the InReach Mini 2 gets, and by the time this video comes out, Garmin will have probably announced the new Messenger Pro or Messenger Plus. I'm not sure what they're naming it quite yet, but what I do know is that it's gonna have photo and voice messaging, and that is gonna be so nice to have. Being able to receive and send pictures to Steph and the baby, as well as maybe be able to sing a lullaby to baby Josie before we all go to bed, is gonna be something really nice to have, because I'm out on trips for 50 plus days a year, and it gets lonely, and I do miss my family. I found the spot where I'm gonna set up camp right there. I got a creek, several steps that way. I'm right in the middle of this alpine valley, 360 views. It's pretty cool. I'm gonna enjoy this spot, I think. The first thing I'm gonna set up is this chair. So my chair of choice for this year and for the last couple years really has been the Nemo Moonlight Elite, and there's a few reasons why. First of all, the case that it comes in also doubles as a ground mat. So if you're using it on soft ground or in sand, the ground mat's gonna keep the feet from sinking in. The other thing is that it's very lightweight, 600 grams. Not as light as the Helinox Chair Zero, but I'm willing to make that trade-off right now. And then the other feature that it has is a recline mode. So there's these toggles on the side, you pull them forward and it kind of raises you up. So if you're around a fire or you're eating or something, then you're sitting up nice and straight. And then you can toggle those things back and then kind of recline a little bit, take a load off. It's quite nice. The next thing I want to do is get my tent set up and get it all staked out and share that with you. Then we'll go over some of the stuff that I keep on the outside of my pack for access throughout the day, and then really dive into what I have on the inside, because there's some cool stuff in here. There's the unique things from Garage Doing Gear that I mentioned I'm going to highlight, as well as some new gear that you probably have never seen before, but I've kind of been testing under the radar recently that I'm really excited about, to the point that they're now part of my go-to gear. For my tent stakes, I'm still storing them in this All Man's Right holster bag. I'm still loving it. But for stakes, I'm not using groundhog stakes anymore, even though I'm still using MSR stakes. I'm using their Core series, which includes this big, long aluminum stake and then these smaller carbon fiber stakes. And I find a combination of these at different points over the tent area really get the job done and hold surprisingly well, and they're a lot lighter than the Groundhog series. The tent is another one of those extreme ultralight items. It's the Z-Packs Plex Solo. This is the light version. They basically took the Plex Solo, stripped all of the things that aren't necessarily needed on it, and then used a lighter weight Dyneema material. And this is the perfect tent for me. I don't need a lot when it comes to a tent, just something to protect me from the elements as well as bugs, and the Plex Solo Light does that. I've had this tent out in some good wind, good rain, and it's held up just fine, and it's roomy enough for me. Some people may find it a little bit claustrophobic, but for me, it's just fine and is enough room, even if I'm spending quite a bit of time inside the tent. I really like single trekking pole tents like this for a couple different reasons. First, I find them really easy and quick to set up, and that's something that I look for in a tent. The second reason is that if one of my trekking poles breaks, then I have my second trekking pole as a backup and can still set up my tent without having to scrounge around for sticks in order to act as that second pole. In the front pocket of my pack here, I keep things that I need access throughout the day. My go-to rain jacket now is the Rock Front rain hoodie. So this is a non-breathable rain hoodie, but I don't mind that because I find the breathability on rain jackets to be pretty subpar, and this thing gets the job done because it has a lot of mechanical ventilation, which I find more effective than breathability. So there's this big chest zip on here. There's gigantic zippers down the side, basically the entire length of the jacket, which is really cool. You can dump heat from this thing really, really quickly, and it's very waterproof with a silicone coating on the outside and then a PU coating on the inside with all the seams taped. The best part about this jacket is the price at $60. It's quite inexpensive, kind of in between something like a Frog Togs and some of the really expensive technical jackets. I also have my first aid kit in here, so this is just a lot of drugs, bandages, things like that. But there's another one of the Garage Your Own Gear unique items, and that's this repair kit. So I just keep this little repair kit in there. It has some thread wrapped around the top here, and then there's a little compartment. This is all 3D printed. There's a little compartment with a needle in there, so it stores right in there so you don't lose it. And then there's another compartment on the other side with repair patches for things like your sleeping pad or pillow. To top it all off, wrapped around the entire repair kit is some Gorilla Tape in order to repair basically anything. Gorilla Tape's pretty sick. This is made by Common Gear, and I just love what they're doing with 3D printing and making these all-in-one kits. My water filter is the Platypus Quick Draw because of just how quickly it filters, as well as the 2 caps. This specific filter in particular, has worked great for me for years now with over 1,000 liters of water filtered through it. And then my poop kit, which is one of my favorite parts of this entire system. So I have everything in this poop moji bag. I have the Bogler trowel, best trowel out there, serrated edges on either side for cutting through roots, very ergonomic grip, it's affordable, it's lightweight. This thing is just phenomenal. Then I keep some hand sanitizer in there. And then I have a bidet. So I use a backcountry bidet in order to get my butt nice and clean. I use this on top of one of my smart water bottles in order to introduce water into the top of my butt, and the water kind of goes into the business area. And then I take soap, powdered soap from Peak Outdoors, lather it up in one of my hands, and then use that to give myself a little butt bath. I love this system because I get really clean, I avoid chafage, smells, I can stay clean down there for days on trail. The last thing is my cook kit, but we'll get into this because this is pretty cool too once we talk about my food and I start cooking dinner. It's starting to get cold up here, so I'm gonna try and get through this and so I can get to my clothing system. But right at the top I have these Mayfly sandals. I love bringing sandals on trips because it allows me to not have to put on my stinky shoes once I've taken them off. I can throw these on if I need to go pee in the middle of the night or if I'm just lounging around camp. And what I really like them for is I can wash my feet and then put them inside of these instead of having to put them back into my stinky shoes. My ditty bag is also in here, and my ditty bag has some of the coolest items out there. I have my keys right at the top, and then my toothbrush, that's not that cool. But then I have this little thermometer from ThermoWorks in order to track the temperature over the course of the night, which is really good when I'm trying to dial in my sleep system. I can see how cold it got and then how my sleeping system performed, whether that's my sleeping pad or my quilt. I have a new battery bank from Nightcore here, the 6000K Carbon. So this is a 6000 milliamp battery bank that's under 100 grams, very lightweight, very good. It only has one USB-C port, but I find that that's enough for me. I also have my new go-to headlamp from Nightcore. Sometimes I'll bring the Rovi Von flashlight, but when I know that it's going to be getting darker a little bit earlier, like in the shoulder season, then I like to bring a headlamp. And this is the NU20 Classic. It's everything that the NU25 version 2 should have been. It's lightweight. It has a red light mode. It has 2 buttons, one for red light, one for white light in order to keep it simple, and then USB-C charging. I also have a pump in here, but it only weighs 9 grams. This thing has been phenomenal for me. It's made by Rex Creations. It's the PadPal pump, and it uses a USB-C cable in order to get power from something like a battery bank, and then in order to inflate your sleeping pad. And it comes with a bunch of different attachments here. It doesn't inflate the pad fully because it is so lightweight. You have to add a couple breaths afterwards, but I find that fine for how small and lightweight this is. The PadPal is definitely a unique item that is obviously carried by Garage Your Own Gear. I also have it on good authority that they're going to be bringing in another ultralight pump, so a competitor to the PadPal. So keep an eye on Garage Your Own Gear's new gear page to see when they get that in stock. Before we get into my clothing, because I need to get that clothing on, it's getting cold, I have my food bag, and I'm gonna put this aside because it's super cool and I want to spend a little bit more time talking about it when I'm warm. It's not an Ursack, I'll tell you that much, but it's still bear proof. For my around camp layers, I used to use merino wool a lot, but I've shifted basically all of my layers to this Alpha Direct fabric. It's basically a fleece that's super lightweight but extremely warm for how lightweight it is. I have everything from socks to pants to the shirt in Alpha Direct, and it's yeah, definitely become my go-to material. For my primary insulation, I'm not using a down product. It's the Enlighten Equipment Torrid Apex jacket. It uses synthetic insulation, which is gonna perform a lot better if it's humid or it's moist out. It just deals with moisture a lot better than down does. And I'm still using my trusty merino wool hat. Sometimes I'll bring the Alpha Direct hat if I'm trying to go as lightweight as possible, but I like this because it keeps my head warm, and then it's long enough that I can pull it down over my eyes if it is the middle of summer and I want to keep the light out of my eyes and go to bed early. I have my sleep system all set up, but I want to wait until tomorrow morning to share that with you guys because temperatures are going to get below freezing, which is going to be the coldest that I've ever tested this quilt out. And I'm optimistic because the limit rating is to -5 degrees Celsius, and it has some features that make it perform really well under cold conditions. Even if you have like some wind and other kind of things going on, it does a phenomenal job at reducing drafts and locking in heat. Right now I'm gonna share with you guys that food bag that I talked about as well as my cook system. The bear bag that I'm using on this trip is made by a company called Adotech. They're a Canadian company, so that's really exciting. And I'm just really excited about this bag overall for several different reasons. First of all, it is IGBC certified, just like with the Ursack. So they've tested out with bears and it's been able to hold up against them. So that's really cool to see. It's also very lightweight. For this 14-liter version, it weighs 197 grams on my scale compared to the 15-liter Ursack weighing 242 grams. This bag's made with similar material to Ursack, but also kind of different. It's more closely resembling the material that my tent is made of, but using much thicker fibers. With that difference in material, you get a few really cool benefits. First of all, it's touted as being rodent resistant, so that's a problem with my Ursack is I have had some rodents kind of chew through it and get at some of the food. If this bag is rodent resistant, that's gonna be really cool, and I'll have to get into some porcupine areas, see if they're able to get through. The material is also waterproof, which is gonna have a couple big benefits. If you're out in the rain, an Ursack is gonna absorb that water, and you're gonna end up carrying a bunch of water weight around with you. This bag is gonna shed the rain and not hold onto it, which is really cool. The other big benefit is that if a bear is chomping on the bag and you have some liquidy items inside of it, they're not gonna leak through the bag and then provide the bear with a reward, which is a pretty big deal for keeping bears and humans safe. The whole point of a bear bag is to reduce or fully eliminate the reward that bears get from human food, and then reduce the association that bears might have between humans and food. The bear bag's another cool item from Garage Door and Gear. Currently, I think they only carry the black bear one, but I think they're gonna carry the grizzly one as well. And then inside the bag, I have my food for the trip, some Pringles, freeze-dried meal, fuzzy peaches. I have my breakfast for tomorrow inside this Rusby bag. So I love Rusby bags because not only can they hold boiling water, but they have this curved bottom to them, which is really nice for eating just basically anything. But I like for my breakfast is having oatmeal with some fruit and chocolate in there. I just cold soak it, really tasty. And then I have my pink titanium spoon. Obviously my pink titanium spoon is gonna be my go-to. And then we have my cook kit. And this is not your grandfather's cook kit. There's some pretty cool and unique items in here, starting off with this lid, which is a prototype lid that we're hopefully going to be releasing this fall. I'm partnering with Peak Outdoors Braxton over there in order to design a lid that snaps onto pretty much any 90 milliliter titanium pot that's out there. And then you also have a spot for lighter in there, and you can get a full fuel canister snapped in so it's not rattling around inside the pot. In addition, there's these holes on the top that you can slide your spoon through and then use your spoon as a lever in order to pour water out of the pot when you have the lid snapped on. For this trip, I don't have a fuel can snapped inside there, and there's good reason for that. And it's not because I'm cold soaking or anything crazy like that. It's because I'm using an ultralight fuel system on this trip. So I read about this online. Basically, you can take air horn fuel canisters. They use the same valve as isobutane fuel canisters. And then using the flip fuel, you can transfer fuel from an isobutane canister into one of these air horn canisters. The flip fuel is one of those cool items that Garage Door and Gear sells. Not only does it allow you to combine fuel canisters when you have a whole bunch of just a little bit of fuel in them, but you can do cool things like this. The air horn canister only weighs 20 grams. And then I was able to add 20 grams of fuel inside of it for a canister that only weighs 40 grams and could last me, who only boils water once a day, about 4 or 5 days. And the reason I'm able to get such good fuel efficiency, even with using my go-to ultralight stove, the BRS 3000, is because of this unique sticker that I have on my Toke's 550 milliliter light pot. This allows you to see what the temperature of the water inside the pot is, all the way from 60 degrees Celsius up to 90 degrees Celsius. And the reason why this is important is because the person who invented this realized that if you have a freeze-dried meal, heating the water up to 70 degrees Celsius makes it just as effective and doesn't really take that much more time in order to rehydrate a meal. So as long as you're filtering your water, you don't need to get it up to a boil, just get up to 70 degrees Celsius and you're gonna be A-okay. And I found with the BRS stove, it took my fuel consumption from 5 grams in order to boil 500 milliliters of water down to 3 grams. So you save a lot of fuel. And then I also have inside of here this Swedish cloth. This is just to dry out the pot after boiling water inside of it, as well as to take condensation off of my tent. So if it rained, I can wipe the rain off the outside of my tent. And then if there's condensation on the inside, I can wipe it down so I'm not carrying a whole bunch of extra water weight. And it's really nice when I get to my second camp after a high condensation or rainy day to not be setting up a wet tent. Dinner's ready, so I'm gonna chill, enjoy these views, enjoy my time out here. But it's tough. I miss my girls. I know it's gonna be a tough night for Steph, and yeah, being away from your newborn, it's not easy. But I'm thankful for Steph kind of pushing me to get out on this trip, reassuring me that she's gonna be okay. And I know she will be. I know she will be okay. But it's tough, tougher than I thought it was gonna be, and I knew it was gonna be tough. But I love backpacking, and I stacked the deck in my favor with this trip. Getting out to a beautiful spot, bringing my favorite gear, and I'm gonna be recharged when I go home. It's not that I like backpacking, it's I need backpacking. I recharge so much when I'm out on trips like this. It makes me the best version of myself, and I know I'm gonna get home and be able to show up better for my girls, and reminding myself definitely helps with missing them. I'm gonna put the sleep system through a good test night, and then I'll share with you guys tomorrow morning what I brought with me in order to maximize being comfortable and getting a good night's sleep out on this trip. Good morning. As hoped for, and I guess a little bit expected, I slept really well last night. Waking up this morning, the temperature is a brisk -1 degree Celsius, and then last night it got down to -4 degrees Celsius, which is right at the limit of my sleep system. Let's jump right into what I brought and how it performed. I set the quilt aside because that's that item I've been testing on the sly, and it has some really cool features that I want to take some time to share with you guys. So we'll start with the sleeping pad and pillow. Neither of these are ultralight items. They're actually quite heavy, especially this pillow. I brought the Xped Mega Pillow, and that's because of a few different reasons. First of all, it has a really good stack height, so when I'm sleeping on my side, I have a good amount of support from my head and my shoulders, so it really helps with not getting any sort of shoulder pain or my arm falling asleep. The second thing is that it's nice and wide. It covers the entire width of my sleeping pad. Until you experience that, you don't realize how nice that is. The third big thing is that it has a little bit of foam insulation on top of it, and that's pretty important when you're getting into sub-freezing temperatures, because when the air around you is cold, it's going to cool off the air inside the pillow, and then that can lead to your head actually getting quite cold and making you feel uncomfortable over the course of the night. For my sleeping pad, I actually had some troubles choosing which one I wanted to bring on this trip, because I knew I wanted to prioritize comfort, but I also wanted to prioritize weight. And the REI Helix that I ended up bringing is definitely not a lightweight sleeping pad. The other one that I was kind of tossing around as an option was the Xped Ultra 3R, but it wouldn't have been warm enough for the conditions that we saw last night. The REI Helix has a really high R value, which has made it toasty warm for me, well below freezing. But my favorite thing about this pad is its comfort. It has this dimpled baffling pattern, which you see on other pads, but for some reason on the REI Helix, it's the most comfortable out of all the pads that I've tested. Like I said, I've used almost every sleeping pad out there, and I keep coming back to the REI Helix as being the most comfortable. With other pads, I find myself tossing and turning quite a bit over the course of the night in order to relieve pressure points. With the REI Helix, I more just kind of shift positions, and I'm never really truly uncomfortable. The Helix is the pad that I consistently get the best night's sleep on, and that's why I chose it for this trip, and it didn't disappoint. Onto the quilt, and one of the items that I'm most excited about, which I never thought I'd say about quilts. I always thought quilts were kind of just all the same. They're just big bags of down, but with the Rockfront 400 Base UL, it's taking all of the best features of quilts out there, putting it into one package, and then including a feature that I've been emailing companies about for years, but Rockfront is the first to actually implement. Starting with just how the quilt is constructed, you have vertical baffles throughout the torso and then horizontal baffles at the feet. This configuration of baffles has been shown to be one of the best out there, and I'm glad that Rockfront's using it. The quilt also uses a differential cut, which means the outer shell fabric is cut to be wider than the inner shell fabric, so as the quilt curves over top of you, you don't have any kind of bunching of the fabric, bunching of the down, and then reduction in loft. At the head end, Rockfront's doing everything right in order to lock in heat around your neck and shoulders. There's a snap at the opening and then a cinch in order to close up the top around your neck and shoulders, and then a draft tube in order to really lock in heat. What Rockfront's doing really nice with this though is that the draft tube is nice and thick, so you don't need to really tighten the cinch really tight like you do with some quilts and then kind of feel like you're being choked. And then the cinch strap is a little bit stretchy and has some give. So as you toss and turn or shift positions, you're never feeling like you're being really constricted around your neck and shoulders. When it comes to how the quilt is being locked down onto the sleeping pad in order to reduce drafts and keep you warm, Rockfront's doing two really cool things. The first thing is that the pad straps they're using are really thick, and I find this helps with the pad strap not stretching too much and leading to the quilt kind of rising off of the sleeping pad as you toss and turn or shift from your back to your side. I found that quilts that use a thinner or more stretchy pad strap material, that the quilt will sometimes rise off of the pad as that pad strap stretches. The other thing that Rockfront's doing is that thing that I've mentioned I've emailed companies about before, and that's introducing a draft tube along the sides of the quilt. So instead of the pad strap clips being right at the edge of the quilt, there's a draft tube that runs along the edge right below them. And this really helps with drafts because anytime the quilt kind of rises off the quilt a little bit, this draft tube is going to fill that space and just really keep a good seal between the quilt and the pad. This is important because anytime you get any sort of gap between the quilt and pad, that's where you're going to be losing heat and then potentially getting cold. I'm not sure how much extra work it is to add the draft tube here, but it hasn't really increased the cost of this quilt. The Rockfront quilt is $300 US, which is, I think, an amazing price for such a high quality quilt that has so many amazing features. This draft tube really is a game changer for quilts geared towards that freezing or sub-freezing temperature range. And last night was a good test. I was tossing and turning a little bit more than usual. Temperatures were right at the limit of the quilt, and I did not feel any drafts coming in. Sometimes I have to adjust the quilt a little bit as I shift positions over the course of the night in order to eliminate a draft that might have occurred. But with this quilt, no drafts, no issues, no having to do any adjustments. It just was locked on the entire night. And to me, that's pretty darn cool. And the reason why that the Rockfront quilt is now my go-to. That was a pretty fun trip. It was cool to go backpacking with all of my favorite go-to gear, which like I said, I've never done before. And while not all of it was ultralight, not all of it was comfort-based, it was a really nice balance. And I think all the gear surprisingly worked together pretty well. I'm about to climb up to an exposed mountain area here in the Canadian Rockies in order to test the new Arc Dome tent, as well as a whole bunch of other gear like the Thermarest NeoLoft sleeping pad, the MSR Switch stove, and the InReach Messenger Plus. What has me extremely interested in the Arc Dome is that it implements a new design structure that we've never seen in freestanding tents before that has the potential for it to be roomy, storm-worthy, easy to set up, and extremely functional. But new product designs can be flawed, and I'm curious to see if the Arc Dome is polished or still has some kinks to be ironed out. So let's get up into the mountains and test it out. I'm headed up a valley, through bear country, up a literal cliff, and around a lake into an alpine area that should be a great testing ground for this gear. As we go along the trip, I'll share with you guys all my thoughts on the gear, and at the end of the trip, I'll let you know which gear is worth getting excited about and which gear you shouldn't pay attention to. I'm also back on this trip with Kane, who has one of the most discerning eyes for gear out of anyone I know, so I'm excited to see his reactions to what I'm testing out. Woo, it's windy. So we're gonna be heading along this scree slope here, and you can see the cliff that we're gonna be climbing up essentially. There's a chain there right next to this waterfall. I'm really excited to be testing the InReach Messenger Plus on this trip because it does two new things that other InReaches have never done before, and that's picture and voice messaging. So I just sent Stephipoo and baby Josie a picture of myself, sent them a voice message telling them I love them, just before we go and tackle that cliff section. The wind is gusting pretty good. Pretty crazy. It might be even stronger once we get up to the lake. It's gonna be a good test of the X-Dome. This is the real sketchy part. There's chains, but it's definitely a no fall zone. You slip, you fall, you're tumbling to the bottom of the valley there. You scared of heights, Kane?
I don't want to fall, and I'm glad there's a chain, that's for sure.
Well, I'll send your wife a picture of your body on the InReach if you don't make it. Those chains were no joke, definitely a no fall zone. Now we're gonna head up a little bit more around a really beautiful lake, up a steep section. Now we're gonna camp on top of a plateau that is gonna have great views, but also some pretty crazy exposure to this intense wind that we're experiencing. I feel like it's 60, yeah. This is where most people camp, in the sheltered tree area on this side of the lake, but we're heading up onto the plateau, like I mentioned, try and find a little bit more wind. Too sheltered down here. It's not gonna be good for our testing. We made it above the lake, and now it's time to find a campsite. It's pretty windy, so I don't think we're gonna have a problem picking a spot that's gonna be able to push the limits of my gear. I'm thinking either right here or a little bit lower down, maybe right there. So I think this is where we're gonna set up. Kane's gonna set up right there. Pretty epic location. Definitely the smarter location because it's a little bit more sheltered. I'm gonna head up to the slightly, as Kane called it, stupider spot, but it should put a really good amount of wind onto the Arc Dome for testing. So I got the Arc Dome all set up. Luckily I brought a lot of guy lines because it's super windy and the tent would just be collapsing if it wasn't for the guy lines, especially these two green ones at the corner here. Let me take you on the tour of the outside of the tent, and then we'll jump inside and we'll talk a little bit more about it, hopefully out of the wind a little bit. It's called the Arc Dome because of the pole structure. So you have two poles that go from corner to corner. The way you set it up is you just stake out all four corners. It creates a nice big rectangle, and then you slide the poles in through these pole sleeves. The pole sleeves are a bit of a pain to use, but provide a lot of structural support, so definitely needed, especially with top loading. And then you have just guy line points everywhere. So there's two on each pole sleeve. There's one at the midpoint of every panel, and then one at the bottom of every panel. This is a two-person tent, so you have two vestibules, and it's wide enough for two 25-inch wide pads. I tested that out at home. I'm a little bit more sheltered in here. It's actually crazy how much less windy it is inside the tent compared to standing outside of it. Part of that is due to the way the tent is constructed. It sits really low to the ground, so there's not a lot of wind coming in underneath the fly, but also because I have the solid inner version of the Arc Dome. There's also a mesh inner, but because of how windy it was going to be, I opted for the solid inner, and it's probably what I'll go with most of the time because for me, this is going to be a shoulder season tent, a winter tent. I think it's really going to excel in those kind of conditions. But like I said, it's a new tent to market, and there's bound to be some quirks, so I'm going to try and find those out on this trip, and then as we go along, I'll share them with you and let you know what I think Tarp Tent could tweak a little bit. With this crazy wind, we're thinking we're going to head down to the lake in order to eat dinner. Luckily, both of us have stoves that are made for windy conditions. Kane has the wind burner from MSR, and I have the new MSR switch. It'll be really cool to see them tested side by side as well. I'm a little skeptical about the switch, but it's going to be a really good test for it to see how it does when compared right next to the wind burner. This is nice. No wind.
No, but it definitely, like, your brain feels like it's kind of an assault.
Yeah. This is good call. Like I mentioned, I'm going to be using the MSR switch, which is MSR's kind of more budget friendly all-in-one option. I wouldn't call it necessarily budget friendly. It still costs $130, which is quite expensive for a stove system in my opinion. But what they're doing that's interesting is instead of having a heat exchanger on the bottom here, they have this curved bottom that's supposed to help absorb more heat and then transfer that heat into the water. Around this curved area, they also have protection for the wind, so it should be pretty good in the wind, but I'm a little bit hesitant about that. We'll see once we get it tested because of the stove that's paired with this system. So the stove is essentially a souped up Pocket Rocket 2. So it's Pocket Rocket with a piezo igniter and then this ring along the top that the pot sits on. So Kane has the exact same amount of water in his pot as I do. So we're gonna do a little side-by-side test of the switch versus the wind burner. There's quite a bit of wind, so I'm curious to see how these perform. Let's get the stoves lit and we'll get this test going. Lighter. Good old piezo igniters. And start. Yeah, there you go. Wind burner 250. I would not be surprised if the switch takes 5 minutes to boil, yeah. Getting close here and boil for the switch at 5 minutes and 15 seconds. So almost twice as long. I'm not super impressed with how the switch did. There wasn't that much wind, maybe like just gusting to 10-15 kilometers an hour, and it took twice as long as the wind burner. The wind burner is one of the best stoves out there when it comes to wind, but 5 minutes to boil 350 milliliters of water is a very long time for a stove that you'd look at it and think that it was designed to do well in the wind. It kind of seems like something that's a little bit overpriced and a little bit too heavy to bring on most backpacking trips when there's other options that are going to do well from a budget standpoint as well as a performance standpoint. That was a pretty good dinner. It was nice to get out of the wind, get a little bit protected. I would not be disappointed if the wind died down a little bit overnight. It definitely is tougher to sleep when the wind is howling and the tent is flapping. And I set myself up for a pretty good sleep outside of the wind because my mattress is insane. It's the thickest mattress that I've ever used backpacking. It's 4.6 inches thick. And then my sleeping bag is pretty cool as well. I don't think the wind died down up here. If anything, it got a little bit stronger, but the views got really nice. Look at that sunset. The tent is still standing and seems to be holding pretty strong, so that's good to see. Let's head inside. I'll share with you guys the sleep system and then give you a lowdown on what the plan is for the rest of the trip. This is the sleep system that I'm really excited about, but I'm also really excited about this inReach because I just got a message from Stephipoo with a picture of baby Josie. It's gonna be so nice to see pictures of her when I'm out here in the backcountry. Before having a daughter, I would have said that these extra features in the inReach Messenger Plus are kind of not the most useful. I kind of go out into the backcountry to disconnect, but being able to see pictures of my newborn is so nice. I miss her way more than I thought I would when I go on these trips. And as I go on more trips over the course of her life, it's gonna be so nice to be able to see pictures and then even eventually get voice memos from her and be able to send voice memos back as well. I'm gonna send her a little message telling Josie goodnight and telling Steph goodnight. The real question though, which I'll answer tomorrow, is the inReach Messenger Plus worth over $200 compared to the older version? For the sleep system, there's two pieces of gear that I'm most excited about for this trip. The first one is the sleeping pad. It's the Thermarest Neoloft. It's 4.8 inches thick, 26 inches wide, but then still has an R value of 4.7. It's heavy, it's 850 grams, but not as heavy as you would think for a sleeping pad that's this large. This is basically the size of a car camping pad. I've given Thermarest a hard time for how uncomfortable their pads are, so it's really nice to see them putting out a pad that's geared towards comfort, and I'm really curious to see how it does over the course of the night. The other thing that I'm testing out is from Thermarest as well. It's the Boost 650 sleeping bag, and it's doing a couple cool things. First of all, it has armholes, so there's these extra zippers on the side that create little openings that you can stick your arms through in order to do stuff around your tent, maybe read before bed. I love these on my winter sleeping bag, but I think they're even more valuable on a 3-season sleeping bag like this. It's also doing something really cool from a warmth perspective. There's this zipper that goes down the middle of the sleeping bag, and when this is fully open, the bag has a comfort rating of freezing 0 degrees Celsius, but Thermarest says if you zip it up, it should boost, alas the name of the bag, the temperature rating by about 4 to 6 degrees. It's supposed to get down to -4 degrees Celsius tonight, so as the temperature drops, I'm gonna zip up that center zip and hopefully boost the temperature of the bag, and it'll be it's kind of the perfect temperature to test out whether it's actually effective. It's gonna be really cool testing out this sleep system tonight, but I'm also gonna play around with the Arc Dome a little bit more. There's already some things that I've noticed, things that I really love about the tent, and then some other things that aren't fully polished that I think Tarp Tent could improve upon. I'm about to head to bed, but we'll see if I'm comfortable on this sleeping pad, warm in the sleeping bag, and whether the Arc Dome can hold up to wind that seems to be increasing by the minute.
Good morning. I slept okay last night, but we'll get into the sleep system once I tell you a little bit more about the tent, because last night at 3 a.m. a piece of the tent broke.
So the piece of the tent that broke and woke me up in the middle of the night with a loud pop was the line lock hook on this guy line. I think there's two issues with why this guy line failed. First of all, this is a giant panel, so there's a lot of pressure on this hook. And then the second thing is that the hook is pretty tight onto this little ring here. And I think it may have been stretched a little bit, had a little bit more pressure put on it, and then that led to it snapping. The other hook that I have over here is completely fine, but it's also dealing with a lot less pressure. That was the only failure point, even though the wind got really strong last night. I thought it was strong when we were going to bed, but it got even stronger. And luckily, no other failure points, even though there's times I was laying in the tent just as it shook around me thinking, I wish I had more guy lines, and I might have made a mistake trying to camp on the windiest spot on the mountain. It's been fun using this tent in such an extreme environment, and there's definitely some things that I've noticed that I really like, but also some things that I'm not so certain about. One of the things I noticed right away as I was setting up the tent is for this pole sleeve that goes on top of the other one, there's a gap of about 4 inches up here, which makes it kind of annoying as you're setting up the tent. You have to slide the pole through this pole sleeve, and then as you hit the gap, you have to kind of climb on the tent and get it threaded into the other pole sleeve. This just makes it a little bit more difficult to set up the tent, and I did mention this to Tarp Tent as well, and they mentioned that they're gonna create an arch going between the two, so you should be able to just slide the pole directly from one pole sleeve to the other, which is really nice to hear. One of the things I wondered right away when I set up the tent is what these carbon fiber tubes are for, and then I realized that they're in order to prop up the vent of the tent. So there's two vents, one on either side, and you just pull open the Velcro, pull on the cinch there, and then it opens up the vent. It's a pretty cool system. It's definitely a really robust system compared to kind of like the flimsy props that you get in other tents. But I was worried that in windy conditions that this would be flapping and tapping against the tent. Last night it's something that I looked out for, and I didn't hear the tapping of these tubes at all, so not really an issue. But Tarp Tent did tell me in their email that they're creating a way to kind of tuck these back underneath the tent so that they aren't kind of laying out and flapping around. I have a few issues with the guy out points at the corners here. This tent sets up interestingly where there's one-way sleeves, so you slide the pole from one end into the other end, and at the other end there's a little cup in order to catch the end of the pole, which I really like. I like the simplicity of that, but it would be nice if the guy lines or some part of this system was color-coded so that if it's windy and everything's flapping around, it's easy and quick to find the spot where I need to be inserting the pole. That leads me into another issue that I have with this assembly, and the first one is that the pole sleeve is very narrow at the end here in order to insert the pole in. And it wasn't that big of a deal when I was setting up the tent in ideal conditions like my backyard. In the wind, it made it a little bit more difficult, but where I see this being the biggest issue is in the wintertime where I have big bulky gloves on and I'm trying to finagle this little pole into this probably stiff tent sleeve. So hopefully they create some sort of flared entry point for the pole or some way to make it a little bit easier. You can also see here that I messed up in that I did not insert the pole through the guy out point right here as well as the sleeve, so it's a little bit off right now, which is probably not the best for structural integrity, but I didn't encounter any issues with it. It'd just be nice if that guy out point was maybe a little bit higher, just so it's a little bit more obvious that you had to slip the pole through the sleeve as well as the guy out point. Not a lot of gripes. I'm sure I'll find more as I use the tent more and more. I definitely want to get it out in winter conditions. But I want to talk about the things that I love as well. First of all, the windy conditions definitely highlighted the fact that all of the guy out points on this tent are really useful. I think if you had this tent fully guyed out, it would be essentially bomb-proof. Right now, I'm using 4 of the additional guy out points, but there's 12 total. So I could have had 8 more guy lines coming off this tent. The wind test was good for figuring out how much load the sides of the tent could take, but something that I realized when I was setting up the tent and playing around with it at home was that it also has a lot of capacity for top load. So if you have this tent out in a huge snowstorm and you have a lot of loading on top, it's going to be able to handle that no problem. Right now, like that's me putting almost all of my weight when I lean on it onto the tent. The other things I like about this tent are what it's doing on the inside. First of all, like I mentioned before, you have these giant pockets on either end of the tent, which are great, especially if you need to dry things off or you just want to get things off the ground. If you have 2 people in here, there wouldn't be a lot of ground space if you're using 25-inch wide pads, so it's nice to have good above the ground pocket space. There's also these 2 little pockets up top for little ditties. I have my thermometer out there that I used to track the temperature last night. Right now it's 3 degrees, but last night it got down to -2. So not a crazy test of the sleep system, but pretty good. They also did another thing that really paid off last night in the wind, and that's that you can attach the inner to the outer fly at this point, which makes it so that the inner isn't ballooning into the tent the entire night. It has a little bit more support, and that was a big deal for me last night because there's a lot of wind pushing on this inner tent. All right, let's talk about the sleep system because like I mentioned last night, I did not get a great sleep, but that was mostly due to the wind. The wind was just howling super loud, keeping me up all night. The sleep system, on the other hand, did a pretty good job. Let's start off with the sleeping bag, starting with the features I really liked. First of all, like I thought, these side zips were amazing. I read before bed. I sent some messages off to Stephipoo and baby Josie, and it was really nice to be able to be bundled up inside my sleeping bag and stick my arms out and be able to do that. The sleeping bag is also a nice shape for me. I have the size regular here, and it's perfect for my 5'10", 180-pound body, and the hood had a nice little bit of room in the side there too. The zippers were all pretty smooth as zippers on sleeping bags can get. I always forget how much I hate sleeping bag zippers until I use a sleeping bag for the first time after not using one for a while. The other thing I don't like about sleeping bags, and it's no exception with this one, is usually the cinch system that they have for the hood and the neck baffle is kind of terrible. One of the strings cinches up the hood and the other cinches up the neck baffle, and I never know which one is which, and I end up cinching the hood super tight when all I wanted to do was cinch up the neck baffle. As far as this zipper down the middle, they're calling it the warm zip. I'm on the fence about it. I had it fully open when I first first went to bed, but then got pretty cold pretty quickly as temperatures approached freezing. But I did find as I zipped it up, I did get a little bit of extra warmth. I'm not sure if it was 4 to 6 degrees Celsius of extra warmth, but it was a little bit. For the Neoloft sleeping pad, I was super impressed with how comfortable it slept, which is something I never thought I'd be saying about a Thermarest pad. There's 2 reasons why this pad is comfortable. First of all, its thickness. 4.6 inches is the thickest pad that I've ever used on a backpacking trip. And what it allows you to do is deflate the pad quite a bit. So I have this pad about 60% inflated, and I found that for me, that's the perfect amount in order to maximize comfort. The Neoloft is also made with a really stretchy material, so it has some give to it. As you're laying on it, you don't feel like you're just laying on a hard surface. So that combined with deflating a little bit really creates a comfortable pad. When I first got the pad, I was a little bit worried because Thermarest is using horizontal baffles on this pad, and I've always found that to be pretty uncomfortable, but because of the stretchiness and the deflation, I didn't even notice them at all. Other than the fact that this is a super heavy pad, the other issue that I have with it is that when you're deflating it so much, you're decreasing the R value quite a bit. So it has an R value of 4.7, but I think because of the way I deflated it, I was getting it quite a bit lower than that. And while I didn't feel cold, I could tell that I wasn't like toasty warm like I would be on an X-Lite or an X-Therm. I don't think it's a huge deal because I'm on pretty cold ground right now. The temperatures got below freezing and I was still warm, but something to keep in mind if you look at that R value and think, oh, I can take that down to well below freezing as opposed to just below freezing. I'm gonna get all packed up and then we're gonna head down to the lake, and I'll let you guys know which gear I think is really exciting and which gear I think is probably not worth paying attention to. Is the InReach Messenger Plus worth $200 more than the regular version? It's only that upfront cost where you're paying extra. All the plans are the same cost. And for most people, I don't think the picture and voice messaging that you get with the Plus is gonna be worth it necessarily. But for me, with how many trips I do over the course of the year and a newborn back at home, it's really nice being able to get pictures of her and being able to send and receive voice messages. I was curious about send and receive times as well as picture quality. It did take about 5 minutes to send and receive picture messages, whereas the regular messages were almost instantaneous. It was actually quicker than I thought it'd be to send a picture. And part of that is because you're sending lower quality. The quality was about 0.5 to 1 megapixels, whereas my camera is taking, I think, 12 megapixel photos. But I think that picture quality is good enough when you're just viewing it on a phone. You don't need super high quality photos in that case. I think the switch stove was a little bit of a bust, especially in light of the tests I did right next to the wind burner. It just did not perform. It's expensive, it's heavy. I'm just not really sure where it fits into the market, other than maybe people who are just walking to an REI, they just like how an all-in-one system looks, and that's one of the cheapest ones from a brand that they recognize. I will do a little bit more testing with the switch stove, but at this point, I probably wouldn't be running out to the store to pick one up. For the sleep system, I really wanted to test warmth and comfort, and I was warm enough last night with both the pad and the sleeping bag. I wasn't really pushing them too much, but I was pushing them a little bit, and it was nice to see that they're performing. For comfort, I think it was a home run for both. The Thermarest Neoloft might be the most comfortable pad out there right now. I'm gonna have to do some more side-by-side comparisons with like the REI Helix and the Zenbivy Flex Air, but it's looking pretty promising right now, especially for people who need a thicker pad. The Boost 650 is a really neat system, and I think Thermarest is on the right track with it. I really like the armholes. I like the boost system that's there. I think it actually could be pretty effective at adding warmth to a sleeping bag, but the issue with it is that it's not using the most premium materials. It has 650 power fill down, thicker denier shell fabric, and because of that, it's quite heavy. It weighs over 1 kilogram. It's almost the same weight as my Thermarest winter sleeping bag, the Polar Ranger. But for people who don't care about weight that much, they're gonna get a ton of versatility out of the Boost because you can zip it all up, get down to really cold temperatures with it, or unzip it, open up those armholes, and vent a lot of heat if you are camping in warmer temperatures. So definitely, I think something to be excited about for a lot of people out there. For me, not so much, but what I'd really like to see is Thermarest making kind of like a premium ultralight version of that sleeping bag, because I think that'd be a hit with a lot of people. Onto the Arc Dome, because that was really the focus of this trip. I wanted to get it up into a windy, mountainous area and see how it performed. I also wanted to get a general feel for how it was to use the tent, how easy it was to set up, take down, kind of get in and out of. There's always little things that come up when you're using a tent that aren't on a spec or feature list on a company's website. For wind performance, the Arc Dome did really well. I only had 4 of the 12 guy lines out and I was able to handle extreme winds. With all 12 guy lines out, I think that tent is gonna be bomb proof. I did find setup and takedown a little bit finicky, mostly due to the sleeve system. And I get it, the sleeve system is adding a lot of structural stability, but it's just a little bit more difficult to use than clips. What was cool to see is all the little things that Tarp Tent was doing with the design of the tent. It definitely had a more polished feel than I was expecting. Just a lot of the little details were thought out and were implemented correctly. Overall, I think the Arc Dome is a piece of gear to be excited about, especially as we're getting into winter. It's gonna be probably one of the top contenders as a 4-season tent out there, especially with the option to be able to use it in 3 seasons. It's pretty rare that a tent is good in both winter conditions as well as 3-season conditions, and for that reason, there's not really that many one and done, one quiver tents out there, but I think the Arc Dome has the potential to be that, especially for people who are camping in really windy, extreme conditions. Like maybe if you're in Iceland, Scandinavia, Scotland, England, conditions like I was out on this trip, I don't think are rare in those places, so a tent like the Arc Dome could be a big hit. There's still more testing that I want to do with all the gear that I took on this trip, but I really enjoyed this style of trip. Let me know in the comments if you did as well, where I pick gear that's designed for specific conditions and then try and take it out in those conditions. In this case, I was picking a bunch of gear that was designed to do well in cold and wind, and then trying to find the windiest place in the windiest conditions that I could. Cold weather backpacking is one of the best experiences because of the solitude you experience and the challenge, but you need the right gear in order to be comfortable and safe. On this trip, I'm testing a bunch of gear that has the potential to be top performers when it comes to cold weather backpacking, including gear like the new X-Dome tent. Backpacking in conditions like this where the temperatures are low presents a bunch of unique challenges to things like staying warm, getting water, cooking, and even setting up a tent. The temperature right now is just below freezing, but the forecast is calling for an overnight low of -10 degrees Celsius. I'm heading up into an area of the Canadian Rockies that's at a little bit of a higher elevation and is one of the first areas to receive snow. So even though there's snow on the ground right here, I'm curious to see how much more snow I'm gonna have to deal with up at camp. One of the first things that I switch up when I start getting out into conditions like this is the clothing and the footwear that I'm wearing while out on trail. For my footwear, I prioritize 3 things: waterproofness, insulation, and grip. On this trip, I'm using the Keen Revel 4. It has a waterproof lining so that I'm going through kind of slushy areas, snow, or wet areas, my foot is protected. It also has the perfect amount of insulation so that my foot isn't getting too warm, but it's also staying warm enough. Grip is really important in the shoulder seasons because usually you're going through freeze-thaw cycles, so you could have a lot of ice and slippery areas on trail. And the Keens have a really cool feature with their tread in that it has glass-infused rubber. They're one of the best treads that I've ever used for grip, and I really like them during these kind of conditions. For my clothing, I completely switch things up as well. For my legs, I'm wearing a soft shell pant that has some waterproofing on the bottom half, so when I am going through snow, I'm not getting my pants all wet. They provide a little bit more insulation than hiking pants, but then also have really big thigh zips, so if I start getting too warm, I can dump heat easily. For my upper body, I'm testing out a new system on this trip consisting of a fishnet base layer and then a wind shirt. With the wind shell over top of the fishnet provides really good heat retention by trapping little pockets of warm air. But if I get too warm, I can quickly dump heat by unzipping my wind shirt and letting air movement and wind disrupt those pockets of warm air. So far, both my footwear and clothing choices have been working really well for me. I've been particularly impressed with the fishnet layer and wind shirt combo. When I've been going up hills in more protected areas, I've been able to dump heat easily. And then when I get out in these more exposed areas where the wind picks up, I've been able to stay nice and toasty warm. My clothing for at camp is also really important because there's a huge temperature difference in the shoulder seasons between the daytime highs and the overnight lows, and you need a lot more insulation than you'd expect. Once we get to camp, we'll also talk about the challenges of cooking, water, setting up a tent, and I'll share with you what my sleep system is as well. I found the spot where I want to set up camp for today. The spot's a little exposed to the wind, but the wind is only kind of gusting right now. But what's nice about this spot is it's going to be exposed to the sun basically until sunset, which is going to be really important for staying warm. One of the difficult things with this time of year is you never know whether the ground is going to be frozen or not, and you might even encounter areas where there's a ton of snow. In order to address that problem, I brought two different but very specific tent stakes. One of the stakes is the MSR Blizzard snow stakes. What makes these different than some other snow stakes is that they're made with a really hard aluminum. So they're gonna work really well in snow, but if the ground is semi-frozen, then I'm able to hammer these in without them bending. The other stake is the MSR Groundhog, and these are gonna come into play when the ground is completely frozen. I've hammered these into very frozen ground and they've held up no problem because of how strong the aluminum is. I'm gonna get the X-Dome tent set up, and then I'll share with you guys why I think it could not only be a good cold weather tent, but one of the best all around tents as well. When choosing a tent for these kind of conditions, there's 5 things that I prioritize. Wind protection, the ability to set up on frozen ground or snow. It needs to be roomy for hanging out inside because this time of year the nights are long and you're spending a lot of time inside your tent. I like it to be lightweight, and then it needs to have ventilation for condensation. So what makes the X-Dome special, and why did I choose it for this trip? First of all, its weight is really nice. It weighs under a kilogram, making it one of the lightest one-person tents out there. It's also fully freestanding. So with a lot of freestanding tents, you need to still stake out the vestibules. But with the X-Dome, you can set it up fully freestanding and you don't need any stakes at all. That's because it uses this rectangular floor plan with the tent poles going to all 4 corners. That rectangular shape also makes it the roomiest one-person tents that I've ever used. At this end, it uses the full width of the tent in order to create the inner, and then at this end of the tent, the corner of the inner is kind of cut off in order to create this really good sized vestibule, but it means that the inner is a little bit more narrow at that side compared to this side. You can sleep with your head at either end. The narrow end is still wide enough to accommodate pretty much any sleeping pad out there, but I think that I'll find myself sleeping with my head more towards the wider end so that I can store things closer to hand. For wind protection, the X-Dome pitches pretty close to the ground, which is ideal for not having unwanted wind coming inside the tent. It's also really good for preventing spin drifts of snow and sand and other things that might be blowing around. There's also a solid inner that kind of extends a little bit up the sides of the tent in order to provide a little bit more wind protection. For ventilation and reducing condensation, there's a good amount of mesh on the inner of the tent, and then you have 2 big vents at either end of the tent. That's going to help with airflow and keeping condensation from developing too much inside the tent. Something that I really like about the tent that contributes to the ventilation factor is that Dan Durson did not cheap out when designing the tent with regards to the brow pole. You have a really wide brow pole that gives good coverage of the door over the inner tent. So if it is raining, you could have the door open and you're not going to have rain going inside the tent. The sun is just starting to set behind the mountains, so I'm going to get changed into my warmer clothes and then I'll share with you what I brought with me for that. And then I need to figure out water. I need to see if that lake has some open water anywhere and then get my meal sorted because this is going to be an interesting dinner. I brought a freeze-dried meal that I made myself that I've never tested, so we'll see if it rehydrates well and then tastes good. Before I go to bed, I'll also share with you guys what sleep system I'm going to be testing tonight. Things are looking pretty frozen. Sometimes there's open water close to the outlet for a lake where there's a stream, but I know that's like a really good trek away and I don't want to be heading down there, especially since the snow is kind of deep in spots due to snow drifts. Another option sometimes is around trees and kind of spots like this, but that looks pretty solid. That means we're in worst case scenario. I'm going to be having to melt snow in order to make water. Luckily, this is just an overnighter, so I'm not going to have to do too much. And while I brought a really good stove for the cold weather that we're in, the pot that I brought is only 600 milliliters, and it's really annoying melting snow in a tiny pot. It's crazy how cold it gets once the sun goes down, so I'm glad I was able to change into my warmer clothes. Like I said, this layering system might seem overkill, but if you're just sitting around camp, like I'm going to be for the next hour or two, you're going to get cold if you don't have enough layers. For my top insulation, I left my fishnet layer on because as soon as temperatures start getting cold, I like to leave my base layers on so that I'm never completely naked and exposed. On top of the fishnet, I took off the wind shirt and I put on an Alpha Direct fleece layer. Alpha Direct is one of my favorite pieces for layering because it's so lightweight yet so warm. To top it all off, I have a down jacket. This isn't a lightweight summer down jacket. This one's more geared towards 3-season. For some people, if you're in warmer climates, you can get away with using this in the winter as well. It's the Decathlon MT500. And because it uses a 20 denier shell fabric that's very wind resistant, I find it's a very warm jacket. For my legs, I'm using a very similar approach to the upper half. I took off my soft shell pants and I put on a Alpha Direct layer. And then on top of that, I have a synthetic pair of insulated pants. So sometimes in the wintertime, I'll use down pants, but in the shoulder season, I like synthetic insulation because it deals with moisture a little bit better. So when the snow's a little bit wet, when the air's a little bit more humid, then synthetic pants I find are really nice. And then on my feet, I have some insulated booties made from Mountain Equipment Company. I love having insulated booties on trips because it's just nice to get out of your boots, and I find they're a little bit warmer than boots, especially when paired with a thick fleece sock like I have. For my sleep system, this is an interesting time of year because I don't need something extreme. I don't need an X-Therm sleeping pad and then a big down sleeping bag. I can get away with something that's still gonna keep me warm, but is gonna be a whole lot more comfortable. For my sleeping pad, I'm using the Nemo Tensor Extreme. It's a warm pad down to -30 for me, but it's a whole lot more comfortable than the X-Therm. That's because it adds some little dimples to the horizontal baffles in order to help with pressure relief. It's also half an inch thicker than the X-Therm, which allows me to deflate the pad for comfort. Deflating a pad does decrease R value and warmth, but when I have an overkill sleeping pad like this, I can do that in order to increase comfort. For my top insulation, like I said, I'm not using a sleeping bag, but I'm not using a quilt per se. It's kind of this hybrid system made by Zenbivy. It uses a quilt on top, but then there's this sheet with flaps, which really helps lock the quilt onto the sleeping pad and helps reduce drafts in a significant way. There's also an insulated hood at the head end, just like you'd get in a sleeping bag in order to help keep your head warm. And I opted for the Zenbivy pillow, which has a down topper, which is super comfortable. This is the 10° Fahrenheit version of the Zenbivy, and I'm curious to see if it's able to keep me warm tonight. One of the things that I've really wanted to test with the Zenbivy that I'm a little bit worried about is at the head end here. There's no neck cinch and snap like on a traditional quilt in order to lock around your neck and shoulders in order to keep heat in. So I'm kind of worried that as temperatures get really low, then I'm gonna have heat escaping out of this hole. I'll have to test it out tonight and then I'll let you guys know tomorrow morning how it goes. Time for dinner. Like I said, I'm eating a freeze-dried meal I made myself using the Harvest Right system. It was pretty cool, a lot easier than I thought it was gonna be. And I'm excited to try out how it tastes and how it rehydrates. The one that I got here is a chicken burrito bowl. So it's rice, beans, chicken, some corn, some other stuff. It should be pretty tasty. When I cook it at home and eat it not freeze-dried, it's really delicious. I went and scooped up some snow using the petrol pot. The petrol pot seemed like a great idea because it's gonna be very efficient in cold temperatures paired with the stove that I brought. But it's only 600 milliliters, so it doesn't hold a lot of snow. So I have more water than I thought, so I'm gonna pour quite a bit in here because that's gonna really help melt the snow a lot quicker. I've been keeping my canister warm inside of my jacket so that the stove performs a little bit better. This is the MSR Pocket Rocket Deluxe. The reason the Pocket Rocket Deluxe is able to operate at colder temperatures while a lot of other stoves fail is because it has a regulator inside of it. So it keeps the pressure that's coming out of the fuel canister constant, and that allows it to perform better at lower temperatures. All right, I got a boil. Let's pour this water into the meal. Give it a little stir in order to break up everything. Yeah. Smells good already, so that's a good sign. And then I'm gonna put it in this homemade koozie. You can pick up non-homemade koozies because they're a bit of a pain to make. I'll have links to some down in the video description, as well as all the gear that I'm using on this trip, stuff I've talked about, as well as the gear that you may have seen, but I'm not necessarily highlighting. All right, it's been 10 minutes. Let's open it up and see what we're dealing with. I'm excited. This will be a game changer if it actually works and tastes good because I will save a ton of money on freeze-dried meals. Wow. Okay, everything rehydrated perfectly. The chicken's good, the beans are good, nothing's like hard and crunchy. This was a success. The temperature's dropping pretty quickly. It's -6°C right now, or 20°F. I'm gonna finish my meal, hop into bed, and get a really good night's sleep. And I'll let you guys know tomorrow morning whether I was cold overnight, how comfortable I was, and then I'll share with you whether there's any gear that I was disappointed in, what I thought was a really good success, and if there's any surprises. Good morning. I woke up before sunset in order to get all packed up so I can make it home in time for a doctor's appointment for my baby daughter. The overnight low last night was minus 11 degrees Celsius, which is colder than it was forecasted to get to, but just kind of in line with the warmth rating for my sleep system. I had a phenomenal sleep last night. It'd be hard to find a more comfortable sleep system for cold weather backpacking. And I was worried about the ZenBivy system because I was pushing it down to its limit, but I was toasty warm all night long. The neck opening wasn't a major issue, but I did have to make sure that I tucked it back in every time that I did a major position shift. So when I shifted from my side to my other side or to my back, I'd have to tuck it in around my neck a little bit. All right, time to take off the down jacket. Like I mentioned yesterday, be bold, start cold. And then once I start hiking, I'll share with you guys the gear fails and successes from this trip. So what were some of the gear fails? Starting off with my cook system. Even though my freeze-dried meal was delicious and that's super exciting, my cook system was not up to the job of coming out in conditions like this. I wasn't expecting it to be this snowy, this cold, and I definitely wasn't expecting the lakes to be frozen as much as they were already. In line with that, water was also an issue. I did not use my filter at all because there's just no unfrozen water anywhere. So if I was planning this trip again, I would have brought an inverted canister stove and then a much bigger pot. That would have allowed me to melt snow a lot more easily, cook a lot more easily, and just I would have been a lot more comfortable for food and water. As for gear successes, the sleep system was definitely a success. I slept way warmer and way more comfortable than I expected to, which was really nice. The fishnet base layer combined with the wind shirt was also a huge success. It worked so well. I used the fishnet base layer for about 20 days of winter backpacking and ski touring last winter, and it worked very well in those very cold conditions. But it's cool to see that it also works in shoulder seasons and isn't just for the dead of winter. The X-Dome has been impressing me a lot as I test it out. I can see it being my go-to tent for the majority of trips where I'm not trying to go as ultralight as possible or going out in extreme conditions. It's rare for a piece of gear to impress me as much as the X-Dome has, and it joins this kind of elite group that includes the Flash 55 pack, the Thermarest Polar Ranger sleeping bag, and the Garmin Fenix watch. I'm always grateful that I'm able to get out backpacking in colder weather, and even more grateful that I can do it while still being warm and comfortable. Oof, last night was interesting. I was a lot colder than I thought I'd be. As I take the tent down, there's one other thing about the X-Dome that I think could use improvement. So in the end, these bags might be a winter camping game changer. Even though I've been winter camping a ton, in temperatures down to minus 50, in tons of snow and remote locations, my gear still isn't dialed in. And this trip is all about testing some new gear items to see if it solves a variety of problems that I have with my current setup. Problems like sleeping warm and comfortable, having a pack that is too heavy and bulky, and having boots that freeze on me overnight. I'm hoping these blue bags are the solution to my frozen boot problem. Basically, my feet sweat a lot, even in the wintertime, and I need some sort of waterproof barrier to prevent that sweat from getting into the insulation of my boots. I've tried turkey roasting bags, bread bags, but the problem is that none of them are super durable and they end up ripping over the course of a trip. Basically, the way they work is that I put my sock on, slide these on over top, and then just slide the whole contraption into my boot. As with all the gear that I'm testing on this trip, I'll check in with you guys as the trip goes along to let you know how the gear's performing. The other gear that I'm testing on the trip are the X-Dome tent, a sleeping pad that's new to me. I'm gonna be pushing the limits of a top insulation system, testing a new pot, as well as continuing to test these sexy mesh base layers. The problem that I'm looking to address with the mesh base layers is temperature regulation. I really want to be able to stay warm in winter conditions like I'm out in right now, but I also don't want to get too warm and end up sweating, because sweating is a surefire way to get really cold in the long run. The benefit of a mesh base layer system, and I'm using it both on my torso as well as my legs, is that the gaps in the mesh trap warm air and are very effective at keeping you warm. But then if you start getting too warm, it's really easy to dump heat by opening up vents on your jacket and your pants, introducing some airflow into the mesh and disrupting those warm air pockets. But what I really want to test on this trip is the stink factor. The mesh base layers I'm using are made of polypropylene, and in my experience, polypropylene gets really stinky during extended use. And in the winter, I don't take off my base layers. I'm gonna be wearing these all the way up to camp while I'm sleeping and then back to the car, and it's gonna be a good test on whether they get stinky or not. I've come to the spot where I'm gonna set up camp. I've already stomped out my tent pad. I was gonna hike up to that ridge order to get some nicer views and stuff like that. But the views here are pretty spectacular and I was feeling kind of lazy. So the mesh base layers have been working really well. Normally on a trip like that with so much elevation gain, I'd be pretty darn sweaty, but with the mesh base layers and able to open up all these vents, I dumped a lot of heat and I didn't get nearly as sweaty as I normally would. The problem that I'm trying to solve with the X-Dome tent has to do with freestanding tents. I've been a big fan of freestanding tents in wintertime recently because they're a lot easier to set up on sugary snow, or if you're out in conditions where there's not enough snow for deadman anchors or on really rocky ground. But the issue with a lot of winter specific freestanding tents is that they're very heavy and very bulky. And that's where the X-Dome comes into play. It's a very lightweight tent at under 1 kilogram, yet I think it has all the tools to deal with winter conditions, but I need to test that out. There's really two things that I want to test out with the X-Dome on this trip. The first one is, how well is it gonna handle snow load? And I'm not gonna get a ton of snow tonight, so what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna set up the tent and throw my 35-pound pack on top of it and see how it does. The other thing that I wanna see is how the tent does in the wind. I've had it out in 65-kilometer-an-hour winds, and I know it can handle that, but I'm not sure how it's gonna do from a warmth perspective. There's a lot of mesh on this tent, and as wind is coming up onto the ridge, it's gonna be getting in under the tent potentially, getting through that mesh and cooling me off. I have used the X-Dome on several trips already, and it's one of my favorite tents that I've ever used, basically of all time. But there are a few things that I think could be improved upon. The first are the feet that the poles go into at each corner. They're just a little bit hard to get the poles into. And because Dan wants it so you can set it up either inner first or as all in one, there's two different slots that you need to put the pole into. And especially in the wintertime when you're wearing gloves, it can just be really difficult to do. In order to help with that, and because I'm mostly just gonna be setting it up as an all-in-one pitch, I took the cordage for the inner loops and tied them on to the outer loops in order to just make it so it's a little bit easier. I'm not having to reach under the tent and try and find those inner little feet. The other thing that I wanna see is a guy out point right here. So we have a guy out loop up here. You can wrap it around the pole, and it's really effective at providing a lot of support at this position. But like I said, I tested this tent out and it survived 65-kilometer-an-hour winds. If it survived above that, you're gonna have to wait and see until that video drops in order to find out. But with a guy out point here combined with the fact that you can add trekking poles on the broadsides, I think the X-Dome could potentially handle over 100-kilometer-an-hour winds. The third item I'm testing out on this trip is the X-Ped 7R sleeping pad. I did a comparison video of the Tensor Extreme Conditions and the Thermarest X-Therm sleeping pad, both awesome winter sleeping pads. But a lot of you wanted to know, how does the X-Ped 7R stack up? And I'm gonna test it on this trip because the problem with the other two pads is they're not comfortable. And the vertical baffles on the X-Ped 7R I think are going to be quite a bit more comfortable for me. I've tested out the 5R and the 3R and they're both comfortable. The question with the 7R is it going to be warm enough? I've used X-Ped winter rated sleeping pads before and I was cold on them. X-Ped did a redesign with the Ultra 7R and I'm on cold ground, I'm on snow, and tonight's going to be a really good test to see whether I'm warm and comfortable. The sun's dropping behind the mountain, so it's getting cold really quick. So I'm gonna change into some warmer layers. I'm putting on my big down jacket, and then we'll go over the other 3 pieces of gear that I'm gonna be testing on this trip. The other aspect of my sleep system that I'm testing out on this trip is my top insulation. Normally in the wintertime, I'm using sleeping bags, but there's a couple problems that I have with sleeping bags. First of all, they're very heavy and bulky. And then the second problem has to do with the fact that when you're laying on your back on them, you're compressing all of that down insulation. And then as soon as you roll to your side, that compressed down insulation is exposed to the cold air around you. So when temperatures are down in -30, -40, I'm finding that I have to lay on my back basically the entire time, and it's not super comfortable. So what I'm gonna try and do this winter is use quilts more often. So right now I have a down quilt underneath here that's rated to 0 degrees Fahrenheit. And then I have a synthetic top quilt rated to 50 degrees Fahrenheit. The benefit of a quilt system is that you're not compressing any insulation and you can shift positions underneath them without ever kind of getting cold spots exposed to the cold air around you. The challenge with quilts, and this is what I'm gonna really try and test on this trip, is whether you can get a good seal between the quilts and the sleeping pad in order to avoid drafts, and whether you can keep your head warm by using some sort of hood system. On this trip, I'm gonna be using a toque as well as a synthetic hood made by Enlighten Equipment, and I should be pretty warm with that. Tonight, the forecast is supposed to get down to below -20 degrees Celsius, so quite cold. And if I find that I'm toasty warm in this system, then that's gonna be a good indication that I can push the limits of it, take it to that next step, head out in -30, and see whether I can get a quilt system to work in those temperatures. I just realized with talking about the vapor barriers right at the beginning of the trip, we're on to the 6th and final item that I'm gonna be testing, and that's a new pot. This is a 650 milliliter pot, so smaller than the usual 2-liter pot that I bring on winter camping trips. The problem that I have with 2-liter pots is that they're gigantic. They're super bulky. They're not that much heavier, but that bulk really starts to add up when you're dealing with winter gear. The benefit of a 2-liter pot is that I can melt a lot of snow in it very quickly. But I'm curious to see if the 1650 milliliter pot is kind of a sweet spot in order to not be super bulky, but still melt enough snow that I'm never really feeling like I'm running out of water and then kind of dealing with dehydration. I really like this pot as well because it has this handle on it. With my 2-liter pot, there's a bail handle, but I find that sometimes it's a little bit unwieldy, especially when I'm wearing big gloves. With all the other gear, I'm gonna wait till tomorrow in order to give you an update on how it's doing. We'll see how the vapor barrier is holding up, whether the mesh layer starts to stink, whether I was warm in my sleep system, and then how the X-Dome does with the wind that's still kind of blowing in off of the mountains. But with this pot, we're gonna get results today. And I'm gonna start melting snow right now, and we're gonna see if I miss that extra 350 milliliters of capacity. So right now, I'm melting snow for dinner. I have one of my homemade freeze-dried meals again. Excited to try that out. Well, I'm focusing on 6 kind of items that I'm testing on this trip. If you're interested in any of the other gear that I'm using on this trip, like this koozie, my snowsuit, anything like that, I'll have a link to my full Pack Wizard gear list down in the video description so you guys can check that out. So we almost have a boil here, and I've been thinking about it, and I think this size of pot is actually gonna be perfect. I'll have enough water in order to get my meal made, and then a liter left in order to add into my Nalgene here. All right, we got a boil. Woohoo! Get this into my freeze-dried meal. I do wish this had a spout, like a little triangular bit on the corner in order to help pour. That's probably way more water than I needed. Crap, this is gonna be a soupy meal. I didn't really think that through. Yeah, it is what it is. So yeah, overall, I think this pot is gonna work out in the wintertime, especially on overnight trips like this where I'm by myself. I think I'd rather bring this than the giant 2-liter pot. I'm gonna enjoy the sunset, enjoy my meal, and then crawl into bed and get a really, really long sleep. Good morning. I slept cold last night. It only got down to minus 17 degrees Celsius. That was the overnight low, but I was quite cold. It was definitely not the most comfortable sleep that I've ever had. The quilt system worked really well. I was toasty warm with my top insulation, and I was able to toss and turn underneath the quilt without getting any of that down compression issue like I do with sleeping bags. So the quilt system passed the test, and I'll be trying to push the limits of the quilt into lower and lower temperatures. The next one will probably be minus 30, and then we'll see if I can get a quilt system down to minus 40. But the reason why I was feeling cold last night was the sleeping pad. I had really high hopes for the Ultra 7R. Like I mentioned, the 5R and 3R have been really great pads for me, but they use a different insulation type. They use synthetic insulation that's pulled between the top and bottom of the sleeping pad in order to create really good insulation. The Ultra 7R uses down insulation that's loose within each of the baffles, and I think maybe that's where I was encountering a problem. I did shake the sleeping pad before I went to bed and a couple more times over the course of the night in order to loosen up any down that might have been clumping and causing issues, but I was still very cold, and even when I went to bed and temperatures were only minus 10 degrees Celsius, I was still feeling a lot of heat loss through the sleeping pad. So the pad failed the warmth test, but it passed the comfort test. I was very comfortable on this pad, especially when I was sleeping on my side, way more comfortable than I would be on a Thermarest X-Therm or a Nemo Tensor extreme conditions. And that's promising. If I can get this pad to sleep warm by either replacing it or doing something with the down, I'll have to figure that out. Then I think it would be a very good winter pad. It wasn't super windy last night, so I wasn't able to fully test how the X-Dome deals with preventing heat loss due to wind, but I honestly don't think it's going to be as big of an issue as a lot of people think it might be. Sure, there might be a lot of mesh on the inner, especially on this door side, but there is a decent amount of solid material going up the sides of the tent, and if you pile snow around the outside, you can really prevent a lot of wind from coming inside the tent. The big thing I think that's going to be important when setting up the X-Dome in the wind is making sure that the side opposite the door is facing into the wind. You're going to get better structural stability that way, and you're not going to have as much wind kind of blowing into the tent. I think this is another good test of the X-Dome. It's slowly becoming my go-to tent in pretty much every kind of condition. I'm going to be bringing it out to the desert this January, so it'll be interesting to see how it does in kind of blowing sand. In windy and cold conditions where you don't have snow to pile up around the edges, or if you're in like the desert and you're dealing with a lot of blowing sand, you may want a little bit of a higher solid material on the inside here. And I think that is something that Dan could improve on, especially on the door. Maybe have the solid go up to about like 1/3 of the way up. I don't think you'd really impact ventilation much, and you'd get a little bit more of a solid tent. As I take the tent down, there's one other thing about the X-Dome that I think could use improvement. And again, it has to do with these feet here and how the poles go into them. The issue with these tent poles is that the little kind of knob at the end of the poles that inserts into those metal feet is not attached to the pole. So some other tent poles that I'm used to, these are actually screwed into the pole and they don't come out like this. And what's annoying is that I'm used to those kind of poles. So when I'm trying to take a tent like this apart, I just kind of try and shake the pole in order to get the foot loose, but that doesn't happen. And what ends up happening is this little insert pops out, and it's actually kind of a pain in the butt to get back in. The reason they don't glue the inserts into the poles or anything like that is because you do want to be able to take the insert out if you want to repair the pole. So let's say a tent pole segment bends or breaks, you can take out the insert, undo the cordage that's holding the entire assembly together, and then replace an individual segment. I have mentioned this to Dan, and the reason he told me it's like this is because you can't get a carbon fiber pole system that has a better insert system. I think what I might do is either put some tape around that connection point in order to hold the insert onto the pole, or I might actually try to glue them in with a glue that if I heat it up with like a hairdryer or something like that, it softens up and I'm still able to pull the insert out. As far as the mesh base layer and how it's faring from a stink factor, not great, but I'm gonna pack up, hike out back to the car, and then I'll give you kind of the final verdict on how stinky it is. And I'll also let you know how the vapor barriers are doing from a durability standpoint. That wasn't a long hike out, wasn't a long hike in yesterday, so I wasn't really like getting a good sweat on or anything like that. But let's see how the mesh base layers are smelling. Not great, but not terrible, not as bad as I thought they would. I used to have polypropylene layers that I'd wear them for half a day and they would smell so bad that I'd have to wash them immediately. I don't know if the company who makes this treats it with some sort of anti-odor treatment, or if it's just because of the mesh, it has more surface area to kind of let odors dissipate and go, but pretty impressed. I probably wouldn't bring this if I was sharing a tent with like my wife for like 5 days. But if I'm going on a trip where I'm sleeping in a tent by myself and I don't really care how I smell, then I don't think it's gonna be an issue. Let's see how the vapor barriers are doing. On the hike out, I actually put the vapor barrier right against my skin and then put the sock on over top. I usually like that better because then I'm not getting any sweat into my sock. And they were a little damp this morning because of the fact that I put the vapor barrier on over top of them. And this is actually the hardest from a durability standpoint on the vapor barriers. The other plastic bags that I had, when I used them like this, they just ripped right away. But these are looking pretty good. Let's see if I take them off, if they get any rips or anything like that as they stick to my skin. No, not too bad. Even though they feel really thin, I think they're going to be a lot more durable than some of the other things that I've tried to use for vapor barriers. So I'm excited to see if they can last an entire 4-day trip. I have another one of those trips with Marty and Kane again this winter, so I'll be using these and seeing how they do. Overall, I think that was a good series of tests. I'm really happy with what I learned about a lot of the gear I was testing. I'm a little disappointed in the Xped Ultra 7R sleeping pad. I wish I had slept warm because it was so comfortable to lay on. But I haven't given up on it. I'm going to look into why it might have been sleeping cold for me. Maybe I have a defective pad and I need to get a new one. I'll look into it and hopefully can make the Xped 7R work, because I know it has worked for other people out there at very cold temperatures. So there might be something going on with the pad that I have.